Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Right, so I'll be taking the discussion on this year's mains examination paper 2 for polity and governance portion. And my name is Jatin. I believe that some of you are already students in my class. And is there anyone who's not our student here? Is there anyone? Okay, fine. And is there anyone who has given the examination this time, the mains examination? Anyone who has written the mains examination? Right. Okay. So we'll try to understand what UPSC is demanding in the questions that they have put up in front of us in this year's mains examination. And we'll also try to analyze a few trends in terms of if we can predict what kind of questions can be asked going ahead in future. And we would also be possibly trying to understand what could be the sources that you can refer to solve the questions that have been asked in this year's examination. As far as the overall comments on paper 2 this year, I would say that this is one of the easier general studies paper 2 that has been put up by UPSC in last few years. We have seen increasingly difficult and analytical questions getting asked in paper 2 in the past, but this year has been a very different year. Paper 2 and paper 3 both were relatively very simple, very straightforward questions. In fact, I would say that number of surprises in the paper were very less, possibly 1 or 2 questions here and there. I believe the faculty must have discussed with you about the paper 1, which was relatively tough as compared to what has been the trend in last few years. But paper 2 and 3, I believe, were relatively very simple. Even paper 4, ethics paper, was one of the easier papers this year. I mean, there is nothing like easy or difficult in UPSC, because ultimately it comes down to whether you're able to manage your time properly, and if you can get that half a mark, 1 mark extra out of the examiner. But I would still say that this year's papers were not having any questions which were unexpected or any questions which were bouncers, so to say. So that's perhaps as far as my initial comments on the paper is concerned. We will discuss more about what UPSC has done this year. So first, let's look at each of the questions that I am going to be taking up. There are 13 questions that are pertaining to polity and governance which have been asked in this year's examination. Actually, there were a few questions which were at the cusp of, one could say, social justice and of polity and governance. So it was very difficult for us to also decide that whether we categorize them as social justice or as questions under governance, but we ended up categorizing them as social justice questions. Anyway, so that categorization is something that we are doing artificially, doesn't really matter. So the first question that was asked in this year's examination, relatively very simple and straightforward. This one was that constitutionally guaranteed. So there is a statement that has been given which says that constitutionally guaranteed judicial independence is a prerequisite of democracy. You have to comment on this. So what it is saying is that judicial independence, that is, the judiciary should be independent from the pressures of the executive and the legislature, and should be free from any kind of pressure from the people as well. The judiciary should act on every case in an independent manner according to the law of the land. It must act according to the principles of jurisprudence that have been laid down by the courts in the past. It should not be driven by the whims and the fancies of the individual judges. It should not be affected as a result of political pressure created by the executive and the legislature. It should not give in to the populist pressure created by the media and by the citizens as well. That is what judicial independence means. Now, what UPSC is asking us to comment on is that judicial independence should be a part of the constitutional provisions. That's why it says constitutionally guaranteed judicial independence, which means that within the constitution there should be provisions that should ensure judicial independence. You have to comment on it. Right? Before I go into what was the inspiration, or why did UPSC end up asking this particular question, let us understand what are some of the dimensions that need to be covered as a part of our answer in this question. One, we have to talk about what is the importance of judicial independence. We have to talk about some of the provisions in the Indian Constitution that ensure judicial independence. We have to possibly talk about some of the threats to judicial independence also, even though it may not be possible because it's a 10 marker. You have to answer this question in less than 150 words. And then the other aspect is that other than the Constitution, there should also be measures taken outside the Constitution to protect judicial independence. See, because when it is saying that you have to comment on this, you have to say that, yes, judicial independence is important in a democracy because of these reasons. You have to talk about that judicial independence is important because of these particular factors in a democracy. These are some of the constitutional provisions that ensure judicial independence. But then you have to also make a remark that simply having provisions in the Constitution is not going to ensure judicial independence. The political culture, the perception of the people, the actions taken by the judiciary also determine what the judicial independence looks like in a nation. It also depends upon the laws that have been made by the legislature. It depends upon the attitudes that the citizens have towards the functioning of the institutions in an independent and in a free and a fair manner. So those are the aspects that need to be shown in your answer broadly. I will write them down as well in a bit, but let's talk about what was the inspiration for this particular question to be asked in this year's mains examination. What could possibly be the reason why UPSC asked this question? If any one of you, please put up your hands and then only answer. What could be the reason because of which UPSC ended up asking this question in this year's mains examination? Yes? Yes, right. Yes. So there was a comment that was made by the Vice President of India upon the doctrine of basic structure. A lot of people expressed surprise over it because he himself is an eminent lawyer, and he raising questions over doctrine of basic structure and the judiciary having powers to determine what changes can be made by the parliament to the constitution. Then a few days later, there was another attack, we could say, was made by the executive on the judiciary by the law minister. And then there was a number of articles which we saw in the newspapers related to judicial independence. The senior advocate of Supreme Court, Prashant Bhushan, also in one of his comments stated that judicial independence in India is under a massive threat. And then there were, as I said, a number of editorials that had come up in the newspapers. So that is the reason why UPSC ended up asking this particular question. Otherwise, see, this is anyway a part of your NCRTs as well. If you read the NCRT, in NCRT, there is a cartoon and there is a problem which has been given in order to talk about why judicial independence is important. NCRT gives an example that what if there is a case in which some property of yours or some criminal act has been done against you, some property of yours has been taken away, or some criminal act has been done against you by some individual in the locality. And when the matter goes to the court, you realize that that person is having good relationship with the judge who is going to decide that particular case. In that case, you would lose faith in the justice system. In that particular situation, you would have no trust in the judiciary. You would have no trust in the way the law functions in the country. So that's an example that has been given by the NCRT. And if you read any of the basic texts as well, even if you read Lakshmikant, or if you read Subhash Kashyap, or if you read D.D. Basu, in all these books you will find a mention of what does it mean to be having an independent judiciary, what does independent judiciary entail, that is, what are the principles of an independent judiciary, what are some of the provisions in the Indian Constitution that ensure the independence of the judiciary in India, what are some of the threats to independence of the judiciary, etc. So all these questions have been addressed in the basic text also that you would refer. Not just that, but if you look at the previous year questions of the prelims examination as well. There have been at least 2 questions that have been asked related to the theme of committed judiciary in the prelims examination. So what it means is, if you go through previous year questions of prelims as well, and if you analyze previous year questions of prelims, you will get an idea of what does it mean to have an independent judiciary, what is the idea of a committed judiciary, how is an independent judiciary different from a committed judiciary, and so on and so forth. So all these concepts are also addressed in the questions if you would have attempted them from the previous year. So the inspiration for this question, I would say, was the repeated recurrent theme that was there in the current affairs in the news related to this particular topic. NCRTs, of course, if you would have read them, you would have been able to address this particular question. It's a part of basic feature of the constitution as well. And if you look at the prelims question, that also would have given you a good idea about what judicial independence is all about. And as far as the difficulty level of the question is concerned, I would say that it is very easy. Now, what could be the differentiating factor in your answer? See, because you must understand one thing. All the candidates, those who are writing the mains examination, are almost in the same zone of preparation. जिसको हम बोलते हैं 19-20 का फर्क होता है preparation के अंदर. In the candidates, those who are writing the mains examination. So there is hardly a difference between any candidate's preparation. So what really makes a difference in a candidate who gets 100+ marks and a candidate who gets 80 marks in GS paper 2 or GS paper 3 or any of the general studies paper? Ultimately, I keep repeating it, it is half a mark or 1 mark extra in each and every question, which is going to determine whether you will get 100+ or whether you will end up with an average score of 80. So there has to be some differentiating factor. There has to be something different about your answer that should impress the examiner. So in this particular case, I would say that if you mention the constitutional provisions, not necessarily the articles of the constitution, even if you just broadly mention constitutional provisions that ensure judicial independence, that would make a difference. And if you can relate it to current affairs, if you can say, for example, begin your answer, your introduction, by talking about some of the comments that have been made by the Vice President or comments that have come up in the media related to the independence of the judiciary. Comments that have been made by senior advocates of the Supreme Court of India. Comments that were made by the Honorable Chief Justice of India with respect to how preserving the independence of the judiciary is really important for the functioning of democracy in India. So you can begin by making such a statement. You need not remember exact quote. Please understand that. There is no need for you to remember exact quote in such a question. Right? So if I were to talk about the current affairs articles that have been there in the newspapers, first I will talk about all of this, okay, sources, etc. and all of that, and then we will discuss what all should have been there in your answers. So there was an article which was there on 14th of December 2022. This is from the Indian Express, and the article was addressing whether how the independence of the judiciary has been compromised or has been under a threat, how we need to overcome the issues associated with the independence of the judiciary. Then there was an article that was asked in, that was an article that was written by Falias Nariman, and he had made some really sharp observations. This article was also, if you can see the date, 12th of November 2022. In this, he talked about that how, in order to have an independent judiciary, it is important to raise the standards of the judiciary in terms of its fairness, in terms of its perception among the people. And for that, he had made a very interesting observation that in USA, in 1980, a law was made by the legislature, according to which the judges of the Supreme Court, there is a council of judges of the Supreme Court of USA, who can take action against a judge of the Federal Supreme Court in United States of America. They won't remove that person, but they can reprimand a person for doing something that compromises the position of the judiciary, that compromises the independence of the judiciary in America. So you could have made that particular observation had you read this particular article, of course. Then there was another article which had come in the newspapers. This is from August 16, 2023. So very recently, there was an article in which the quote has been made from the present Chief Justice of India, and where Justice Chandrachud had made comments over how ensuring independence of the judiciary is something which is really, really important. Now, what this brings me to the point is, and which you will see throughout our discussion today, is that you need to read the newspapers. You cannot expect to secure good marks in the examination. See, average marks can be secured, not a problem. If you don't read the newspapers, what will happen is that you will end up writing the same old arguments that are being written by everyone else in the answer. How do you get something new in your answer? How do you get some value add in your answers is something that you need to be thinking about. And the only way to do that is by reading the newspapers very diligently. So every time when articles come which have been written by legal experts such as Falias Nariman, that have been written by the Chief Justice of India, that have been written by senior civil servant, a retired civil servant of repute, possibly a retired secretary or a retired director of any of the important organizations in the government, you should take notice of that article. You should see if there is something new that I can adopt from that article, include it in your notes. And that's why I keep telling you in the class as well, that in your notebook, you should have space after every topic, possibly 1 or 2 pages left after every topic, so that whenever any news item comes related to any of those topics, you should incorporate that into your note-making exercise as well. Right? So that is the lesson that we need to draw. There was, in fact, there was another article which had come that why the judiciary must stand up to the executive. This was an article that had been written by Dushyant Dave and senior advocate of the Supreme Court of India. Again on 26th of December 2022, there was an article on this. Right? And if this is kind of not enough for you to have a belief that there were an article that was written in judicial independence, there was another article that was written on 16th of February 2023 by Justice A.P. Shah, former judge of the Supreme Court of India, in the Hindu. So that is to just tell you that it's not necessary that you read Indian Express, because all the other articles that I showed you were from Indian Express. This one was from the Hindu, where he had talked about that how we need to do away with post-retirement appointments as governors, as the members of Rajya Sabha, etc., for the judges of the Supreme Court, for the judges of the High Court, in order to ensure judicial independence. So I hope that this is enough. I can give you more examples if you want me to, of newspaper articles that had come related to judicial independence. तो ये question आना ही आना था basically. इतने editorials आए थे, इतना इसके ऊपर debate हुआ. This was an inevitable question. देखिए, अब difference क्या आएगा? Answer सबको पता होगा इस question का. क्यों? क्योंकि जिसने भी basic NCERT पढ़ा है, basic book पढ़ा है, anyone can write the answer. The differentiating factor again and again I am saying is what you have read in the newspapers. What is something which you can include new in your answers in the examination. That is what is going to be the difference. So now if I were to discuss about the approach with respect to this particular question that you could have taken, let's talk about that, right? So firstly, if we talk about, okay, so we are talking about question 1 here. So in question 1, one of the things that we need to talk about is firstly that how do we provide an introduction, because this is one problem that I see with a lot of candidates. They don't know how to write an introduction. I have mentioned this time and again, and I will mention it again. An introduction should be such a thing that when the examiner reads your introduction, he should know what the question is all about. So what are the possible introductions that you can give in this particular question? So one is that you could have mentioned about some of the recent comments or observations that have been made by some of the eminent individuals with respect to judicial independence. You could have possibly mentioned some remark from the Constituent Assembly debates, right? So where you could have mentioned some remark made by possibly Dr. Ambedkar or someone else. That could have been one of the introduction. Or you could have simply started with, if nothing, you could have simply defined what is judicial independence. Okay, so we have already discussed what is judicial independence. I hope I don't need to discuss that. So you could have simply defined judicial independence. Now, I'm not saying that any of the ideas is good or bad. You could have taken any of these 3 routes to write the introduction to this particular question. Once you would have mentioned that
this is what judicial independence means, or this is the importance of judicial independence through a comment or through a remark, then you could have said that Indian Constitution has several provisions related to judicial independence. So you could have mentioned about certain provisions in the Constitution related to judicial independence. So what are the provisions in the Constitution related to judicial independence? We already know. For example, we know that there can be no discussion on the conduct of the judges in the legislature unless there is a specific resolution that has been moved for the removal of the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Court. You could have mentioned that their salaries, etc., salaries, allowances, etc., are a charged expenditure on the consolidated fund of India, which means that there is no voting that takes place in the parliament, so they are free from the pressure of the parliament. Only discussion can take place. You could have mentioned that their salaries, etc., cannot be reduced to their disadvantage after their appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court or that of the High Court. You could have talked about the removal procedure in the Constitution, which has been made extremely tough, where you require a special majority of both the houses of the parliament for the removal of the judge of the Supreme Court and the High Court. You could have mentioned about some kind of embargo on post-retirement practice by the judges of the Supreme Court and the judges of the High Court, judges of the High Court specifically, right? So embargo on post-retirement practice by the judges of the High Court. You could have mentioned any of these, all of these, or any or some of these provisions in order to drive home the point that how Indian Constitution has certain provisions for the judicial independence. After that, you needed to talk about why in a democracy the judicial independence is so crucial. So here you need to think what are the basic values of any democracy. See, the most important and the most basic value of any democracy is that the citizens should have the right to question the government. The citizens should have trust and faith in the independence of the institutions. Fundamental rights of the citizens must be protected. The government, that is the executive, must not exercise undue influence on the other organs of the state. Elections must be held in a free and a fair manner in a democracy. The concept of rule of law should prevail. We should not have mob justice. Simply because a large section of people in the society believe that something is right should not be the verdict of the courts. These are all the principles of democracy that can be protected by the judiciary. So what all we could have written? So let's talk about the importance of judicial independence in a democracy. So in a democracy, what is the importance of judicial independence? What are the points that you could have mentioned here? One, as I said, you could have mentioned that an independent judiciary is important to maintain public faith, to maintain public trust in government institutions, to maintain public faith in the judicial system. If the judge is going to be biased, you will never approach the courts for justice. Second, you could have said that to prevent excessive government or executive interference, to prevent excesses from the government, so that the government, or you could have mentioned it this way, so that the government does not become tyrannical, the government does not become dictatorial in nature. So there has to be some institution which has to keep a check on the powers of the executive. And you must mention examples. Please understand that. So for example, you could have mentioned that had the judiciary not been independent, then there could have been a number of excesses committed by the state. For example, you could have mentioned about Minerva Mills case, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, that tried to give unlimited powers to the Parliament of India to amend the constitution. An independent judiciary was required to keep a check on the government, on the legislature. Similarly, you could have mentioned about possibly Keshwananda Bharati case as well. Then another important aspect is free and fair elections. Independent judiciary is required in order to ensure free and fair elections in the country as well. You could give the example of the judgments in the ADR case, the PUCL case, etc. All these cases that we have discussed about in the classes as well, number of times. So you could have mentioned about that. You could have mentioned about Lily Thomas case, right? You could also talk about that judicial independence is important to protect the fundamental rights of the citizens. So you could have mentioned about Puttaswamy case here. You could have mentioned about the Aadhaar judgment, how the judicial independence upheld the most basic right that is supposed to be enjoyed by the citizens in form of the right to privacy that is supposed to be enjoyed by every person in India. You could have mentioned that, right? You could have mentioned about the fact that government in India is the largest litigant in India. We must keep that in mind. So most of the litigations that come up in the court are against the government in the courts. So independence of judiciary is really crucial in order to ensure that the judgments of the court are not biased in the favor of the government. So you could have mentioned some of these points. Again, you please understand this, कि इसके अंदर लंबी लंबी कहानी नहीं लिखनी है. 10 मार्कर है, समय कम है. We have to write only one sentence. Write an example in very short. Don't write long examples. लंबा कहानी नहीं लिखना है पूरा. For you would write 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act struck down by court in Minerva Mills. इस तरीके से लिखना पड़ेगा. You can't write long drawn examples. You have to be very smart about how you manage your time, how you manage the number of words that you are writing in the mains examination. Once you have mentioned about all of this, then you would say that what I was telling you about. अब इसको conclude करने के भी देखिए multiple तरीके हैं. एक line of argument ये हो सकता है that what are the threats to the independence of the judiciary. This could be one of the conclusion that can be provided. ये एक possible conclusion है. Another possible conclusion is that how we can ensure judicial independence. So that could be another point that you can mention. Another aspect that you can mention is that what are the shortcomings in our present constitutional provisions to ensure the independence of the judiciary. For example, you can say that we do not have any kind of measures to ensure independence of the subordinate or the district judiciary in India. High courts have the overall power of ensuring their independence, but as such there are no specific provisions which are there in the constitution for ensuring their independence. You could talk about that there is no ban on post-retirement position for the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts. We should incorporate such a provision. So, या तो आप वैसे भी लिख सकते हैं that what are the shortcomings and what needs to be done in the constitution itself in order to make the judiciary independent. या एक और तरीका है where you say that simply ensuring constitutional provisions related to the independence of the judiciary is not going to be enough. We need to have other measures as well. We need to have legal provisions to ensure accountability of the judges via Accountability Act. You can talk about transparency in the functioning of the collegium system. You could talk about that the judges must make an effort to display their assets, their liabilities on the website of the Supreme Court and the High Courts annually. We should make that as an exercise because this was a guideline that was issued by the Supreme Court, but very few judges and very few courts follow this as of now. So you could mention about that as well. It depends completely on how you perceive this question. See, one question can be answered in multiple ways. What really matters is that one, is your answer well-rounded and are you able to finish that answer in the given time? Because ये simple question है, इसके ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा समय बर्बाद नहीं कर सकते हम. We have to be attempting these questions in limited amount of time as well is something that you need to keep in mind. Right? So this is question number 1. Fairly simple. I hope that Understood by everyone? Anyone has any questions or doubts related to this? Can we proceed further? What? Kaise? In what? No, I understand NJAC, but what will you mention in NJAC? Where? तो अरे मैं बार बार तुमसे पूछ रहा हूं कि लिखोगे तो किस चीज के लिए लिखोगे, क्या लिखोगे उससे? स्ट्राइक डाउन कर दिया तो क्या? हाँ सर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजन थोड़ी ना है वो, किस चीज में लिखोगे? वेयर विल यू राइट दिस? अरे यार एग्जाम्पल कहां, किस चीज का एग्जाम्पल लिखोगे इसको? बात समझ रहे हो मेरी? नहीं समझ नहीं आ रहा तुम्हें मेरा सवाल? अरे मेरे भाई सिर्फ एनजैक का एग्जाम्पल तुम्हें पता है, एग्जाम्पल क्या, किस चीज का एग्जाम्पल? मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूं कि सर आप उसको कैसे रिलेट करेंगे गवर्नमेंट बीइंग द लार्जेस्ट लिटिगेंट से। हाँ ठीक है, तो मतलब एग्जाम्पल डाल सकते हैं तो किस कोई भी लिख सकते हैं ना, देयर इज नथिंग राइट और रॉन्ग, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दैट, दैट इज नॉट द पॉइंट, है ना। एनीवे, नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन अगेन अ 10 मार्कर। This question stated that who are entitled to receive free legal aid. Assess the role of NALSA in rendering free legal aid in India. Now, what was the reason because of which this question was asked? क्यों पूछा गया ये question? What could be the possible inspiration? Yes? What could be the possible reason because of which UPSC asked this question? Anyone? Sorry? वो तो आज की प्रॉब्लम थोड़ी ना है। Is this a new problem? Why would UPSC ask this question? Recently, there was a comment that was made by Chief Justice of India that most of the people in India cannot access the judicial system due to affordability issues. There was a statement that was made by the law minister as well, where he stated that there is a lot of judicial pendency in the family courts in India, because of which people are not able to get access to justice. They are wasting a lot of their precious money on the lawyers and the advocates. Not just that, but 2 questions have been asked by UPSC on NALSA already in the prelims examination. In 2017 or 18, I am not sure of the year, I could not locate the question. A question was asked by UPSC in the prelims examination where they had given a statement, where they had given a question that who of the people are eligible under the NALSA Act to receive free legal aid in India. अब मुझे बात बताइए, my question to you is it possible and is it even desirable for you to cover all the laws that have been made by the Parliament of India? No. So that means कि ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हम सारी लॉज जाके पढ़ें, तो फिर नालसा क्यों पढ़ना चाहिए? Why should we read the important provisions of NALSA 1987? One is previous year questions. UPSC already जब prelims में सवाल पूछ चुकी है, तो अब UPSC का एक पिछले कुछ सालों से ट्रेंड है कि वो prelims में सवाल पूछती है तो उसको मेंस में पूछ लेती है 2-3 साल बाद, उसी का कुछ और डायमेंशन या वही डायमेंशन है जैसे भी। और इफ दे आस्क अ क्वेश्चन इन मेंस एग्जामिनेशन, दे एंड अप आस्किंग अ क्वेश्चन इन द प्रीलिम्स एग्जामिनेशन। तो पहली बात तो ये है। सेकंड इज, आप में से कितने लोगों ने एनसीईआरटी पढ़ी है? अगर आप एनसीईआरटी पढ़ें, इफ यू रीड द एनसीईआरटी, इन एनसीईआरटी देयर इज अ बॉक्स व्हिच हैज बीन मेड इन वन ऑफ द चैप्टर्स वेयर इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट जस्टिस with respect to who are the people, those who are eligible for free legal aid under NALSA, and it talks about NALSA as well in that particular box. ये NCERT में दिया हुआ है और कहीं नहीं है। Point I am trying to make is that a lot of times you people run for lot of resources. आप बहुत सारी किताबों के पीछे भागते हैं, आप बहुत सारे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स के पीछे भागते हैं जो आपको ये बोल के ल्योर करते हैं कि हमारे यहां से क्वेश्चन आया है। अरे उनके यहां से क्वेश्चन नहीं आया, एनसीईआरटी से आ रहे हैं सवाल। पर आप एनसीईआरटी पढ़ने की जहमत तो कीजिए, You need to make that effort to read the NCERTs. I see that the candidates are wasting their time on all the other things but not reading NCERTs because they think अरे NCERT तो क्या है, ये तो एकदम बिल्कुल बेकार है, इसको ये तो बच्चों की किताब है. वो बच्चों के ही सवाल पूछ रहा है, सच्चाई यही है. बट यू आर मिसलेड अनफॉर्चुनेटली बिकॉज आप किताबों में पढ़ जाते हैं, कॉम्प्लेक्स टेक्स्ट में पढ़ जाते हैं, नई नई किताबें ढूंढना चाहते हैं. NCERTs ही पढ़िएगा. So the main reason, inspiration for asking of this question was, of course, NCERT. Prelims question on Nalsa. Then Indian Express. I said this last year as well, and I said this year before last year as well. It, in my opinion, has become one of the most important sources of preparation for the examination. It is focusing, because Indian Express is one newspaper that is specially focusing on UPSC. You can see that if you have their online version, if you have their digital version, then I keep getting notifications on my mobile every half an hour that this particular topic has been explained. UPSC की करके उनका एक segment आता है, UPSC 360 degree करके उनका एक segment आता है, UPSC one word a day करके एक segment है उनका. In that, this UPSC key segment where they take up one particular word of the syllabus, they had covered extensively about Nalsa. आप जाके search कीजिएगा बस. Just do a search on it. UPSC Essentials, one word a day, Nalsa. What is Nalsa? Also know what did PM and CJI say about right to free legal aid? So you could have got comment from here that you could have included in your introduction. Aspirants must cover all the relevant aspects of the institution, objectives, initiatives for both UPSC prelims and mains. इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ नहीं कर सकते आप. मतलब ना आप सोच के देखिएगा कि अगर आपने ये आर्टिकल पढ़ा होता और इससे नोट्स बनाए होते, as it is, you would have written the answer to this particular question. And believe me, आप एक बार जाके ये सर्च कीजिएगा. I have not got the date of this particular article. You just search with these keywords on Google. You will get the access to this particular article of Indian Express, and you will find it has everything. In fact, more than everything that is required to get good marks in this question. और कुछ भी करने की जरूरत नहीं थी. But you need to know that UPSC at the end is asking questions from the papers only, from the newspapers only. But आप अगर करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन पे रिलाई करते हैं, अगर आप करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन के शहंशाह हैं, तो फिर कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता. नो वन कैन डू एनीथिंग. फिर आप, बिकॉज आप काम चोरी कर रहे हैं ना, यू आर ट्राइंग टू सेव द हार्ड वर्क, यू आर ट्राइंग टू टेक द शॉर्टकट. दैट डजंट रियली वर्क. जो आदमी ने मेहनत की होगी, दैट पर्सन विल डू वेल. नाउ लेट्स talk about what are the things that could have been mentioned here. See, now as far as again the introduction to this particular question is concerned, so this is question number 2. Introduction is concerned, you could have mentioned any of these comments made by the CJI or by the PM or by the law minister. इन किसी भी चीज को आप mention कर सकते थे. Again, specific comment किसी को याद थोड़ी ना रहेगा. You have to mention broadly what has been stated by them. You could have mentioned that. You could have mentioned about how usually judicial system in India is inaccessible to the poor, to the needy. You could have mentioned about under trials. 70% of the people in India, those who are in prisons, are under trials. And out of these people, most of the people belong to either SC, ST, minority, women, or any of the marginalized sections of the society. That means that they do not have enough resources to avail of legal expensive counsel or aid for themselves and to save themselves from the judicial system or from the case in which they have been indicted. Then you could have mentioned here, another thing that you could have mentioned is constitutional provisions that relate to free legal aid. So you could have mentioned about, of course, Article 39A. You could have mentioned about Article 22 Clause 1. You could have even made a mention of Article 21 of the Constitution. You could have simply mentioned about Husainara Khatun case. That in Husainara Khatun versus State of Bihar, the Supreme Court of India stated that right to free legal aid is a part of right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution. यहाँ से भी आप introduction दे सकते थे. But it was important to mention constitutional provisions in your answer if you are to get the marks out of the examiner. बात याद रखिएगा, आधे आधे नंबर की ही फाइट है एक एक नंबर की ही फाइट है, अदरवाइज आंसर तो सभी लिख कर आएंगे, सभी को मिल जाएंगे 3-4 नंबर। तो किसको 10 नंबर के क्वेश्चन में 5 मिलेंगे ना, या 6 मिलेंगे या 5.5 मिलेंगे, दैट इज व्हाट इज गोइंग टू मेक द डिफरेंस अल्टीमेटली इन दी फाइनल मेरिट लिस्ट। वही है सारा डिफरेंस, बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है। सबसे बड़ी गलती कैंडिडेट्स ये करते हैं कि उनको लगता है कि पिछली बार नहीं हुआ, कम मार्क्स आए तो मैं और मेहनत करूंगा बहुत सारी, जाके मैं फिर से वापस से सारी चीजें पढ़ूंगा। कोई फायदा नहीं है, जो पढ़ा है उसी के ऊपर बिल्ड कीजिएगा बस। डोंट थिंक कि आपने पहले जो मेहनत की है वो बेकार है। यूज दैट ऑल्सो एंड एड टू दैट बाय getting some extra information from here and there, from the newspapers, etc., and all of that. That is what your approach should be. Now, in this, when we talk about the constitutional provisions, then who are the people? So, एक बार आपने mention कर दिया, then you give a brief introduction, very brief introduction about Nalsa Act, right? That this was an act that was enacted by the Parliament in 1987 under the provisions of Article 39A to provide legal justice, to provide legal aid, to ensure the free and the fair functioning of the legal system in India and to make it more accessible to the citizens of the country. Who are the people? Those who are entitled to free legal aid. So then you would say that under NALSA, various people are entitled to free legal aid in India. Who are these people? You could have mentioned women, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes. You could have mentioned the children, disabled, industrial workers, people those who are victims of disasters, natural disasters, etc. People those who have been affected by natural disasters. और ये सब NCERT में mentioned है, मैं अपनी मर्जी से नहीं बना के बोल रहा हूं, ये सब बातें ध्यान रखिएगा। Victims of trafficking, तो ऐसा किसी को लगे कि अरे हमने तो ये सब पढ़ा ही नहीं पढ़ा तो आपकी गलती है। Victims of trafficking, etc. All of these people are entitled to free legal aid. Then, if you see the question, it says assess the role of NALSA in providing free legal aid. The key word is assess, which means that you should talk about how NALSA has played a crucial role in providing free legal aid, but there are certain shortcomings as well. Now let me give a surprise to you, and the surprise is that in this particular question UPSC had covered everything. ना इस Indian Express had covered everything. इसमें Indian Express ने जो प्रेजेंट सिस्टम है उसके अंदर क्या क्या नए और इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं उन्होंने बताया हुआ है। जस्टिस अल्तमस कबीर व्हेन ही वाज सीजीआई ऑफ इंडिया, व्हाट वर द इनिशिएटिव्स दैट हैव बीन टेकन, टेक्नोलॉजी इनिशिएटिव्स दैट हैव बीन टेकन रिलेटेड टू नालसा, फ्री लीगल एड, एक्सेट्रा। कमेंट्स मेंशन्ड हैं लॉ मिनिस्टर के, प्राइम मिनिस्टर के, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के। एवरीथिंग यू कुड हैव यूज्ड फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर आर्टिकल ओनली हैड यू ऑफ कोर्स read this article and had you been reading newspapers. Anyway, so free legal aid, etc. Who are the people? Those who are entitled to. So now we have to assess the role. So first we can talk about the positive aspects or what have been the outcomes of the successful initiatives taken by NALSA with respect to providing free legal aid in India. So you could have mentioned that they have played a very important role in spreading legal awareness. Right? They have played a very important role in spreading legal awareness among people. For example, every year, annually, there is a legal services day that is celebrated, which is managed by NALSA. They try to conduct legal awareness camps all across the country. You could have mentioned that NALSA has played a very important role in setting up legal aid clinics from time to time in some of the most backward and marginalized places of the society so that people can get access to legal aid with respect to the litigation that they have got into. You can also talk about that it has played a very important role in providing financial support to State Legal Services Authority and District Legal Services Authority as well. इनको भी financial support, technical assistance provide करने के अंदर NALSA has played a very important role. You can also talk about the NALSA playing an important role in setting up various clubs in colleges, schools related to legal awareness. So that also is a very important role which has been played by them. You can talk about the training of the paralegal volunteers which has been provided by training of paralegal volunteers in order to create people, those who can volunteer for providing legal aid to the citizens and need not necessarily approach the advocates or the various lawyers, etc. You can talk about Nyayadeep, which is an official newsletter of NALSA, which tells people about various activities, initiatives that have been taken by NALSA. You can talk about setting up of conciliation centers in various states and districts by NALSA in order to resolve the issues, disputes through ADR process. You could talk about setting up of Lok Adalats by NALSA every now and then in order to dispose of large number of cases and litigation that are affecting the Indian judicial system. Right? So बहुत सारे initiatives हैं. अगर आप वो article पढ़ेंगे उसमें आपको बहुत सारी चीजें मिलेंगी that you could have written down related to this. But then see, please do understand, it says assess. So that means there we should briefly mention about certain shortcomings as well. Now you could have mentioned these shortcomings in the conclusion also. ये आप अपने conclusion में भी mention कर सकते थे. So what are the shortcomings that you could have mentioned? You could have talked about that there is limited awareness among people related to the aid that they can get under NALSA, how they need to avail of that free legal aid. लोगों को पता नहीं होता है. People don't really have much of an understanding of how they can avail free legal aid. You could have talked about that they are constrained due to lack of resources, human resources, volunteers, money to conduct legal awareness camps, to conduct legal aid clinics. You could have also talked about that often the quality of legal aid that is provided through NALSA is not of the highest standards because it is free. So you can only get quality of a certain extent when you don't pay something. When you don't pay for a particular service, right? So you could have mentioned these particular things and then you could have wrapped up the answer possibly by writing what more can be done, or you could have just wrapped it up here only. Depends again on how much you have already written, etc. and all of those things. But क्योंकि question assess है, ये shortcomings वाला aspect mention करना बहुत जरूरी है. It is very crucial to mention the aspect related to the shortcomings of the NALSA and the functioning of the NALSA as well. Is this clear to everyone? Right? Again, fairly very simple question. I would again put this particular question also in the category of the easy questions that were asked by UPSC this year. Right? This was a question that was asked by UPSC in 2013 related to NALSA. And there is a question which was asked, as I was saying, in 16, 17, ऐसे कुछ अभी recently भी पूछा था उन्होंने, related again to NALSA. Right? So if I were to give an assessment of this particular question, अब यही होता है कि when everyone else has read the NCERT, but आप जो है लगे हुए थे कुछ इधर उधर की चीजों के अंदर, तो फिर this is what happens to people, right? You end up getting into this kind of state only. Anyway, so then next let's talk about this third question. The states in India seem reluctant to empower urban local bodies both functionally as well as financially. Comment. Okay, so states in India tend to have a reluctance to give powers to empower the urban local bodies both functionally as well as financially. Now here you must notice one thing. The question is specifically talking about empowering of the urban local bodies. So this question is about urban governance. This question is about the urban local bodies is what you need to keep in mind. Now, what are the ways in which you could possibly introduce this question? So you could say, एक तो उससे पहले, what was the reason why this question was asked? अरे ये तो छोड़ो बात, उससे और इंपॉर्टेंट बात है. 30 साल हो गए हैं, 30th year of enacting 74th Constitutional Amendment Act and setting up local bodies and giving them constitutional status. ये है सबसे बड़ा reason. And then this was again discussed in the newspapers as well. Newspapers में भी आया ये particular topic. So milestone 30 years of local bodies, previous year questions and number of newspaper editorials that were asked related to this particular topic. I would also categorize this topic as easy. Only thing is, what are the examples that you will give? वहां पे आप ये सब एग्जाम्पल्स यूज कर सकते हैं, जैसे उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र का एग्जाम्पल दिया या जो भी और एग्जाम्पल्स हैं. दिल्ली का एग्जाम्पल है, इतने दिन यहां पे कूड़ा पड़ा रहा क्योंकि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट वाज ब्लेमिंग दी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दैट दे आर नॉट गिविंग इनफ मनी टू दी म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ दिल्ली. फिर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव भी थे दिल्ली के अंदर, कैपिटल ऑफ द कंट्री. पहली बार देखा कि म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव में भी इतने सारे रिसोर्सेज लगे, वेयर द नेशनल लीडर्स आर कमिंग एंड campaigning during the municipal elections. So of course there were a number of articles that came in the newspapers. एक article आया which was, again I believe that if an article is previous year questions, है ना, there were number of previous year questions that were asked by UPSC related to this. So there was one that was asked in 2020 where they had stated that the strength and the sustenance of local institutions in India has shifted from their formative phase of functions, functionaries and funds to contemporary stage of functionality. Highlight critical challenges faced by local institutions. To what extent, in your opinion, has decentralization of power in India changed the governance landscape at grassroots? And then the local self-government has not proved to be effective instrument of governance. और ऐसे सवाल, ढेरों सवाल आ चुके हैं. लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट में हमेशा मैंने एक ही बात बोली है कि एक बस बेसिक कंटेंट तैयार करके जाना है आपको, एंड देन आफ्टर दैट एवरीथिंग बिकम्स वेरी इजी, बिकॉज यूपीएससी उन्हीं टॉपिक्स के अराउंड घूमती रहती है लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट में. एक ही है ये सब क्वेश्चन, ऑल ऑफ देम आर सेम थिंग. जो आदमी प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन करके गया होगा उसने बोला होगा कि यार ये तो सेम ही वही सवाल पूछ लिया फिर से जो पहले पूछा था, व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस? एंड ट्रूथ इज देयर इज नॉट मच ऑफ अ डिफरेंस, राइट? There was an article that had come in the newspaper written by Pratap Bhanu Mehta. Now Pratap Bhanu Mehta is of course one of the eminent scholars who keeps expressing his views in Indian Express from time to time on important debatable issues related to the functioning of the Indian politics, Indian polity, federalism, whatever. So nobody loves local government. 30 years after 73rd and 74th Amendment, decentralization of power and resources is more showy than real. So it's more of a show, but in reality we haven't really done much on this particular issue. So again, introduction could have been setting that 30-year context itself, right? So let's talk about what would have been the approach that we would have taken in this particular question. So question number 3, introduction. In the introduction you could have mentioned about 30 years of local self-governance in India, especially the urban local bodies. You could have talked about something, ek घिसा-पिटा quote hai, that cities are engines of growth of any economy. By 2050, 50% of India's population will be living in the urban centers. It is important to ensure good urban governance in order to ensure rapid economic growth of the country. You could have mentioned that. You could have mentioned a statistic that has come related to the cities in India very recently, that several cities of India feature in the most polluted cities of the world. Yes, sir, as per surveys that have been done, that include cities such as Lucknow, Kanpur, Delhi, Bombay. All of these cities are included. You could have talked about the number of other issues that you keep facing in the cities. कुछ बड़े-बड़े events होते रहते हैं where we witness that urban flooding has become such a problem. We have witnessed urban floods now in Chennai. We have witnessed urban floods in Delhi. We have witnessed urban floods in Hyderabad. We have witnessed urban floods in Udaipur. We have, मतलब कोई city बची नहीं है इंडिया की. Bombay, almost all the big cities of India have been flooded due to excessive rains or due to poor water management and poor drainage, etc. and all of that. You could have mentioned that. And you could have mentioned that in the introduction, and then you could have related it to the reluctance of the state governments to empower the urban local bodies in India. Now see, there was one way of introducing this particular question. You could have also talked about achievements. ये मेरे को लगता है कि इस क्वेश्चन में आपको एक पासिंग रेफरेंस जरूर देना चाहिए था that there have been certain achievements of the urban local bodies in India as well. For example, you can talk about women representation. You could have talked about large number of elected representatives, so people have started to get at least some say in the functioning of the government in India. You could have mentioned about these bodies acting as a channel for sharing power with the local population. Decentralization का एक बहुत अच्छा तरीका रहा है ये. So it has been a very important tool of decentralization. Again, लंबी चौड़ी कहानी बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, बस इतने ही पॉइंट्स मेंशन करने या डायग्राम बना दीजिएगा, एक गोला बनाइए and write down achievements of the urban local bodies and just write down 3-4 points. There is no need to explain because question का क्रक्स ये नहीं है, ये तो हम additional information दे रहे हैं एग्जाम को, एग्जामिनर को एक context set करने के लिए, right? So you could have talked about all of these things. Then let's talk about what are the reasons. एक तो ये हमें बात करनी है for the states to not share powers financially and functionally with the urban local bodies, and what are examples of this. So what are the reasons because of which states are reluctant to share? दो aspects पे पूछा है क्वेश्चन ने, functional empowerment and financial empowerment of the urban local bodies in India. Functional and financial empowerment. So firstly, what are the reasons? I always explain this in a manner. आपने वो सब सीरियल तो देखे ही होंगे, एकता कपूर वाले, है ना, सास भी कभी बहू थी and all of that. उसमें क्या होता है? When the daughter-in-law comes into the house, तो जो mother-in-law है वो बड़ी insecure हो जाती है, and she then tries to do things जिससे कि जो बहू है वो अपने कंट्रोल में रहे. She doesn't want to let go of the power. भाई मैंने 25-30 साल ये घर संभाला है, अब अचानक से कोई बाहर से आके जो है मेरे घर पे राज करेगा, ऐसा तो नहीं होगा. So she is already reluctant to share power with the daughter-in-law, है ना. तो ये है सेंटर और स्टेट की कहानी. अब छोटी बहू आ गई तो सबसे बड़ा खतरा किसको है? बड़ी बहू को. It is the elder daughter-in-law which is under maximum threat as a result of the younger daughter-in-law coming into the house, not the mother-in-law. Mother-in-law तो चलो ठीक है, वो तो अब indifferent हो चुकी है ना, उसने बोला एक आई है दूसरी आ गई, ठीक है. It's the elder daughter-in-law who's feeling threatened now कि मैंने इतनी लड़ झगड़ के इससे पावर ली, अब ये दूसरी आ गई है मेरे सर पे बैठने के लिए. This is what local self governments are. और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स की प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हमारे को पूरी तरीके से इन्वॉल्व भी नहीं किया. तुमने हमारे ऊपर, हमसे तो पूछा नहीं किससे शादी करनी है इसकी, छोटे बेटे की, तुम लेकर आ गए, हमारी मर्जी के लेकर आते तो देन वी वुड हैव हैड सम कंट्रोल. अब तुमने लेके आए हो तो तुम ही डील करो इससे, मैं तो नहीं कर रही. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू गिव माई पावर. तो वही हो रहा है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट फिर अपने किटी से पैसा निकाल के जो है लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट को दे रही है, अंडर एमजी नरेगा, अंडर JNNURM, दिस दैन दैट एंड एवरीथिंग. This is what is the situation between the 3 tiers of government in India. So basic point is that first is that state governments, अब देखिए जो खुद भिखारी है वो दूसरे को क्या पैसा देगा? State governments in India are under a massive fiscal debt. State governments in India are not in a very good fiscal position. आप देख लीजिएगा finances states के. तो जब उनके पास खुद के पास पैसा नहीं है तो वो कहां से लोकल बॉडीज को पैसा देने लगे? सो स्टेट्स रिलक्टेंस इज बिकॉज ऑफ द स्टेट फिनेंसेस, पुअर स्टेट ऑफ स्टेट फिनेंसेस. State themselves are so poor that they are not willing to share powers with the local governments, right? So that is one thing. Another thing that you can say is that the attitude towards local governments. A lot of people in the state governments believe that local governments are dens of corruption. Local governments are full of ignorant people. अनपढ़ लोग हैं, नहीं कुछ कर पाएंगे. इनकी क्या पावर है, हमारे सामने क्या मजाल है इनकी. I have been elected as an MLA, मेरे को 4 लाख वोट मिले हैं. इस आदमी को कितने मिले हैं? 5,000 वोट. हाउ कैन ही बी टेलिंग मी व्हाट इज टू बी डन एंड व्हाट इज नॉट टू बी डन? So there is an attitude of condescension that we have. Pratap Banu Mehta also mentions in that article that we look at the local self-governments in India in a very condescending manner. We do not tend to look at them in a very positive way. So that is also one of the things that you can talk. Third is, अब देखिए, ससुर भी तो है घर में, उसका क्या? ब्यूरोक्रेसी, वही ससुर है. See, the father-in-law is also there at home. He says कि यार ये सब क्या चला रहे हैं? I am the one who has worked hard all my life, earned money and got the house and everything, and now these women are going to run the house. I am the one who will be running the house. So bureaucratic attitude is also one of the reasons. Bureaucracy is not willing to let go of its powers and give it to the local self-government. They say कि यार ये तो हमारा एरिया है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट का राजा मैं हूं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर बोल रहा है, तो ये कौन है? पंचायत का सरपंच और जिला परिषद का अध्यक्ष और ये सब. आई डोंट वांट ऑल ऑफ दीज पीपल. मैं इतनी मेहनत करके आया हूं यूपीएससी का एग्जाम देके, मेरी बात सुनो. See, that is the truth. Bureaucratic apathy and bureaucratic attitude of again condescension towards the local self-governments is also one of the reasons for the state governments to be reluctant to share powers with the local self-governments. And then you could also talk about that the performance of the local self-governments has been discouraging. It's not that the local self-governments themselves have done a great job. So that itself has been very discouraging for the state governments to share or devolve powers to them. These are some of the reasons that you will mention. Now, what are the examples of this? Functional. You could say, for example, mention that state governments have still not performed what is called as activity mapping. That is exactly which tier of local government is supposed to do what has not been defined clearly. They haven't really given the functions as well. So devolution of functions also has not happened properly. Out of all the functions that have been mentioned in Schedule 12 of the Constitution that must be devolved to the local governments in India, not all have been devolved to the local governments or to the bodies. Then you can also talk about setting up of parastatal bodies, which is bodies which are formed parallel to the urban local bodies that are performing functions similar to that of urban local bodies. Example दीजिएगा, दिल्ली जल बोर्ड, DDA, BDA, बैंगलोर डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी, DDA, दिल्ली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी. अगर दिल्ली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी दिल्ली का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करेगी तो म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन क्या करेगी? अगर DJB आपके घर पे पानी सप्लाई करेगा, then what is the municipal corporation going to do? So parastatal bodies have been set up. This is also another example that you can set up. You can say that development plans by the local bodies are subject to approval from state government. They are subject to approval from state government. तो ये हो गए 4-5 पॉइंट. फिनेंशियल में लिखिएगा. फिनेंशियल में you can mention that almost 40% of the money which is received by the urban local bodies in India 2012-13 से लेके to 2016-17, almost 40% of the funds received by the urban local bodies in India were through intergovernmental transfer. That is, they don't have much of money of their own. So you can mention that also. Own sources of revenue are very less. Own sources of revenue are not enough. Only 47% of the money on an average that is raised by the Panchayati Raj institutions in India are through their own sources. 40% comes through intergovernmental transfers and some other through the other sources. So they don't have much financial power as well. States have not been willing to share financial powers with them. You can also talk about central government often bypasses state governments to give money to urban local bodies, JNNU RM. This creates a bad relationship between the state government and between the urban local bodies. वही वाली बात कि अगर सास ने अब पैसे डायरेक्टली छोटी बहू को देने शुरू कर दिए, now the elder one is feeling insecure that जो पैसा मेरे को आना था वो इसको दे रहे हैं डायरेक्टली. So she is feeling insecure, not having control over the finances of the house. Same matter is happening here as well. Then you could also mention about that often the loans that are given to the urban local bodies by the state governments are at very high interest rate. या local bodies को permission नहीं दी जाती है. You can also mention that to raise taxes, urban local bodies require approval from state government. Require approval from state government. तो ये examples हो गए of some of the activities that are compromising the interest of the or the functioning of the empowerment of the urban local bodies in India. और examples दीजिए जितना हो सकता है. You could have mentioned that current affairs example of how there was a tussle between state government and between central government over the non-payment of the salaries of the workers of MCD in Delhi. Parties mention करने की जरूरत नहीं है, but even if you just broadly mention these things, that would be enough. Is that clear to everyone? And then you conclude this particular answer by mentioning some of the recommendations. Ishar Judge Ahluwalia report was there. That had made some recommendations to improve the finances of the local bodies. The second ARC made recommendations on this. और आप पूछ सकते हैं previous batches में, हम क्लास में ये डिस्कस करते हैं. See again, this is not to say that those who are not attending my classes or those who have not enrolled with us, they can't do this. ये सब कुछ all out in the open है. But ये basic preparation का aspect है. मैंने बोला था इस बार कैंडिडेट्स को, आप पूछ लीजिएगा कि अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज के फाइनेंसेस पे क्वेश्चन आने की एक्सपेक्टेशन है. और इस साल की बात नहीं है, मैं तो 5 साल से बोल रहा हूं दैट दे विल आस्क अ क्वेश्चन ऑन फाइनेंसेस ऑफ अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, बिकॉज इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में भी ये बहुत बार बात कवर हो चुकी है. इट हैज बीन कवर्ड सेवरल टाइम्स इन इकोनॉमिक सर्वे एज वेल. आप जाके देखिएगा 16-17 का इकोनॉमिक सर्वे, 15-16 का इकोनॉमिक सर्वे, यू विल फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ कंटेंट ऑन दिस. सो यूपीएससी ऐसा ही नहीं है कि हवा में बस सवाल कहीं से भी पूछ ले रही है. इज समथिंग दैट यू नीड टू कीप इन माइंड. इज दिस क्लियर टू एवरीवन? Can we proceed further? Right? So, अब previous year question देख के जाने थे, नहीं देखे तो नसीरुद्दीन शाह has a comment for you. ठीक है? Anyway, so now let's look at the next question. Next question, again, very expected question. I don't think there was anything difficult about this question. Easy question again. Comparison of Indian constitution with that of the other countries is a recurring theme in the examination. Lot of students come and ask me, sir, what all constitution should we read? Only comparison of Indian constitution with that of America and Britain. That is it. Any other thing will depend upon newspaper. Once they asked comparison of Indian president's election with that of French president last year, because there was news about it. Numerous newspaper articles had come related to the election of the French president and the concept of cohabitation, etc. and all of those things. Right? So, now in this particular question, inspiration, topic of the syllabus, absolutely no surprises about that at all. Basic features of the constitution. I would say this, that this question was moderate because इसको लिखना उतना आसान नहीं है. इसमें writing skill का ज़्यादा important role है than your knowledge as such. Right? So now, how do we write the answer to this question? Again, see, please understand this. Whatever I am telling, ऐसा नहीं है कि यही बस एक तरीका है आंसर लिखने का. But in my opinion, I would have written answers like this. Maybe you could have a different style of writing answers and still get same or maybe more marks. It's ultimately a subjective examination is what you need to keep in mind. Now, in this question, firstly, in introduction, you must explain the concept of parliamentary sovereignty. Explain the concept of what is parliamentary sovereignty. What is parliamentary sovereignty? Parliamentary sovereignty is a concept according to which Parliament shall be the supreme authority to make laws and in legal domain in a nation state. That is what is the concept of parliamentary supremacy or parliamentary sovereignty. You would say that Britain has adopted this concept of parliamentary sovereignty or supremacy. Why? Because in Britain, first the British Parliament came into existence. और फिर ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट ने उनका कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनाया है. In fact, in Britain, you can mention that Parliament writes the constitution every day, because every law that is made by the Parliament of Britain, every ordinary law made by the British Parliament is a part of their constitution. There is no distinction between a constitutional law and between the ordinary law in case of Britain. Whereas in India, you will say that we have adopted the concept of a written constitution, where we had a specially elected body to write the constitution first, which was the Constituent Assembly of India. And then in India, all the institutions of the state have been formed as a result of the Indian Constitution, which includes the Indian Parliament as well. So you would say that in India, the Parliament is also supposed to function within the four walls of the Constitution. Parliament को भी चार दीवारी में काम करने की जरूरत है Constitution के. ये है. We follow the concept of constitutional supremacy and not parliamentary sovereignty or parliamentary supremacy. अब यहां पर एक अच्छा कैंडिडेट जो है, in my opinion, would also give the reason for why we went for this particular model and not this. जब ये था और ये जब ब्रिटेन ऑलरेडी इंडिया में फॉलो कर रहा था, तो हमने ये क्यों नहीं किया, ये क्यों किया? Why did we go for the American system of having a written constitution in place? Because of our experience with the British parliamentary sovereignty in the past. See, British parliamentary sovereignty prevents you from excesses of the executive, but it does not guarantee protection from the excesses of the legislature. The problem is that during the British rule, we had witnessed that how even the parliament can be compromised against the interest of the citizens. And that is why we went for the American system. तो ये reason लिखना जरूरी है introduction में ही. And then, since the question says that you have to compare and contrast the concept of parliamentary sovereignty in India with that of United Kingdom, you must mention what are the differences, what are the differing approach, what is the contrasting approach that we see. The first difference, of course, is that in India, the courts have the powers of judicial review that extends not only on what? Executive action. In India, the court can not only check the executive action, जो कि ब्रिटेन का सिस्टम है. Rather, in India, we follow the concept where judicial review extends to parliamentary or legislative actions as well. First point. Second, very important is that in Britain, they do not have a concept of fundamental rights. In India, we have fundamental rights that limit the powers of the state, of the legislature, to make a law against the fundamental rights. We have protection of article, which article? 13. Protection of article 13. That there can be no law that can be made against the fundamental rights. ब्रिटेन में तो नहीं है ये सब कुछ. Then you could also talk about that how in India we have divided legislative powers between whom? किसके बीच में डिवाइड किया लेजिस्लेटिव पावर? यस, सो यूनियन एंड स्टेट्स अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रोविजंस ऑफ आर्टिकल 246 एंड शेड्यूल 7. देयर इज नो सच अरेंजमेंट इन ब्रिटेन. All the legislative power has been given to the parliament alone. There is absolutely no distribution of powers that is happening in legislative matters between the union and the states or anything like that in Britain. You could also talk about doctrine of basic structure, which is not a part of Indian constitution, but has been evolved as a result of jurisprudence, has been evolved as a result of judgments of the court. So doctrine of basic structure, which says that the parliament has limited powers to amend the constitution. In Britain, there is no such concept. और कोशिश कीजिएगा जब आप ये सब चीजें लिखें तो अमेरिका का भी कुछ कुछ एग्जाम्पल लेकर आइएगा कि हमारे यहां पे फंडामेंटल राइट्स का कॉन्सेप्ट अमेरिका से इंस्पायर्ड जो है उसके अकॉर्डिंग लॉ कैन नॉट बी मेड अगेंस्ट द फंडामेंटल राइट्स. So you have to be smart enough to keep giving examiner more reasons to give you marks. More reason to give you more marks. Please understand that. And that for that you have to be sharp in your thinking. You have to keep your mind open to all the possibilities while you're writing the answers. और ये exam में नहीं होगा देखिए जाके सीधा एकदम जादू. This has to be done before the examination by practicing questions. Previous year questions, test series questions, challenging yourself with different questions. That is what you should be doing if you have to be doing well in this examination. You could also talk about one more thing. You could talk about veto powers of the president in India. You could give example of suspensive veto used by Dr. Kalam in Office of Profit Bill in 2006. In Britain, since 1709, since Queen Anne, there has not been a single instance in which the crown has interfered in the law-making exercise of the parliament. In India, there have been instances where the president has sent the bill back for the reconsideration of the legislature, or you could also talk about the pocket veto of the President of India in Post Office Amendment Bill by by Gyani Jail Singh, the President of India at that point of time. So you could have mentioned all of this. ये आपने mention कर देना था तो फिर last में आपने finally conclusion ये देना था that even though India and Britain both have adopted parliamentary systems, even though both have given legal powers to make legislations to parliament in both the countries, but there is a lot of difference because in India the powers of the parliament are severely restricted according to the constitution. बस ऐसे ही खत्म कर देना था खत्म बात. This is what you could have done in this answer. Or see, you could have, जो हमने introduction में बात करी थी ना, that what is the reason for India to adopt this system, you could have mentioned that in the conclusion of your answer. Depends completely on you again. Is that understood? ये समझ में आ रहा है ना सबको, या सर के ऊपर से निकल रहा है? देखिए कोई भी इसमें मुश्किल सवाल है नहीं, सच्चाई तो ये है. इफ यू रीड योर एनसीईआरटीज एक्सेट्रा प्रॉपर्ली, आई डोंट थिंक दैट देयर वुड हैव बीन एनी प्रॉब्लम. नेक्स्ट, डिस्कस द रोल ऑफ प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स ऑफ स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर्स इन मेंटेनिंग ऑर्डर एंड इम्पार्शियलिटी. अब देखिए, अब क्वेश्चंस अगर कंपैरिजन से आएंगे, पिछले वाले क्वेश्चन की बात कर रहा हूं, सो आपको बस इतना ही करना है, इंडिया का सिस्टम पढ़ते हुए यूके और यूएस से कंपैरिजन अपना कॉन्स्टेंटली करते रहिएगा. लॉट ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स कम टू मी आफ्टर द क्लासेस एंड से कि सर आपने कंपैरिजन ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं पढ़ाया. अगर मैं कंपैरिजन ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अलग से टॉपिक पढ़ाने लग जाऊं तो उसी के लिए 50 क्लासेस चाहिए मुझे. We have to, while studying the Indian constitution, compare it with the constitutions of the other countries of the world, including that of Britain and USA. Most importantly, only of these countries. और इधर उधर का मत पढ़िएगा. कोई बोल रहा है सर चाइना का पढ़ना है क्या? सऊदी अरेबिया का भी पढ़ ले. उसको क्यों छोड़ रहे हो फिर? You have to understand that we have to limit our preparation to a certain extent. Otherwise, it will become impossible to prepare and to consolidate at the end of the preparation before the examination. Now, next, this question says that discuss the role of presiding officers of state legislatures in maintaining order and impartiality in conducting legislative work and in facilitating best democratic practices. So you have to talk about the role, the importance of the presiding officers of state legislatures in maintaining order and impartiality in the way the house is conducted. अब ये बड़ी interesting सी बात है that UPSC in the past has asked questions related to Speaker's office. But this year, Speaker of Lok Sabha, this year they asked a question related to state legislatures presiding officers. What could be the inspiration? Maharashtra case. Absolutely, Maharashtra case. Where there has been a lot of arguments that have been made in the Supreme Court and questions have been raised over the way the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly Speaker has conducted himself in a partial manner, in a dubious manner. So that was the inspiration for the question. And there was in January a meeting or a conference of all India presiding officers. Meeting or conference also happened. तो उसमें भी कुछ important points raise किए गए थे. That is why this particular question was asked. Right? So as far as the inspiration for this question is concerned, recurring theme in current affairs, previous year questions on speaker. आपको ये नहीं सोचना कि अरे मैंने स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर के तो प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर पढ़ा ही नहीं, अरे वही है सेम, उसी को बस आपको ऑल्टर करके स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर के अकॉर्डिंग लिख देना है, एंड दैट्स इट, दैट वुड बी इनफ. So you have to mention that in state legislatures there is a position of, in the state legislative assembly there is a position of speaker and deputy speaker. They play a very crucial role in ensuring the independence of the independent and the free and the fair and the impartial functioning of the state legislature. What are some of the ways in which they ensure that? So let us discuss about that quickly. So what is the important role that is played by the presiding officers of state legislatures? अब सबसे पहला तो वही इशू आएगा जो न्यूज में था. व्हाट वाज दैट? रिलेटेड टू व्हाट? व्हाट इज द इशू दैट वाज इन न्यूज? किस पावर ऑफ प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर के रिलेटेड न्यूज में सारा ये सब कुछ था? भाई पावर्स रिलेटेड टू एंटी डिफेक्शन, पावर्स रिलेटेड टू एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ. You must mention that in order the presiding officer has been given the final authority to decide the defections and disqualification under anti-defection law, but there have been several instances of allegations against the presiding officers for acting in a biased manner. You would mention possibly about Maharashtra case. You could also mention about the instance of Andhra Pradesh, Manipur, Arunachal, several states where the presiding officer has failed to take an action on disqualification of members under ADL, anti-defection law. आदमी दूसरी पार्टी में स्विच करके मिनिस्टर बन गया, तब भी डिस्क्वालीफाई नहीं किया गया, उसको डिसीजन लिया ही नहीं. अभी भी आप देखिएगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उन्हें बोला है कि प्लीज कुछ कीजिए, इतने महीने हो गए, व्हाई हैवंट यू डिस्क्वालिफाइड दीस पीपल दोज़ हु हैव स्विच्ड देयर पार्टीज? नथिंग हैज बीन डन. सो दैट इज वन. सेकंड इज यू कैन टॉक अबाउट फ्लोर टेस्ट. व्हेन कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन, नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन हैज टू हैपन ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस, it is important that the speaker must act in an impartial manner. You can talk about the money bills, whether a particular bill should be declared as a money bill or not. This decision is also in the hands of the presiding officer only. often there have been instances where there have been allegations that have been made that presiding officer has acted in a high-handed manner or has acted in a partial manner on discussion, on declaring certain bills as money bills. You may mention that presiding officers play a very important role of maintaining decorum in the house. For this, they can even take actions against the members of the house by suspending them. But there have been again cases where allegations have been raised that the speaker has acted in the favor of the ruling party and has gone soft on their members as compared to the members of the opposition when it comes to taking disciplinary action against the members of the legislature. You can mention that he plays a very important role in acceptance or rejection of various motions in the house. There have been again allegations made by opposition members that we wanted discussion on a particular issue, the presiding officer did not accept our demand. We wanted to introduce adjournment motion, we wanted to introduce no confidence motion, the presiding officer did not accept our demand. He has to ensure equal time or ensure equal opportunity for members of all the political parties to speak in the house. There also, there have been allegations. You will mention that. And then once you have mentioned all of these things, then you mention what are some of the measures that can be taken in order to overcome this particular issue. क्या measures लिए जा सकते हैं इस position को और impartial बनाने के लिए, independent बनाने के लिए. You can mention that we can adopt the principle of once a speaker, always a speaker. You can mention that we can adopt the practice in India that the presiding officer must resign from his political party after getting elected as the Speaker of the House. You can mention that there must be a committee of the House, ये Britain में follow होता है, to decide over whether a bill is a money bill or not. And this decision should not be taken by the presiding officer unilaterally. We must try to adopt best practices from some of the other countries of the world, including UK and so on and so forth. आप कुछ examples भी दे सकते हैं यहाँ पे, सोमनाथ चैटर्जी का example और बहुत सारे ऐसे example हैं where people acted in an unbiased manner. So state legislatures, presiding officers can also learn from these examples. Is this understood to everyone? Right? So again, I would say simple question, nothing rocket science about this question. Next question was question number 7, related to the Competition Commission of India. Now there is a topic that has been provided in your syllabus which is regulatory bodies. That is one reason because of which this question was asked. देखिए ये question कह रहा है, you have to discuss the role of Competition Commission of India, a body, a regulatory body that has been created in India to prevent anti-competitive practices, to prevent formation of cartels, to protect the consumer interest, to protect the interest of the consumers against any anti-competitive behavior by the big companies. It says that discuss the role of Competition Commission of India in containing the abuse of dominant position by MNCs in India. How do you prevent the dominant position that can be established by the MNCs in India, and how the Competition Commission has played an important role in this? It says refer to the recent decisions in this particular matter. Can anyone tell me a recent incident related to this particular thing? Yes, sir. Yes. Google was slapped with a penalty by Competition Commission of India exceeding 1200 crore rupees. Because जब आप Google की कंडीशन है कि अगर आप OEM हैं, ओरिजिनल इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, आप मोबाइल फोन बनाते हैं, देन इफ यू वांट प्ले स्टोर ऑन योर प्लेटफॉर्म ऑन योर मोबाइल while selling it to the consumer, then you must have Google search engine, you must have YouTube, you must have Google Chrome and some of the devices or some of the apps installed by default. Google क्या कर रहा है, अपने एक प्रोडक्ट के चक्कर में दूसरे प्रोडक्ट्स को भी जबरदस्ती बेचने की कोशिश कर रहा है. इसको एंटी ट्रस्ट प्रैक्टिस कहते हैं. They are trying to exploit their dominant position in the market. दुनिया भर में इन सब कंपनीज के खिलाफ they have been slapped with penalties which are huge across the world. यूरोपियन यूनियन में भी इनके खिलाफ एक बहुत बड़ी पेनल्टी लग चुकी है. If you remember, in some of you may have attended my governance classes, in that I discussed that how in European Union, in US, cases have been filed against Microsoft as well. How Microsoft killed Netscape Navigator. Netscape Navigator used to be a web browser in the 90s. Microsoft, when it used to sell Windows, तो उसके अंदर प्री इंस्टॉल्ड इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर डाल देते थे ये लोग, जिससे कि नेटस्केप नेविगेटर को खत्म कर देंगे हम एज अ वेब ब्राउजर. और उसमें फिर वो ऑप्शन भी आता रहता है ना इरिटेटिंग सा, कि ये डू यू वांट टू मेक दिस डिफॉल्ट, डू यू वांट टू मेक दिस डिफॉल्ट. और डिफॉल्ट बनवा के रहेगा तुमसे, रोज तुम्हें नोटिफिकेशन देगा. पहले तो वो भी नहीं होता था कि आई डू नॉट वांट टू बी रिमाइंडेड अगेन. तो रोज जब भी आदमी खोलेगा इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर तो उसको आएगा डू यू वांट टू मेक दिस डिफॉल्ट. अरे नहीं बनाना भाई तेरे को डिफॉल्ट, बट इट विल अगेन एंड अगेन गिव दैट. सो दिस वाज द केस एंड गूगल वाज फाइंड विद a penalty of 1200 crore rupees and more by the Competition Commission of India. There were a few cases otherwise as well in the past. There were a few cases where UBL had been slapped with a penalty on the formation of cartels. Cement industry के अंदर there was a cartel formation that was done. That also there was a penalty that was slapped against them, and all of these things. Plus, this topic was in news also because just last year we enacted a law called as the Competition Commission Amendment Act, in which changes have been made. One big change that has been made, और ये सब newspaper में था. One big change that has been made in this law is that now the penalty that will be slapped on these companies will not be according to the relevant revenue, because कोर्ट ने ये डॉक्ट्रिन दी थी कि रेलेवेंट जो रेवेन्यू होगा, मतलब जितना उनका इंडिया में रेवेन्यू उसके अकॉर्डिंग उनके ऊपर पेनल्टी लगाई जाएगी, 10%, 15%, वॉटेवर. अब कर दिया है हमने लॉ को चेंज करके ग्लोबल टर्नओवर. तो अगर कंपनी का ग्लोबल टर्नओवर है जितना भी 500 मिलियन और 100 मिलियन और वॉटेवर इट इज, all of that will be, that percentage of that will be slapped as a penalty on these companies for exploiting their dominant position. So this is what the question is. Now, inspiration of the question: current affairs, Google penalty, Competition Amendment Act, the topic of syllabus, regulatory bodies. I would say it was difficult in terms, it was moderately difficult. It was not difficult. I would not say it was easy also, but moderately difficult. Right? You have to give reference to the changes that have been made in the law and current affairs example as well. Newspaper में again articles आए. Why CCI fined Google over 1300 crore rupees for its Android devices? This is an article from 21st of October 2022 in the Indian Express. एक explained article आया, फिर एक अलग से और article आया. A lot of articles were asked on this particular topic as well. Right? UPSC Essentials, वही जो मैं one word a day वाला था. 26th of October 2022 again. They had discussed what is CCI. Aspirants must know the basic revolving around this statutory body in news. Go beyond the word to learn some associated terms. What are, why competition is needed? What is the major challenge for CCI? MCQs, etc. सब कुछ दिया था इस particular topic में भी. Everything is there in the newspapers only, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But आप लोग अगर current affairs magazine से कहीं आगे चलें तो कुछ बात होगी, है ना? Then only you can expect that you would be able to do something. So otherwise you will be having a face like this only. So now हाँ, और क्या, मतलब I told, एक दो कैंडिडेट्स ने मुझे फोन किया, बोलता सर CCI का क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया, पढ़ा नहीं था. तो मैंने बोला कि बेवकूफ हो तुम, नहीं पढ़ा था तो. भाई आप UPSC को ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते कि ये कहां से पूछ लिया. ऐसे तो सारी बॉडीज पढ़नी पड़ेंगी क्या? सबसे पहला सवाल यही होता है फिर कैंडिडेट का कि सारी बॉडीज पढ़नी पड़ेंगी क्या, मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी क्या? हाँ, मेहनत तो करनी पड़ेगी। What else? Now, anyway, so see, अगर आप मेहनत नहीं करना चाहते तो और कोई है जो मेहनत करना चाहता है, वो क्वालिफाई कर जाएगा। सिंपल सी बात है, कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम है एंड देयर इज नो अदर वे। ये कोई डिग्री एग्जाम नहीं है कि आपको एक सर्टेन नंबर ऑफ बुक्स पढ़ के जानी है, सर्टेन कंटेंट करके जाना है, पास हो जाएगा, डिग्री मिल जाएगी। प्लीज, इफ यू आर appearing in this highly competitive examination, if you're wanting to become an IAS, IPS, IRS, whatever officer, then you must be willing to work hard as well. You must be willing to read newspapers as well. And मैं ये बात कम से कम 3 साल से बोल रहा हूँ, कम से कम 3 साल से, कि न्यूज़पेपर्स को सीरियसली लीजिए, मजाक मत बनाइए न्यूज़पेपर्स का। Don't try to over rely on these current affairs magazines. Current affairs magazines can help you revise things. Current affairs magazine can help you consolidate your understanding. But reading newspapers, there is absolutely no alternate to that. और फिर ये कारण मत लेके आइएगा सर समय कम है। समय कम है तो खुद फिगर आउट कीजिए कैसे करना है। You can't come with this excuse कि समय ही नहीं मिलता हमें। तो मत कीजिए तैयारी, समय नहीं मिलता है तो। But if you are genuinely serious about this examination, then give all that you have. That is all I would suggest. Now, what are the things that will be mentioned here? So, introduction. See, you could have begun the introduction by talking about the relevant current affairs only. Relevant current affairs example of Google News could have been given by you in the introduction. And you would have said that, जब आपने ये mention कर दिया होता, after that you would have said, in this context, the functions that are performed by the CCI are as follows. So what are the functions that are performed by CCI? It is supposed to prevent cartel formation. CCI is supposed to prevent mergers and acquisition that can compromise consumer interest. It is supposed to play an important role in preventing dominant market position for various players. Right? All of these things you could have mentioned. Now, how has CCI played this role? One. And secondly, why do MNCs need to be kept at bay? So you will say that, you will give examples that, see, एक छोटा सा कस्टमर, उसके सामने इतनी बड़ी कंपनी, लाखों करोड़ों की कंपनी, कहां कस्टमर स्टैंड करेगा उसके खिलाफ? कुछ भी वायलेशन होगा कंज्यूमर राइट का, वो कुछ नहीं कर सकता। अगर जो ये टेक कंपनी है वो ज्यादा रेट के ऊपर सर्विसेज बेचना शुरू कर दे तो भी कुछ नहीं कर सकता, बिकॉज नाउ द कंज्यूमर हैज बिकम यूज्ड टू इट। उबर, ओला, परफेक्ट एग्जाम्पल्स। ड्राइवर से पूछिएगा आप, वो कहते हैं कि सर पहले तो हमें बड़े इंसेंटिव मिलते थे, अब नहीं चलाते हम उबर और ओला के अंदर गाड़ी, या आप हमें कैश दे दो। वाई आर दे सेइंग दैट? बिकॉज दे आर सेइंग कि 25% तो ओला ही खा जा रहा है मेरा, या 25% तो उबर ही ले रहे। मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, देखिए ये बात कि मेरे ऊपर डिफेमेशन केस लगा दें ये कंपनीज। दिस इज व्हाट द ड्राइवर्स आर सेइंग। द ड्राइवर्स यूज ओला टू गेट द राइड और फिर कस्टमर को बोलते हैं कि सर आप कैंसिल कर दो, मेरे को कैश दे देना। कुछ केस में तो बोलते कैंसिल भी मत करो, ओटीपी नहीं डालते चालू करने के लिए राइड को। तो मैंने जाके देखा ओला की ऐप के ऊपर, मेरी एक राइड जो है पिछले 1 साल से चल रही है उसके ऊपर, बिकॉज वो राइड स्टार्ट ही नहीं हुई कभी। दैट राइड हैज नेवर स्टार्टेड ओनली। सो द पॉइंट दैट आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक इज दैट it is to prevent the abuse of the consumer, it is to protect the consumer rights. Why CCI has been made? It is to ensure that there is healthy competition in the market so that the customer can get the services at the best price and the best quality of the service as well. So these things have to be mentioned. So why is this important? Is what you need to mention. So this is to ensure that consumer gets best prices. You can say that consumer at times is powerless. in front of these big MNCs. He cannot fight a battle on his own against these companies. You must mention that the consumer must get best service as well. That is also why it is important that Competition Commission of India must continue to do its job. It is also to ensure healthy market economy, where all the market players compete with each other. Healthy market economy. Right? So once you have mentioned this, then you mention specific examples. Because specific examples देने हैं ना, तो एक तो Google वाला example दीजिएगा. Another example that you can give is of UBL, ये Carlsberg वगैरह और ये सब जो है इनके ऊपर भी केस हुआ था. They were slapped with a penalty of almost 500 crores for formation of cartel. There was a few years back, there was a case against the cement industry players as well for formation of cartels. और Google case को थोड़ा explain कीजिएगा, explain that in the answer, है ना? Because you specifically in this context only there was a question that was asked. You can also talk about the dominant position case with respect to Amazon, Flipkart also. So ये Amazon, Flipkart वगैरह क्या कर रहे थे? That they had appointed third party vendors और उनके ऊपर इन्होंने इस तरीके से practices apply की हुई थी that they were trying to prevent competition in the market to sell. उन्होंने exclusive बोल रहे थे कि अगर आप vendor हैं, if you want to sell your products on Amazon तो Amazon पे ही बिकेगा बस. You can't be selling it on other platforms. क्यों नहीं बेचूं मैं और platforms पे? Who are you to tell me? I'm only availing of your platform. You can't be telling me that I can't be selling on other platforms or I can't be telling my product physically. Right? So there were raids that were conducted on the third party offices of the vendors of Amazon, Flipkart, etc. in 2022. You need to mention that. All of these things have to be mentioned. Then once you have mentioned about some of these cases, then see now again, because the question, if you go back to this, is discuss the role of Competition Commission of India. Discuss hai. So that means that we have to talk about some of the shortcomings as well. Some of the flaws in the approach of the Competition Commission of India with respect to this particular matter. क्या लिखेंगे इसमें? One, you can talk about poor enforcement of all the fines that have been provided by Competition Commission of India. They have only collected 1% of the fines. जितना फाइन लगाया उसका केवल 1% ही कलेक्ट किया अभी तक. So companies don't pay heed to them. Another is that companies often file appeals against the decision of Competition Commission of India in NCLAT. और फिर वो इनको लंबी लीगल बैटल में घसीट लेते हैं. Third is you can talk about shortage of resources, staff, etc. at Competition Commission of India, which hampers its functioning in an effective manner. यहां पे आप Competition Commission Act में जो अमेंडमेंट हुआ है वो भी मेंशन कीजिएगा. That this will further strengthen the functioning of Competition Commission. Why? Because they can now slap penalties in proportion to annual global turnover of these companies. Also, another change has been made. If there is any merger and acquisition that is more than 2,000 crore rupees that is happening between any two companies in India, then mandatory approval of CCI is required. This would also further strengthen the functioning of the CCI. You can mention this in conclusion or somewhere earlier as well. Depends on how you want to respond to it. Is this clear to everyone? Clear? Can we proceed further? So regulatory bodies are an important topic. You must prepare related to Competition Commission of India, National Green Tribunal. You must prepare with respect to regulation of higher education in India, UGC, AICTE, what are the problems with their functioning. You must prepare with respect to the regulatory bodies in infrastructure sector, NHAI, etc. and all of that. Again, specifically हर body को prepare करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Even if you prepare the entire regulatory bodies, what is regulation? What are the benefits of regulation? Why is regulation required? What are the shortcomings of regulatory sector in India? इंडिया में रेगुलेटरी एक और जो शॉर्टकमिंग कंपटीशन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया की फंक्शनिंग में भी है वो ये है कि बहुत बार ये नहीं समझ में आता कि केस किसके अंडर आएगा, कंपटीशन कमीशन में जाएगा या फिर दिस मैटर विल बी गोइंग टू सम अदर रेगुलेटरी बॉडी, कुड बी एनएचएआई और एयरपोर्ट. जैसे ट्राई और सीसीआई में एक बार झड़प हो गई थी. टेलीकॉम रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया सेड कि ये टेलीकॉम सेक्टर का केस है, ये हम डील करेंगे. सीसीआई कैसे डील कर रहा है इससे? सो दैट ओवरलैप ऑफ जुरिस्डिक्शन बिटवीन regulatory bodies which are, because CCI is an overall regulator, it is not specifically regulating any one particular sector of the economy, but TRAI is specifically regulating telecom sector. So if there is anti-competitive behavior by any player in telecom sector, who should deal with it, TRAI or CCI? This is something which is anyone's guess. So that also creates a problem. Too many cooks spoil the broth. No, too many regulatory bodies have been created. There is often a term that we use for regulation in India, that in India regulation, there is over and under regulation both. Over regulation because we have too many bodies, under regulation because none of them do their work properly. So that is what is over and under regulation. Or our regulatory regime is very weak. Penalty impose कर रहे हैं पर 1% फाइन कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या फायदा है? So there is no fear of Competition Commission of India. लोगों को पता है कि एनक्लैट में देखेंगे इनको, विल फाइल एन अपील, वहां पे कोई बड़ा लॉयर लेकर आएंगे और हमारे को क्या है, हम वी कैन कंटिन्यू टू पे द मनी. इफ यू आर गूगल, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, इफ यू आर Amazon, उबर, यू हैव अ लॉट ऑफ मनी टू फाइट अगेंस्ट द गवर्नमेंट एंड दीज रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज. इनको उलझा के रखो बैटल के अंदर, लीगल बैटल में कितने भी साल, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? एनीवे, सो दिस इज वन क्वेश्चन. नाउ अनदर क्वेश्चन, very standard question that was asked by UPSC this year was, see again there was another article, competition amendment bill passed in Lok Sabha, how it affects big technology companies. 31st of March 2023 in the Indian Express. मेरे को इंडियन एक्सप्रेस से कोई पैसे नहीं मिल रहे हैं उनकी तारीफ करने के लिए, प्लीज ध्यान रखिएगा. आई विश वो दें, they are not. So now let's look at another question. E-governance as a critical tool of governance has ushered in effectiveness, transparency and accountability in governments. What inadequacies hamper the enhancement of these features? ये इतना घिसा पिटा क्वेश्चन है यूपीएससी का e-governance पे. I was discussing that it feels to me at times that UPSC is not wanting to make any effort also. उनको लगता है कि भाई पिछला वाला उठा ना प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन, उसी को बस थोड़ा चेंज करके डाल दे. ये लोग नहीं पढ़ते हैं प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन, उनको पता है. सो दैट्स व्हाई दे आर रिफर्बिशिंग दीस क्वेश्चंस अगेन एंड अगेन. अदरवाइज इस क्वेश्चन में ऐसा कुछ भी खास नहीं है जो आपको ना पता हो या जो आप में से कोई इसको आंसर ना कर सकता हो. सो फर्स्ट, एंड आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डिस्कस मच अबाउट दिस क्वेश्चन इन दिस क्वेश्चन बिकॉज मेरे को लगता है कि दिस इज बीनीथ my intelligence level that I have to discuss this question, and I will be doubting your intelligence also if I am discussing this question. So inspiration, topic of syllabus, e-governance, previous year questions, newspaper editorials also that have been there. There was one particular newspaper editorial that came in the Hindu on July 25th 2022, और ऐसे बहुत सारे editorials हैं, आप जाके search कीजिएगा. Adding digital layers of indignity, dehumanization is likely outcome when human aspects of governance get outsourced to technologies. आप सब कुछ AI और technology पे छोड़ देंगे और वहां पे आदमी नहीं होगा तो compassion and a whole lot of other things will go missing in governance. Now in this question, in introduction, firstly you must define what is e-governance. So I'm giving you broad structure of this question. I'll just take half a minute on this question. I'll not be giving more time. So in the introduction, you first provide definition of e-governance, or you may give example of some recent scheme related to e-governance. Use current affairs as much as possible, guys, in your answers. है ना, कोई भी recent schemes example वगैरह दे दीजिएगा यहाँ पे. Then you talk about that e-governance has played an important role in ensuring a better governance in India or good governance in India. एक आप diagram भी बना सकते हो, that you make a diagram where you say that these are the benefits of e-governance, and then you can mention, again you can mention transparency, you can mention time bound delivery of services, you can mention affordability, you can mention accessibility, and all of those benefits of e-governance can be mentioned in a diagram. एक सब ये सब कर लिया, फिर उसके बाद है how does e-governance help in improving effectiveness and transparency and accountability. So what are the things that we will talk about in terms of, let's say, effectiveness of governance. बहुत स्टैंडर्ड और घिसा पिटा क्वेश्चन है ये, इसमें कुछ भी नया नहीं है. So what are the things that we will be mentioning here? Firstly, when we talk about effectiveness, you could talk about that it reduces time taken for service delivery. It reduces time for service delivery. You can say that it results in reduced cost to the citizens. You can say citizen can avail of services through single window clearance. You can say that the citizen can get the services in an accessible manner, doorstep delivery of services. You will say that e-governance often is thought of as deployment of computer and technology, but e-governance also means business process re-engineering, that is redesigning of processes within the government to make them simplified. So process simplification also happens. और examples दीजिएगा यहाँ पर. Give example of the e-passport service. Give example of doorstep delivery of services by Delhi government. Give example of e-office used by the government organizations. Give example of direct benefit transfers. So many, numerous examples are there. You can give the example of Disha program. You can give the example of DigiLocker. फिर ये बोल रहा है ट्रांसपेरेंसी और अकाउंटेबिलिटी. Transparency and accountability, give example that how citizens can keep a track of service delivery. How citizens can get access to open data and use that to hold the government accountable. Keeps a check on corrupt activities within the government. It provides equal opportunities for everyone to be a part of governance processes because everything is out there in the open. You can give example of eNAM, National Agricultural Markets, GEM portal of the Government of India. All of these examples can be given. You can give example of CoWIN. इससे भी transparency or accountability आया, right? Smart dashboards have been installed in various states in India. All of those things can be mentioned. Then the next part is challenges. So what are broadly the challenges that you will mention about? See, first that you will talk about is the issue of digital divide in India. That in India, a large segment of population does not have access to technology, does not have access to digital literacy, does not have access to basic infrastructure to avail of the government services through the e-mode. You can talk about language barrier, that still a large part of our content for e-services is not in vernacular. So there is a language barrier as well. You can talk about resistance within government to change. You can also talk about how e-governance at times is only perceived to be installation of computer and installation of devices, but paperless government is still a distant reality. मैं सरकारी ऑफिस में गया, वो बोलता सर आप प्रिंट आउट निकाल के नहीं लाए इसका एप्लीकेशन का, तो मैंने बोला भाई मैंने ऑनलाइन सबमिट तो कर दिया, वो बोलता नहीं सर प्रिंट आउट तो चाहिए होगा. तो देन आई वाज आस्किंग भाई ई गवर्नेंस का फायदा क्या है? इट इज ऑल अ जोक. जब तुझे सारी चीज जो मैंने अपलोड कर, वो कह रहे सर ये तो आप बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट नहीं लेकर आए, आप अपना मैट्रिकुलेशन का सर्टिफिकेट नहीं लेकर आए, उसकी कॉपी ओरिजिनल लेके आना था. तो देन आई सेड कि सर मैंने सब अपलोड कर दिया. बोलते नहीं फोटोकॉपी लानी होगी. फोटोकॉपी लेने गया तो बोलते नहीं सर कलर्ड कॉपी लानी थी. फिर कलर्ड कॉपी लेके आया, बोलते सर आपने एप्लीकेशन की कॉपी नहीं दी, वो भी लेकर आओ. फिर मैं वापस गया, फिर लेकर आया. ऐसे ही भगाते रहे मुझे इधर से उधर. आई एम श्योर मोस्ट ऑफ यू वुड हैव आल्सो फेस्ड द सेम एक्सपीरियंस. तो ई गवर्नेंस तो धोखा है सिर्फ, है ना? इट्स दैट्स द ट्रूथ. So there are challenges that you will be talking about here, and then you talk about what are some of the ways in which this can be reformed. You talk about the initiatives that are being taken by the government on this front, और second ARC की कुछ एक दो recommendations mention कर दीजिएगा. Is this clear to everyone? ये बहुत देखिए standard question है, मतलब इसमें किसी का भी कुछ like no one should be facing difficulties in this. Anyway, let's move on to next question. Question number 11. The Constitution of India is a living instrument with capabilities of enormous dynamism. It is a constitution made for a progressive society. You have to illustrate this with special reference to expanding horizons of right to life and liberty. So how do you begin this particular question? See, you could talk about that in this, you could say that Constitution of India according to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar would be an organic document that would change according to the needs of the society and times. You could say that the judiciary from or through its various judgments, starting from the Menaka Gandhi case, has expanded, constantly expanded the meaning of right to life under Article 21. Or you could say that in Menaka Gandhi versus Union of India, the Supreme Court of India stated that life does not mean mere animal existence. It means all those things that are required to make life worth living for a person. In this context, Supreme Court of India has also continuously expanded the definition of this right and therefore given an organic touch to the Constitution of India. Some of the examples are as follows. अब देखिए इसमें की ये है, वो कह रहा है कि for a progressive society, there are a number of judgments that have been given, or the way the constitution has been expanded to satisfy the requirements of a progressive society in India. That is what you need to keep in mind. Now, firstly, so this question, again, two questions had been asked already by UPSC earlier. और भी questions पूछे हैं UPSC ने. 2012 they had asked a question, what are the rights within ambit of Article 21 of the Constitution? बहुत सारे students को देख के ना surprise होता है कि अरे ऐसा ये क्वेश्चन पूछा था यूपीएससी ने ऑलरेडी, फिर कैसे पूछ लिया? हमें तो किसी ने बताया था यूट्यूब पे कि क्वेश्चन रिपीट नहीं करती यूपीएससी, हमारे पास आओ, हमें पैसा दो, हम फिर तुम्हें बताएंगे कौन से क्वेश्चन पूछे जाते हैं. बट ये तो अलग ही कहानी है. और ट्रूथ यही है, देखिए सच्चाई यही है. अगर आप केवल प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस न्यूज़पेपर्स ढंग से पढ़ें विद सम बेसिक टेक्स्ट, यू स्टैंड अ वेरी गुड चांस इन द एग्जामिनेशन. बट आपको ये सब यूट्यूब के बाबा और इंस्टाग्राम के जो बाबा और बाबी हैं उनसे पीछे हटना पड़ेगा ना. आप पूरे दिन बैठ के वो रील देखते रहेंगे, ठहठहाए म्यूजिक के साथ आ रहा है आदमी चल के, तो कैसे बंद होगा? फिर आपका समय तो उसमें ही बर्बाद हो जा रहा है. आप देख रहे हैं कि अच्छा किसकी किससे शादी हुई, कौन से टॉपर की किससे शादी हो गई, किसने किसकी शादी की फोटो डाली है, यही सब लगा हुआ है. यू हैव टू therefore understand that, look at previous year questions please. Another question that was asked in 17, explain the scope of fundamental rights in light of latest judgment of Supreme Court on privacy. 2017 का question है ये. Now what are the things that you will be mentioning in the answer to this particular question? So see, inspiration, static question, previous year questions, difficulty I would say was very easy. Only thing which will differentiate here is that what are the recent cases that you will mention in this particular answer. So introduction I have already told you how you can introduce this particular answer. What are the issues that you should mention about contemporary issues की बात हो रही है ना. It is talking about progressive society. See, in a progressive society, environmental issues are very crucial. This is not a issue that was a concern of the courts or of right to life or of constitution makers earlier. But today it has become very important. So you must mention about MC Mehta versus Union of India case, etc. and so many other cases that have come up in the recent past. Secondly, you must mention about rights of women, cases related to rights of women, of how court has expanded the meaning of right to life. Here you will talk about, for example, Vishakha case, right against sexual harassment at workplace. That is one case that you can mention. You can mention about the triple talaq case, the Shaira Bano case, in which the court states that this is a discriminatory practice. You can talk about Sabrimala case, again in which the Supreme Court of India declares the exercise or the practice of not allowing women of menstruating age into the Garbhagriha or the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Sabrimala temple. You could also mention about Shakti Vahini case, in which the court had stated that women also have right to choose their life partner, honor killing, etc. and all of those things. Then, so बहुत सारे cases हैं, मतलब innumerable number of cases that you can mention. Then you must talk about, in a progressive society, rights of other gender, transgenders. Recognition of the same is also very important. So you will mention that how court has specifically mentioned in Navtej Singh Johar case that it is well within the right to life of choosing one's sexual orientation. You will mention about the Nalsa judgment related to the rights of the transgenders. और इनिशियली मेनका गांधी केस का मेंशन करना जरूरी है मेरे हिसाब से, because that is when the right to life started to get expanded, where the court stated that it right to life does not mean mere animal existence. You must mention about the euthanasia case. People must have right to a dignified death as well. This is also a part of right to life. In a progressive society, you must mention that today, as we are using more and more of internet, generating more and more of our data, using more of mobile devices, the right to privacy becomes a very important right. So you mention about right to life, including right to privacy as well. Then you mention about right to access internet also. You could, Anuradha Bhasin case, right to access internet. Right to privacy, of course, Puttaswamy judgment, and so many other cases that you can mention. ये इतना लंबा list है ना ये. This is such a big list that those of you who have attended my classes know that हम कुछ कम से कम नहीं तो 15-20 cases लिखते हैं इसके ऊपर. That how the Supreme Court through its various judgments has expanded right to life. बहुत ही standard question. There is absolutely no surprise as far as this question is concerned. Is this clear? Then next, और इसमें फिर वही बात है. See again, how do you conclude this answer? In conclusion, you must mention about that how this change that has been brought in by the judiciary is not only limited to life and liberty, but to a number of other rights as well. Indian Constitution has continuously expanded to shift according to the requirements of the time and the society. For example, inclusion of tribunals. For example, the PIL regime. ये भी तो सब organic document का ही part है, that citizens can access the courts directly without requiring any kind of technical expertise, etc. So that also should be mentioned, because the question is saying that specifically you have to illustrate in context of Article 21, but doesn't mean that you will only talk about right to life and personal liberty. Now, then, the next question. Explain constitutional perspectives of gender justice with the help of relevant constitutional provisions and case laws. Last year, UPSC asked a question on environment. And last year, I said this in the discussion, standing here, that UPSC will now ask questions on gender, they will ask question on disabled, they will ask question on senior citizens, they will ask question on SC/ST also. Because it's a clear trend that you can see from previous year questions. So last year, the question that was asked was this: the most significant achievement of modern law in India is constitutionalization of environmental problems by Supreme Court. This year, they asked a question on gender justice. Right? So, explain the constitutional perspective of gender justice with the help of relevant constitutional provisions and case laws. So, you will mention that in India's constitution, gender justice was only perceived initially by the constitution makers as justice in favor of women. And there are several constitutional provisions that highlight this. So, what are the constitutional provisions that were traditionally there in the Indian constitution with respect to gender justice? So, traditionally or originally in the constitution, gender justice was seen from the lens of justice for women. This is what you will mention. So traditionally, gender justice was justice for women. What are the provisions in the constitution related to women empowerment or justice for women? So here you can divide this into two broad categories. One, say for example, you can talk about the social provisions or to ensure social justice for women. Here you could talk about social justice for women through Article 15 Clause 3. Right? You could talk about social justice for women through Article 23. You could talk about social justice for women through some of the judgments of the court as well. For example, you could talk about Shakti Vahini case that I just talked about. You could talk about Shah Bano case, where the court is stating that even the Muslim women are entitled to maintenance under section 125 of the CRPC, just like all the other women. You could mention about the provisions related to Article 29 Clause 2, where sex has been kept as a ground with respect to prohibition of discrimination in admission in educational institutions run by the government. वहां पर sex के basis पे discrimination possible है, so as to promote women's education possibly. So you can mention that. You can mention about fundamental duties as well. You know, there is a fundamental duty which says that we should renounce practices derogatory of women. So cases plus constitutional provisions लिख दिए, social aspect of justice for women. Then you will say that there are provisions in the constitution that talk about economic justice for women as well. You could mention about Article 39 Clause D, equal pay for equal work for men and women. You could talk about the provisions of Article 42 related to maternity relief for women. Maternity relief for women. Right? So you mention these. Then, apart from it, what are the provisions related to political justice for women? 243D, reservations for women in local bodies, in local self-governments could be one example. Right? So these are some of the examples that you can give. You can give examples of right to privacy in social. You can give example of uniform civil code as well in social. ये भी आप social में ही लिख सकते हैं, uniform civil code, article 44, so many things. But then you will say that in the recent times, the Supreme Court has moved away from the traditional definition of gender justice to look into gender justice for the LGBTQs plus community as well. So today, gender justice is for LGBTQ plus as well. है ना? ये LGBTQ plus के लिए भी है. And here you can mention again that Section 377 decriminalized in Navtej Singh Johar case. You could talk about rights for transgenders in the Nalsa case. और इसमें एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज ये है कि आपको मेंशन करना चाहिए with respect to the LGBTQ plus we don't have constitutional provision. Perhaps the time has come for us to amend the constitution and to change and replace the word sex with gender, the way it has been done in the Nepal's constitution. जो नेपाल का constitution बना है, उन्होंने उसमें sex नहीं use किया as a term. They have used gender because that is a more inclusive term. Right? You could talk about some of the legislations as well that have been made by the government in order to protect the rights of the LGBTQ plus and schemes that have been made by the government as well. So gender justice केवल औरतों के लिए justice नहीं है आज. It means justice for the other gender, the weaker gender, LGBTQ plus as well. वो भी mention करना जरूरी है. Is this understood to everyone? Can we proceed further? So next, I'm hurrying up a bit because we are kind of running out of time, right? So again, see, you could predict themes of UPSC questions that can come in the future looking at the previous year questions. Had you looked at the environmental question that was asked last year, you could have easily thought that now they are going to go to some of the other themes related to the constitution. तो ये एक standard approach है UPSC जिसको follow करता आ रहा है. कोई surprise नहीं होना चाहिए इस particular चीज के ऊपर. और दूसरी चीज, a lot of times I keep telling this to students that you must know some of the most important judgments of the court. You must know the Vishakha judgment, you must know the Shakti Vahini judgment, you must know the Navtej Singh Johar judgment, you must know the Nalsa judgment. Just a simple Google search will throw up newspaper articles, you must know that. A lot of students think that's a lot to study, बहुत ज़्यादा है, ऐसा नहीं है. 20-25 judgment ही हैं और ये पूरी judgment नहीं पढ़नी है आपको. Just a broad idea of these judgments through newspaper articles is enough. You make notes of that and use that. But you have to do it, guys. There is no other way. Anyway, now let's move on to the next. So there was another, अच्छा, एक inspiration इस question की ये भी थी, by the way, that recently Supreme Court came out with the gender stereotyping guidelines. And there was a lot of discussion on that. So that also could have been included in your answers. Right? You could have mentioned that also. And then there was another article, explained article that had come in 27 April. How has Supreme Court interpreted sex and gender identity in the past? You know, what has been the way in which the gender identity has been there in the past. So, अब क्या है, अब स्टूडेंट को हिंदू और इंडियन एक्सप्रेस कर लें कि भाई हमका ज्वाइन कर लो, है ना, हमें पढ़ना शुरू कर दो, ये जो करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन है इसका दामन छोड़ दो अब, है ना, बहुत हो गया कालीन भैया का राज, अब हमारे पास आओ. बट यू हैव टू बी रेडी टू रीड ना, दैट्स द पॉइंट. एंड देन एक्सप्रेस योर व्यूज. ये इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का एक और आर्टिकल आया था again on the gender stereotypes etc. to be used in the court. Anyway, next question. This question says that account for legal and political factors responsible for the reduced frequency of using Article 356 by the Union government since mid 1990s. Why was this question asked? कहां से 1990 और अब कहां 2023 क्यों पूछ रही है यूपीएससी क्वेश्चन? ये Maharashtra case and misuse of Article 356 by the central government. There were numerous articles in the newspapers related to this particular topic as well. Very easy question. There was a state, जब महाराष्ट्र वाला केस चल रहा था, प्राइम मिनिस्टर इन पार्लियामेंट had made a statement कि ये क्या बता रहे हैं हमें 356 के यूज के बारे में. This was used and misused by the previous governments in so many ways. So the Prime Minister said that Congress government has used this article 90 times. Indian Express में एक पूरा explained article आया था, 10 फरवरी 2023 का है ये. मैंने हमेशा बोला है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर, चीफ जस्टिस, प्रेसिडेंट, vice president, if they are making statements, it automatically becomes important, the issue that they talk about. And there were numerous articles again in the newspaper related to this particular theme as well. Over 100 blows old, 350, Article 356 is a hammer that all the governments love. Again, an article that you could have found in the newspaper. But anyway, ये तो पुराना article है, but there were number of, ये article मैंने इसलिए quote किया है because you should go and read this article. This is an article which has a lot of information which you can use for your preparation of the topic related to Article 356. There was another article. What is Article 356? 10 February 2023, after the speech made by Prime Minister. What is Article 356 which Prime Minister Modi says Indira Gandhi misused 50 times? That is why this particular thing was there. Maharashtra case and the speech made by the Prime Minister of the country. Right? So, again, right, अगर आप देखिए इधर उधर की फालतू की चीजों में लगे रहेंगे तो आप मैं इसीलिए ना I keep saying this is what यही हालत होगी आपकी. So now in this particular question, what is the approach that we need to take? Let's quickly discuss about that. ज़्यादा अच्छा मीम नहीं मिला मुझे, but anyway बड़ा मुश्किल होता है. मैं जाके देखा मैंने मीम, इतने सारे मीम समझ में नहीं आ रहा था. So now, so see this question is saying that, एक बार question देख लेते हैं जल्दी से, है ना, ये सब इधर उधर की बातों में we forgot the question. So this question was, account for legal and political factors responsible for the reduced frequency of Article 356 by the Union government since the mid-1990s. You have to talk about legal and political factors that have led to reduced frequency of the misuse of Article 356 since the 1990s. Those of you who have attended my polity classes would know I discussed this particular issue, that how there has been a decline in the use of Article 356 since the 1990s, what are the reasons for that, and numbers वगैरह भी हम कुछ लिखते हैं अपने notes में. Now here basically what could be the introduction? See, introduction could be Article 356 was considered as a dead letter by the chairman of the drafting committee, Dr. Ambedkar, in the Constituent Assembly. When he was countering the allegations that ये तो बड़ा draconian provision है, he said this will be a dead letter. But in reality, I say that it has gone on to become the most dreaded letter in the Indian Constitution. So then the question that arises is that what has been the misuse of this? See, the reality is, so you can mention with that dead letter comment made by Dr. Ambedkar. That could be one of the ways. Or you could talk about the comments made by Prime Minister recently, that the Prime Minister recently made a comment that previous governments have continuously misused provisions under Article 356. And then you would say that this, which was supposed to be a dead letter, this provision has been used more than 120 times in 70 years. You would say that most of this misuse was before 1990s. Most of this use was before 1990s. You will specific अगर मैं आपको statistic दूं तो specific ये है that 15 years, एक research paper publish किया था एक आदमी ने, 15 years before Bommai judgment, that is SR Bommai case, the Supreme this provision, and 15 years after Bommai judgment, how many times has this provision been used? So 15 years before, that is within 15 years of Bommai judgment, 15 साल पहले के period में 40 बार use हुआ ये. And in next 15 years after Bommai judgment, this provision has been used or invoked only 11 times. तो ये बिल्कुल बता देता है, yes, there has been a declined use of this particular article. Sarkaria Commission, that is the first center-state relation commission. First center-state relation commission stated that out of 75 instances that they analyzed, the use of Article 356 was justified only 26 times. That is, 2 out of 3 times its use is usually unconstitutional or is illegal or is not justified. Right? अब थोड़ा सा इसमें इफेक्ट्स भी लिख दीजिएगा साथ साथ में. So once you set this entire context, then you should talk about effects of Article 356 getting invoked very briefly. Very briefly. So you will say that the legislative assembly gets suspended or dissolved. You would say that Council of Minister gets dismissed. Center gets the power. So you can say that in a way, federal structure is getting affected. Federal structure affect हो जाता है basically. Center के पास power आ जाती है. Once you have mentioned that, then you would have to talk about that what are the reasons because of which there has been a decline. तो पहले बात कर लेते हैं legal factors. Legal factors, you will first explain S.R. Bommai judgment, in which the Supreme Court of India has stated that judicial review of Article 356 is possible. If the court finds that the misuse of this Article 356 has happened on mala fide grounds, has happened in an arbitrary manner, has happened without any justification or relevant material, then the court can even strike it down. The court has also stated that legislative assembly should not be dissolved unless approval is given by parliament. जब तक parliamentary approval नहीं आएगा, उसको suspended animation में रखा जाएगा. Because you would explain that often the governments have dissolved the legislative assembly in an attempt to ensure that the opposition cannot form an alternate government in the state. So this is another reason. You could say that the court has also stated that they can even restore the dismissed government and assembly, dissolved assembly को भी रिस्टोर कर सकते हैं. आप एग्जाम्पल्स दीजिएगा रिसेंट टाइम्स में जहां पे इस एसआर बोम्मई जजमेंट को यूज करते हुए कोर्ट ने 356 के यूज को इलीगल डिक्लेयर किया है. गिव द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ उत्तराखंड, गिव द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ अरुणाचल. ये दोनों केसेस, these both were around 2015, in which the court had stated that the invoking of 356 in UK and UK मतलब उत्तराखंड अपना वाला UK and Arunachal was illegal and unconstitutional. And also mention about that how in 1996 as well there was a similar instance in UP where the court had declared the use of 356 as illegal and unconstitutional. तो ये तो हुआ कोर्ट की जजमेंट्स का इम्पैक्ट, राइट? यू शुड मेंशन ऑल ऑफ दिस. इसी को मेंशन करने में 20-30 वर्ड मतलब 30-40 वर्ड खर्च हो जाएंगे आपके, ज्यादा ही हो जाएगा. देन यू वुड मेंशन इन लीगल फैक्टर्स 44th Constitutional Amendment Act, which has made it tough to invoke the provisions of 356. How? Firstly, duration of invoking Article 356 has been made 6 months at a time and beyond a period of 1 year. देखिए, जिसको ये सब नहीं पता है तो घबराइएगा मत, इस सब को देख के पढ़ लेंगे तो पता चल जाएगा. मैं अभी सब कुछ पूरी कहानी एक्सप्लेन करने का समय नहीं है मेरे पास. Beyond a period of 1 year, if 356 has to be invoked, 2 conditions have to be satisfied. This is a change that has been made by 44th Constitutional Amendment Act कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए होगा, नेशनल इमरजेंसी मस्ट बी इन प्लेस इन इंडिया और इन सम पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया और इन सम पार्ट ऑफ द स्टेट. So that is a legal factor which has led to this. You can also mention that in SR Bommai case, court had stated certain conditions in which use of 356 will be justified and in which use of 356 will be unjustified. तो कोर्ट ने categorically failure of constitutional machinery को define कर दिया है. Court has tried to define or limit the meaning of failure of constitutional machinery on the basis of which this article is invoked. Then there are certain political factors as well. Let's quickly talk about those. So what are the political factors that have led to reduced usage? See, first is media scrutiny. International coverage to such issues. Secondly, you would also talk about that some people also believe that formation of coalition governments at the center has been a reason because of which the party in power at center has started to respect the regional parties, those who are in power in the states. So you will mention that also. Thirdly, you will mention the presidential activism. In 1997 and in 1998, there were two instances when President K.R. Narayanan returned the advice to the Council of Ministers for invoking President's rule in Bihar. So that also created a significant embarrassment for the government. And as a result of that, they were not willing to take that risk again. And then you could also talk about emergence of regional parties. Regional parties have gone on to become very strong. Emergence of regional parties is also something that you can be mentioning. So now they have also become so powerful and important that the central government is always wary of invoking Article 356. Once you have mentioned this, then you must possibly mention what are some of the reforms that have been suggested by Punchi Commission or by Sarkaria Commission with respect to misuse of Article 356. You can mention that Article 356 should be invoked only in exceptional circumstances. These commissions have also noted that grounds such as breakdown of law and order or instances of corruption in the government machinery cannot be grounds for invoking 356. या फिर आप इसको एक और तरीके से mention कर सकते हैं that some experts suggest that Article 356 should be deleted from the Constitution, but given the kind of threats that India faces from external powers, internal disturbances in form of insurgency, Naxalism, militancy, etc., it would not be prudent to do away with this article. This is a necessary evil. What we must do is that build a political consensus on preventing the misuse of this article so that this can actually become a dead letter in the constitution as was envisaged by our constitution makers. तो आप इस तरीके से भी इसको end कर सकते हैं. Is this clear to everyone? Let's move on to the next question now. So we have 3 questions remaining. We'll try to do it quickly. Now, next, discuss the contribution of civil society groups for women's effective and meaningful participation and representation in state legislatures in India. How can civil society organizations play a crucial role in ensuring effective and meaningful participation of state legislatures in India? अब देखिए ये क्वेश्चन जो है मेरे हिसाब से अगर पूरे पेपर में कोई क्वेश्चन जो टफ था वो यही है, बट इस क्वेश्चन को भी सॉल्व करने का तरीका है और वो है कॉमन सेंस. यू मस्ट थिंक that what are the roles that are performed by civil society organizations? They create awareness, they are involved in capacity building, they are involved in conducting drives to empower the people, they are involved in lobbying, they are involved in advocacy. यही सब तो करते हैं. अब आपने जब 5-6 functions आपको basic पता हैं which are performed by any civil society organization, you just simply relate it to how it can help in improving the women representation in state legislatures in India. और कुछ 2-3 NGOs जो आपको पता हो जो कि इस एरिया में काम करती हैं, बस उनका नाम लिख दीजिएगा. That is it. There is otherwise देखिए ये बहुत स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन है, इसका अगर हम आंसर स्पेसिफिक तरीके से ढूंढने जाएंगे we will not be able to answer it. The way to answer this question is think of basic functions that are performed by any civil society organization and simply relate it to the women representation in state legislatures in India. You could introduce your answer by talking about lack of women representation in state legislatures in India, right? So in this particular question, the theme of the syllabus would be the inspiration for the question, that is civil society. Differentiating factor in my opinion in this will be that how you write this answer and how you apply the concepts. these questions, please do understand, have to be answered only by common sense. है ना, ये questions जो हैं, there is no other way to write answers to these questions other than to relate the concepts. है ना, there is no other way. ये दिमाग में बात आपको रखने की जरूरत है. तो यूपीएससी का कहना है कि भैया हमारे यहाँ तो ऐसे ही चलता है. This is how you have to write the answers. You don't try to rote learn each and everything. This is not how things can function. So now the point is that what are the functions that are performed by the civil society organizations and how can be related to the women representation in state legislature. First is awareness creation. So there are number of NGOs that are involved in creating awareness among women about greater representation of women in the state legislatures or in legislature in general. Organizations such as Association for Democratic Reforms, National Women Alliance, आप example दे सकते हैं. They play a very important role in capacity building, that is training women to take up positions as the women leaders in the state legislatures and Panchayati Raj institutions. You could give some of the examples here as well. There is an organization called as Indian School of Democracy that runs a program for promoting the empowerment of women leaders. You can talk about an organization such as Jagori that also plays an important role in building the capacity of the women to take up the role in the state legislatures, parliament, etc. Then you can say that NGOs can play an important role in lobbying, advocacy for the reservation of seats for women in parliament. So that is another point that can be mentioned by you. Then you can also mention about the legal aid that is often provided by the NGOs to women so that they can fight legal battles against their candidature, etc. That is also something that can be mentioned. You can also say that NGOs are involved in data research, providing policy inputs to the government on how women representation can help in improving the status of women in the Indian society, improving the problems associated with the political system in the country, etc. All of those things can also be mentioned, right? And conclusion of this answer, you can talk about that how women representation in Panchayati Raj institutions has been a game changer. And we need to incorporate the same in case of state and parliament as well. Because India is one country where women representation in legislature is one of the lowest. और अभी recently newspaper में इतने सारे articles भी आए, खैर उसके context में वो तो बाद में आए, after the exam happened. But anyway, you could have included some of those things as well. Now I'm moving on to the next question. Next question, somehow I don't know why UPSC is so fixated with asking questions on the GST. ये हमेशा जो है एक मुर्दा आदमी की तरह कहीं से निकल के आ जाता है question, and I really don't know what is the fascination or the fetish that UPSC has with GST, because they asked a question on this earlier as well. ये question आया था 2017 में. अब ये कहाँ जीएसटी को कितने साल हो गए, अब ये बार बार एक ही क्वेश्चन पूछे जा रहे हैं. सो दिस ईयर द क्वेश्चन वाज वेरी सिंपल. एक्सप्लेन द सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ 101st कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट एक्ट जीएसटी. Just explain that 101st Constitutional Amendment Act was to introduce the GST Act, etc. and all of that. Significance बताना है. And how does it reflect the accommodative spirit of federalism? That is how it allows accommodation of both center and state in the way the federal system functions in India. So let's quickly have a look at that also. Firstly, let's talk about significance of GST. Significance of GST में you can talk about common market, one nation, one tax, improved tax collections or improved revenues for the government. There has been a jump in the revenues for the government. You can talk about transparency and compliance has gone up as a result of one single tax regime. We have reduced the effect of cascading taxes. Reduce the effect of cascading taxes. You can say that it has led to ease of doing business. It has led to seamless movement of goods across the country because of the e-way bill regime. You can say that we have given concurrent powers to state and to center. And all of those things. Significance ho gaya. Then once you have mentioned about significance, how does it show the accommodative spirit of India's federalism? See, firstly you can say that there is a sharing of powers that is happening here between union and states. Union पहले excise लगाता था on manufacturing of goods. वो अब GST के अंदर कवर हो गया है. States पहले VAT लगाती थी. That has also been covered under GST today. So both of them have given some of their powers in order to come together for common and national interest. So that is one point that you can mention. You can mention that decisions in GST Council are taken by 70% of the majority vote of that council. So there is a role that has been given to union and states both in deciding the functioning of the GST Council in the country. Third, you can talk about that how center decided to provide support to states for the loss of revenue that will occur to them as a result of implementation of the GST. Right? So these are some of the examples that can be given as to how it reflects the accommodative spirit of federalism. But you must say that there are certain concerns also, because there are some issues that have been raised by the states with respect to the implementation of GST in India. First is, you can say that center has veto powers in many ways because states only have 2/3 of the representation in GST Council. But to take any decision, 70% of the majority is required in the GST Council. So as a result, states are often not able to have their way in the GST Council. You may say that some of the states complain that their revenue has reduced as a result of GST. You can also say that producer states especially are at loss and consumer states have benefited as a result of the GST regime. So that is also one concern that is shared by them. And then IGST. A large part of IGST is not shared with the states, is another allegation that is made by the states with respect to GST. And then you can mention some conclusion that this is in spirit of India's cooperative federalism, and we need to iron out if there are any concerns of the states related to GST as well going ahead in future, etc. ऐसे करके आप इसको wrap up कर सकते हैं. Right? So अब पता नहीं, मतलब हो सकता है कि 10-15 साल बाद भी जब आपके बच्चे एग्जाम दे रहे होंगे, यूपीएससी विल एंड अप आस्किंग क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम दिस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक ओनली. सो गॉड नोस. और ये क्वेश्चन तो भाई मतलब कमिटीज पे क्वेश्चन तो मैं बता नहीं सकता कि आपको यूपीएससी ने इतना इस क्वेश्चन कमिटी के टॉपिक पे इतने सवाल पूछ लिए यूपीएससी ने कि अब लोगों का भी हो गया कि भाई बस कर, मतलब हाउ मेनी विल यू आस्क, यू नो. They have asked so many on committee. If I show you, ना तो मेरा रिएक्शन इसको देखकर यही था कि यार ये फिर से आ गया कमिटीज के ऊपर क्वेश्चन. Again they have asked. So if you see, they have asked multiple questions on this topic. Do department-related parliamentary standing committees keep the administration on their toes and inspire reverence for parliamentary control? Evaluate the working of such committees. Committees are considered to be useful for parliamentary work. Discuss this in context of role of estimates committee. Discuss the role of public accounts committee, establishing accountability of government to people. और फिर इस बार इन्होंने जो है क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया, explain the structure of parliamentary committee system. वही same. Parliamentary committees are ad hoc committees, standing committees. Standing committees are financial committee, accountability committees, department related standing committees. How far have financial committees helped in the institutionalization of Indian Parliament? So you will mention about estimates committee, public accounts committee, and you will be talking about the committee on public undertakings, etc. And फिर वही same बात कि they help in ensuring the prevention of corruption, unearthing the scams, 2G, CWG, वही सब same कहानियाँ. They help in examining the report of the, they help in holding the government accountable in the financial domain. Same वही सब एकदम बात. So I am not even spending time on discussing this particular question because this is, आप पिछले साल की डिस्कशन आके देखेंगे, उसमें भी मैंने डिस्कस किया है, उससे पिछले साल भी डिस्कस किया, उससे पिछले साल भी डिस्कस किया है. एवरी ईयर दे आर आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस. आई डोंट नो व्हाट इज द फिक्सेशन फॉर कमिटीज, है ना. सो दिस क्वेश्चन हैज बीन आस्क्ड सेवरल नंबर ऑफ टाइम्स. अब दिक्कत क्या है कि मैं अब स्टूडेंट्स को ये बोलूं कि देखो, आपको इधर उधर की चीजें नहीं पढ़नी है, आपको फालतू के अंदर अपना टाइम नहीं वेस्ट करना है, सिर्फ प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस, न्यूज़पेपर्स और बेसिक बुक्स पढ़िएगा. दैट शुड बी एनफ. और क्वेश्चंस कीजिए उसके बाद. तो स्टूडेंट जो है वो हमें ये बोलने लगता है कि भाई ऐसी लॉजिक की बात मत करो हमारे साथ, है ना, हमें कुछ ऐसा बताओ जो कि मतलब बड़ा ही इंटरेस्टिंग हो, है ना, कुछ अद्भुत कहानियां बताओ ऐसी. तो मेरे पास कुछ है नहीं, वो सच्चाई तो ये है. बट द ट्रूथ इज दैट प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस आर इंडिस्पेंसिबल, एंड इफ यू जस्ट डू दोज प्रॉपरली along with reading newspapers, I think that would suffice for the examination, both prelims and mains. But you need to do that. A lot of students ask me few days before the exam कि सर हम ना 2 साल के ही कर पाए previous year question. तो कर पाए, मैं क्या करूं इसके अंदर. But ideally you should attempt previous year questions from 2013 onwards. All the previous year questions from 2013 onwards. So what are the key takeaways that I would say that you should have for the coming years for the mains examination of paper 2 general studies? First is that please solve all the previous year questions of 2013 onwards, and when you write down these answers, use those answers only as notes for your preparation and keep adding more to them with the help of the newspapers and current affairs. Second is that please read the newspapers thoroughly. Especially I would say UPSC oriented articles in newspapers such as the Hindu and the Indian Express, which are very, very crucial. And you must get subscription of Indian Express. And again, this, I am not selling it, I am not getting any commission from them, please understand that. But I sincerely believe that Indian Express is doing a tremendous job when it comes to covering UPSC related issues. They are doing a really good job. So you must have subscription of it, and you must have digital subscription also, because not everything comes in the newspapers. That is the thing, right? But otherwise subscription नहीं भी है तो देखिए बहुत सारे और platforms हैं, आपको पता है, जहाँ पे all these things are shared on a daily basis. So many groups, channels, etc. are there. You can go and access it from there as well. It's not that you always need to spend money, है ना, कि जाके आज पापा को सबसे पहले फोन मिला है, पापा 5,000 रुपया भेज दो, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस की सब्सक्रिप्शन लेनी है. पापा बोल रहे बेटा 5,000 रुपये में कौन सा अखबार आता है ना. तो बेवकूफ मत बनाना अपने माँ बाप को इस चक्कर में, ठीक है. और दूसरा, प्लीज, और मेरी वीडियो दिखा के बोलो कि सर देखो ये आदमी बोल रहा है बार बार, इसलिए भेज दो. एंड प्लीज रिलाई ऑन कॉमन सेंस. There will be questions in exam that will be unseen, unknown, but if you rely on common sense, you can still see through those exams. And last is that please practice answer writing. From day one of preparation for the examination, you must try to practice answer writing, try to stay within the time limit, try to stay within the word limit that has been prescribed by UPSC. Right? I'll just take, we have 3:47, so 2 minutes I'll take. If anyone has any questions, you please ask right now, otherwise I'll call off my session, then other faculty can come in. Sir, you should start with answer writing as you cover topics. Not all the topics require the knowledge of entire syllabus. You can start answer writing on any particular issue once you have covered a substantial portion of that topic. You have covered, say for example, non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement. You don't need to read the entire freedom struggle to be at least attempting questions related to that. If you have covered 356, 360, 352, you can look at previous year questions related to that topic at least. You don't need to know everything about polity. So you can do that, and I would suggest that you should do that. And you read, आप ये Indian Express explained, UPSC की वगैरह आर्टिकल्स पढ़िएगा, इसमें मेंस के क्वेश्चन भी बना के देते हैं ये लोग. मेंस के क्वेश्चन तक बना के देते हैं सर, उसी टॉपिक के बेसिस पे. आप उसको पढ़िएगा, वही क्वेश्चन है, क्वेश्चन का आंसर लिखिए. So there should be no delay in beginning the answer writing practice. Please don't leave it to the last moment. There is no point of then. वो टाइम लगता है आंसर राइटिंग स्किल डेवलप करने में. Yes, any other questions? Yes, no doubts. So you should know by first going through previous year. So question is that there are so many articles. Should we make notes for all the newspaper articles or not? See, firstly, you should keep it in mind that if there are these Indian Express explained, Hindu text and context articles coming in, उनके तो बनाइए ही notes. और कुछ नहीं तो जब आपका न्यूज़पेपर जब आप पढ़ रहे हैं तो एक सब्सटैंशियल पोर्शन ऑफ सिलेबस जब आपका कवर हो गया हो तो एंश्योर that you keep the newspapers with your notes every time and see if there is something missing in your notes, add it from there. That is one. Another thing which I would suggest you do is that first go through previous year questions extensively before you even start preparing for the exam, before you even read newspapers, so that you know what newspaper articles are important and what are not. और ये मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, अगर आप एक महीना भी एक्सरसाइज करेंगे तो आपको अपने आप पता चल जाएगा कि कौन से न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल इंपॉर्टेंट हैं और कौन से नहीं हैं. ये प्रॉब्लम केवल उन्हीं लोगों को आती है जिनको प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस ही नहीं पता. तो आपको जब प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन ही नहीं पता तो आपको पता ही नहीं कि कौन सा न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल इंपॉर्टेंट है और कौन सा नहीं है. तो आपको सब कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट लगता है या सब कुछ बेकार लगता है. इफ यू गो थ्रू प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस, प्रीलिम्स एंड मेंस, तभी मैं बोलता हूं रोज डेली बेसिस पे प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस देखिए. भले ही आप उनको सॉल्व ना करें पर देखिए जरूर, जिससे कि जब आप रोज न्यूज़पेपर पढ़े तो आपको न्यूज़पेपर देख के चमके कि हां ये वाला इस टॉपिक से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन पूछा था, ये इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है, आई शुड मेक नोट्स ऑफ दिस. दैट इज द ओनली वे. अदरवाइज देखिए दूसरा तरीका क्या है कि पहले पूरा सिलेबस कंप्लीट कीजिए फिर जाके सारे न्यूज़पेपर्स पढ़िए एक साल पीछे के. वो पॉसिबल नहीं है. So the best is first go through previous year questions, then newspapers, then go back to previous year questions, then newspapers, and so on and so forth. That is how you will be able to understand which articles are important and which are not. Any other questions? Institutionalization of Indian Parliament का कुछ ऐसा कोई मतलब नहीं है सर. It simply means that how that is helping in the making the institution of the parliament stronger, or how that is helping in effective functioning of the parliament. Institutionalization of something means incorporation of that something into an institution and its day-to-day functioning. That is what it means. ठीक है? Yes sir. सेल्फ असेसमेंट कैसे करें सर? कोई खरीद लीजिए किसी आदमी को सेल्फ असेसमेंट के लिए जो आपके लिए असेसमेंट. सर जब आप, मैं ना ये चीज में बता चुका हूं कि जब आप 200-300 आंसर्स लिख लेंगे ना और आप प्रीवियस ईयर टॉपर्स के क्वेश्चन देखेंगे, ये मैं इतनी बार बता चुका हूं. प्रीवियस ईयर टॉपर्स की आंसर कॉपीज देखिए और उस आंसर कॉपीज के बेसिस के ऊपर समझिए कि कैसे आंसर लिखे जाते हैं. रोज कम से कम नहीं तो 5 से 10 आंसर प्रीवियस ईयर टॉपर्स के देखिएगा. कम से कम 1 महीने तक एक्सरसाइज कीजिए ये. और दूसरा, आप ये इतने सारे, अगर आप प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस की बात कर रहे हैं तो हमने सारे, जैसे आज सेशन लिया है वैसे ही हमने और सारे पेपर्स के सेशन लिए हुए. स्टूडेंट्स मेरे से आगे बोलते हैं हमने प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन लिख लिया, अब हम कहां से पता करें हमारा सही है कि नहीं आंसर. इतना सब कुछ दिया तो हुआ है यूट्यूब पे, जाइए तो एक बार आप जहमत तो कीजिए थोड़ी सी. या कि सब कुछ जो है आपको थाली पे परोस दिया जाए, ऐसा नहीं होगा. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दैट, है ना. आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी अपनी तरफ से, और वो सब है अवेलेबल हमारी YouTube चैनल पे, वेबसाइट पे, सब कुछ दिया. वेबसाइट पे आप जाइएगा, सर आपने खोली है वेबसाइट विजन की, उस पे हमने प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस के मॉडल आंसर्स भी दिए हुए हैं, आपको पता है. एवरीथिंग इज देयर. ढूंढने वाले को सब मिल जाता है सर. इच्छा शक्ति होनी चाहिए ना. यू शुड हैव द विल टू गो एंड फाइंड इट. और चौथा, ग्रुप बनाइए 4-5 अच्छे लोगों का, फ्रेंड्स का. टपरी पे जाने वाले फ्रेंड्स के ग्रुप की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं कि रोज जाके वहां पे टपरी के ऊपर चाय चल रही है और जो भी सब है ना. बट आई एम सेइंग दैट मेक अ फ्रेंड circle of 3-4 people, serious candidates preparing for the examination, and exchange your answers. Take inputs from each other. और क्या है? नहीं तो खरीद लीजिए किसी आदमी को, मैं यही कह सकता हूं. बहुत महंगा आता है सर आदमी. वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, वेरी एक्सपेंसिव। स्टूडेंट्स मेरे को आके बोलते हैं सर आप हमें दे दीजिए पर्सनल गाइडेंस। पर्सनल गाइडेंस के बहुत कॉस्ट है, समझेंगे नहीं आप, है ना। देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ मनी दैट इज इन्वॉल्व इन दैट। यू कांट बाय माई टाइम और बाय टाइम ऑफ एनी फैकल्टी, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दैट। ओनली थिंग दैट यू कैन डू इज दैट यू कैन कम। आप ये भी पूछिएगा, students those who are attending my classes, I have ever refused them if they come to me after having written previous year questions answer। इतने स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे, आप में से इतने लोग पढ़ रहे हैं, आप में से कितने लोगों ने मुझे आंसर दिखाए हैं, पर आप जब खुद ही नहीं करेंगे कुछ तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं। मैं थोड़ी ना आंसर लिखूंगा आपके लिए जाके। सर ढूंढने वाले को ना, अगर आप मेहनत करेंगे तो आपको लोग भी मिल जाएंगे जो हेल्प करने के लिए तैयार होंगे, पर आपकी तरफ से एक ईगरनेस होनी चाहिए। सच्चाई ये है, इसका आंसर ये है सर। ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू सो मच, ऑल द बेस्ट।
evening. How many of you have written the mains? Okay, not many. So, those of you who have been who are watching, maybe online, if you have written the mains, whatever you have written is the right answer. All right, always have that feeling. Always write with conviction. No matter whether you know or don't know, don't write the obvious lie. But if you can make general stories, if that is the condition, write it with conviction. All right, or exam ho jaye, so don't analyze too much. But since we are in an annual cycle where examination takes place every year, so what lessons can we learn from this year's paper, and thereby how to approach questions from international relations is something that we are going to talk about. Now, if you look at the international relations segment of GS2, more or less what we call the pattern, and second, the structure of the question paper remains the same. Meaning, there are 4 questions asked. This subject is worth 50 marks. That has not changed. Secondly, questions appear at question number 9 and 10 and 19 and 20. That has not changed. Similarly, the number of words that you are expected to write, that has also not changed. So you are writing in total 800 words to answer these questions. All right. So that's basically, that is what we can say about the pattern. More or less, pattern analysis is not very useful because the syllabus itself is defined in very cryptic terms. So each point of the syllabus would open up into different kinds of questions, different countries. But broadly, we can make a sense that there is some expectation that UPSC has. All right. So first of all, when you are writing the examination, preparing the examination, you are in any stage, have the syllabus in your mind, its points. Second, when you are thinking about the answer, the words in the syllabus are helpful. And fourth, sometimes when you don't have a ready-made structure to the answer, syllabus is helpful. So syllabus is something that you should have in mind. Now looking at the paper itself. So if you look at the topics, the second part of the syllabus says bilateral, regional and global groupings and agreements. And the last part of the syllabus says important international institutions, agencies and fora. So one thing, regularly from these 2 themes, questions have appeared. All right, and every year broadly from these themes there would be questions. So that's why pattern analysis is a bit limited here, because broadly the syllabus is such that you can justify the topics under any single category or a combination of these categories, combination of syllabus topics. So 2 syllabus topics have inspired this question that we will see, but we also see that this is a question, and this is one of the few occasions where UPSC as it is repeats the theme. So SEO as a question appeared, as a theme appeared in 2021 also. So there is a repetition of theme. And next thing that we should remember is, and this is something that does not change, that studying for international relations has to be from the perspective of India. What India is thinking, how India is being affected, what are India's interests, what is India's view. Is India doing something because of which any particular organization may have come into news? All right. So it is very clear that SEO India was chairing this year. So UPSC asked a question on the SEO. So India specific current affairs, and as close as July is the month where SEO summit took place. But in any case, the question was repeated. Now the structure of this question. Each question is preceded by a statement which is within quotation marks. Meaning that is giving you an opportunity to think very broadly, but then it is followed by a specific question, demand of the question. So you have to narrow it down in terms of themes. What are the themes? What are the aspects that you would like to highlight? So you see this question, virus of conflict is affecting the functioning of the SEO. Assume it is somebody's opinion. Now, if you are prepared well, if you have read the newspapers, you know whether this opinion is correct or not, which is by and large correct. All right, there are internal conflicts between the members of SEO, and some of the members of SEO may be involved in external conflicts also. All right, and this theme has been covered, captured in writings in newspapers, forums like ORF, which are the regular sources that we generally say you should be reading. Now moving on, there is the 4th topic in the syllabus which says diaspora, Indian diaspora, full stop. All right. Now, this again is a repetitive theme. Every few years, UPSC, not regularly, not every year, but every few years, every other year, UPSC has been asking these questions from diaspora. By and large, the focus of diaspora is a particular geographical region where Indian diaspora is present. Second, what role they are playing, what their status is, and certainly how are they related with India. That is by and large what the UPSC's theme or ambition has been when they have asked questions about the diaspora. Again, an awareness-based question. Now, again, it is rooted in a repetition. 2020, there was a question, Indian diaspora or Indians acquiring leading position in the economy and politics of Europe and America. That is the question that UPSC had asked. Now, you see India-specific current affairs. Why? Many things. What happens in international relations? So countries have interests. If their interests converge, they would cooperate. And this convergence of interest can be in the area of economy, trade, technology, defense, security. But one of the prominent areas of engagement between many countries and India is people-to-people ties. All right? So diaspora then, by and large, is that part of the relation also. But apart from that, diaspora itself is a transnational entity, meaning it is not located in any single geography, single country. There are many countries where the diaspora is located. So you will see, for example, India has been signing migration and mobility agreement, meaning India is a large demography. There is a large moving population. People are going outside for education. People are going outside for work. And India as a country, in its interest, would like ease of movement of its people. So migration and mobility agreements with Australia, migration and mobility agreements with France. So this was, in a sense, something that we may notice, but something that we should all notice is when Prime Minister went to US, there was a dinner evening where the leading figures of Indian diaspora were present. All right? So this aspect has also been covered in the newspapers. Right? So fairly predictable in that sense, and content also does not pose any difficulty. Right? So first two questions would fall in the easy category. Now, if we look at the question itself, Indian diaspora has scaled new heights in the West. Describe its economic and political benefits for India. The good thing is, if you look at last year's current affairs, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs had released a report on Indian diaspora. So meaning again, whatever source of current affairs you are reading, whether you are aware of migration mobility agreements or not, but UPSC is telling you that if you have been regular with your preparation, you would have the facts, the numbers, the context, and you would be able to answer this question. So easy in terms of availability and predictability. Now, the second topic of the syllabus is bilateral, regional, global groupings, agreements involving India and or affecting India's interests. Now, these words become important. All right? First of all, bilateral, two countries. All right? Regional, by definition, more than two countries. So it now goes into the realm of multilateral cooperation. Three or more countries cooperating together, that would be called multilateralism. Now you will see global. So global would be, for example, let's say today there are multiple processes which are going on. For example, countries are concerned about securing the supplies for critical minerals. All right, and the US has launched an initiative which is called the Mineral Security Partnership. So again, this would be what we will call a global arrangement, global agreement, global grouping, right? Because it is a dialogue. So again, fairly regularly questions are asked. This is also rooted in current affairs. And this is again, I would say, from India's perspective, if you are looking at international relations, you would have come across India's position. All right? The expansion and strengthening of NATO and a stronger US-Europe strategic partnership works well for India. What is your opinion about this statement? Give reasons and examples to support your answer. The most difficult part of this answer was getting carried away with this, that UPSC is asking for your opinion. All right? Your opinion does not matter. It has not mattered before in this examination. It will not matter in the future also. So when UPSC is saying what is your opinion, it means have you paid attention to the opinions of those who matter? All right? For example, have you been paying attention to, let's say, what Dr. Jaishankar has been saying? All right? And that's why he has become subject to so many memes, especially the ones which basically are about thug life. All right? That Mr. Jaishankar is asked a question and he is responding with pomp to the West. So India has a position on these issues. This is something that people often forget. So they would sing paeans about NATO, but they will forget what India thinks on this. All right? So this question was deceptively simple. Simple in terms of content, availability of content, and if you paid attention, what India was saying on this matter was also very clear. You must have come across this in the context of NATO plus kind of formulations being talked about, where the US and some officials of NATO are saying that they are willing to cooperate with India in the NATO framework if India wants to. So if India wants to, meaning India's view would be more important here. You must have come across this in the context of current affairs of Sweden joining the NATO. All right? You must have come across this in the context of the expansion of NATO threatening Russia. All right? So there are various perspectives from which you must have been aware of NATO, and it was only a matter of time before UPSC asked this kind of a question. Now remember, this kind of a question does not neatly fit into any particular category of the syllabus. India is not part of NATO, but India has relations with US. India has relations with Russia. The Ukraine crisis is a larger geopolitical crisis where India is not directly involved, but India's interests have been affected. And thereby India's response is something that should definitely be highlighted in this particular answer, apart from what NATO can do or can't do, right? So this is where give reasons and examples to support your answer. अब example UPSC ने पूछ लिया, तो आप कोई live example दे नहीं सकते, but you can always write for example according to Dr. Jaishankar. All right? So that is basically what you can always do. So UPSC is saying that now you can use quotes also. Specifically, when these kinds of questions come, doing justice to them is only possible when you are aware of the official line of thinking. What the spokesperson of MEA is saying or not saying, what Dr. Jaishankar is saying or not saying. There cannot be a freestanding answer. Now the last part of the syllabus is important international institutions, agencies, fora, their structure and mandate. Structure, how do they look like? All right? Who are the members? What are the decision-making structures? Mandate, what is an organization supposed to do? Meaning functions. And regularly you will see this part of the syllabus produces questions every year and by and large in the same format. Right? So this year, for example, it came in the context of sea is an important component of the cosmos. All right? Again a statement. So maritime domain has been becoming important. It's very clear. Indo-Pacific itself is rooted in, while Eurasia is a continental concept based on land. Indo-Pacific is a maritime concept based in oceans. So oceans, their significance has been increasing. All right? In this question, there is no India mentioned. So again, the answer would be about what IMO is, when it was formed, what it does, its conventions. So difficulty of the question lies in the demand of specificity of the content. Here you cannot make a story. All right? You cannot make a grand narrative. You have to remember IMO conventions. So here is the good thing. If you have been reading newspaper, you will find, for example, in 2022, India and Sri Lanka opened a maritime rescue center. When that was covered in the newspaper, the very first line would say, under the IMO, or IMO facilitates this kind of cooperation. So meaning again it is rooted in what India is doing. Second thing is that this year one of the codes concerning the safety of industrial persons, which arises from a main convention followed by the IMO, which is called SOLAS, Safety of Life at Sea. So this industrial persons code comes into force, and it was in this context, it had come into India's consideration also. All right, it had come into India's consideration. And you would see India increasingly is articulating its position on the ocean. So we have a policy called SAGAR, security and growth for all. And in this, security does not have a narrow meaning. All right, security and safety have a broader meaning, very much rooted in what are the requirements of the ocean. All right. So IMO ka question hai, again, your contribution would be if you can bring India. All right, if you can bring India. And again, IMO was in news on multiple occasions in the current affairs. Difficulty of the question is not whether you could have known about the IMO because it was coming in the newspapers. All right, the difficulty is the specificity of the content which is required, right? Meaning you have to remember the agreements, all right? At least 1, 2, 3, or some initiatives. Or the best way of remembering these kinds of things is if you've come across any news concerning India, let's say IMO is mentioned, so every time make it a point that you go back and do some search on IMO, very brief, what it does, who its members are, where it is located, right? And if you are making notes, make such side notes, because these are facts, right, which you would only be able to remember by repeating them continuously. So this was a difficult question, all right? If you found it difficult, then there is a reasonable reason why, or reasonable fact why it was difficult, right? So now we have familiarity with syllabus and how syllabus produces different kinds of questions, right? By and large, two things. I will not tell you the takeaway at the end. I am telling you the takeaway at the beginning itself. Two things remain important. Please continuously read newspaper or be regular with current affairs. All your problems related to IR would be solved. All right, rather than running after this material, that material, please read a good newspaper and please follow a good standard current affairs source. Two, always have an India-specific mindset. All right, because in international relations, people also do tend to get carried away. They start making foreign policy. Your job is not to make foreign policy. We have a very good foreign minister for that. All right, and that too, he had also written the same examination that you did. So learn from him. When he was writing the examination, he was not making foreign policy. He was studying about the foreign policy. So when you are writing the examination, that is what you have to do. Don't make foreign policy. Study, observe, learn, read about foreign policy. And being India specific would always give you an opportunity to value add to your answers, even when India is not mentioned directly. Second, it will help you in avoiding mistakes. For example, going too positive about NATO, all right, when you are aware of India's position. So focus in IR also remains India, all right. And the third thing is syllabus. You would have to develop your own understanding of the syllabus, meaning what kind of topics generally are producing what kinds of questions. But also understand, no part of the syllabus, none of the GS papers are watertight compartments. So the last thing that remains important is if you want to value add, stand out, you start making correlations. All right, when you are reading anything, ask this question. In which part of the syllabus, in which paper am I going to find use for this information? All right, what kind of question would this content that I am reading be helpful in? All right, and then you already have the lens, paper 1, paper 2, paper 3, paper 4. For example, this is a question in the context of maritime domain. It starts with a statement which can also very well be a statement before a question in paper 1 in geography. All right, it can also be a question in paper 3 in the context of blue economy or port-led development. So start correlating, and in IR, in simple terms, correlate domestic with external. All right, what is India's priority? And in that context, where does this agreement, this relation fit in? All right. So these are 3 or 4 takeaways that I would like to share with you. Now, just for the sake of it, 2022 again, was there anything different? Yes, there was one thing which was different, 2 prominent questions from the neighborhood. All right, 2 prominent questions from the neighborhood. So pattern-wise, around 45% of questions still are asked from India's neighborhood, meaning close to home is what is most important. India's national interests are the most important things, even when you are studying international relations. All right, so it is India's relations. So 2 questions, but again, you see, this is a question on organizations, regional, bilateral, global groupings, BIMSTEC, neighborhood, but organization also. All right, this particular question, neighborhood, a particular country relation, but the economic and strategic context. All right, economic and strategic context. Then I2, U2. Now this is a question which is combining a lot of actors. All right, so by and large, where would it fall? Bilateral, regional, global groupings. All right. So again, syllabus के आधार पे किसी भी चीज को justify किया जा सकता है. और lastly, clean energy is the order of the day. मैंने जब कहा correlation, it is about India's priority. Describe briefly India's changing policy towards climate change in various international fora in the context of geopolitics. All right. So various international forums mainly would be the UNFCCC process, UNFCCC process, COPs. Second, India's environmental and energy cooperation in bilateral relations, like with US, like with European Union, like let's say with Russia, like let's say with West Asian countries. So the more you know about India, the more you will be able to answer this question. Another thing about this question, now this is an issue-based question. When there is an issue-based question, all parts of the syllabus virtually can be helpful in writing the answer, issue. All right, so it was about energy security. This year, you could broadly again see in the IMO question, the issue is the importance of maritime domain. All right, so ideas of sustainability, ideas of climate change, ideas of environment, they would always come in. So even in IR, if you can find an opportunity to write points on climate change, SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, that would be a value addition. So that is the kind of correlation that is required. 2021, what can we learn from here? So we could see Africa is a consistent presence in the paper. So again, like you have diaspora, every other year you would have some question from diaspora. Every few years there would be questions from Africa. So Africa is also a repeating theme when it comes to the examination, if we have to think about anything about the pattern. All right? And again, you would see examine India's influence, interest, actions, India's, right? That would be the focus. Now, USA is facing an existential threat in the form of China that is much more challenging than the erstwhile Soviet Union. Now, this question gives you an opportunity to think in these terms. When it comes to certain kinds of countries like US, like China, they are systemically important countries. So they are important from bilateral perspective. But their actions are important at the global scale also. Directly or indirectly would affect India's interests. So thereby countries like US, countries like China are at the backdrop of many questions. For example, this year's NATO question has to have a mention of US and China. All right? So here also you could see, this is a question on US and China. UPSC is asking you to think about it, very much based in current affairs. Everybody is an expert. But again, in this kind of a question where India is not mentioned directly, you have to bring India. All right? India's position on these kinds of issues. For example, India does not stand for a world dominated by two powers or one power. India stands for a world which is multipolar in nature. India wants a world where there are rules, rules-based order, and these rules should also apply to great powers like US and China. All right? So, UPSC is also giving you an opportunity by not mentioning India directly in the question to bring in India as your value addition. So very clearly show what your focus has been. Right? Now similarly, you will see critically examine the aims and objectives of SEO, repetition of theme. By and large, if you have written the answer to this question, you would be able to write the answer to the question which is asked this year also. And the newly tri-nation partnership AUKUS. What is AUKUS? AUKUS is a military alliance. All right? And what is India's policy? India, if you look at G20's concluding statement, on Ukraine there has been a consensus because we have allowed national positions to be recognized, but we have also used principles. So, for example, the G20 the joint statement says inadmissibility of force or use of force in international relations. Now remember why India was non-aligned in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It was because India did not want to join a military alliance. Now ask this question, has that changed today? Now 75 years of independence, 75 years of foreign policy, that has not changed. All right, India still says that military alliances are not the solution. All right, because if there would be one military alliance, obviously it would attract another counter military alliance. And then that vitiates the international atmosphere, which is not good for us because we want to focus on a stable course of development or economic growth. Right? So answers should be always from India's perspective. AUKUS military alliance, US, etc. China would also come here. Right? So some countries are at the backdrop of most of the questions which are asked. All right? And again, these kinds of questions also, your guide always is, what is India's position? So if you have not noticed or if you are not in the habit of noticing India's position, please do so. In newspapers, lines like, according to the MEA spokesperson, if you are worried about Canada, leave it to the MEA and listen to what the spokesperson of MEA is saying, because that would be useful if somebody asks you the same question. All right? So understand what your purpose is. You're not making foreign policy, it is already made, you cannot influence it, you can learn it. All right, and if somebody asks you any question, always start with India's position, what India's position is. Because in foreign policy, you cannot have an individual position. All right, because foreign policies are that of states. All right, not individuals. Moving forward, 2020 क्या हुआ? पहला question, role of WHO. Now replace it. Role of IMO. This year IMO's question has been asked. Again, a very structure mandate based question. But also in that particular year, because WHO was criticized, so a critical intent, but again that question would be answered through structure and mandate. Right? So for example, any organization like WHO does not have enforcement powers. All right? Any organization is only as good or as bad as its members make it to be. And thereby organizations are limited because of two major factors. One is economic, that they are dependent on funding on their member countries. So those who fund have influence. If they don't agree, organizations would start decaying. All right? And second is what is called politics, great power politics. What is liked by America is not liked by China. All right? So on and so forth. So again, it comes from structure and mandate. Again, the Indian diaspora question. Decisive role to play, politics and economy of America and Europe, a region or two regions and two themes, politics and economy. This question required answer examples, a lot of examples. Now the same examples would be helpful in this year's question, with the only difference that the major part would be showing what benefits are there for India. All right. Here it was substantiate with examples. Yes, this is the case. This is something that has happened. Quadrilateral security dialogue is transforming itself into a trade bloc from a military alliance. Quad is not a military alliance. Quad is a dialogue. How do you know what Quad is? Just listen to what Dr. Jaishankar says when he refers to Quad. All right? It's a dialogue. It was never a military alliance. India would never join a military alliance. It has economic prospects because all countries are major trading countries or major economies. Right? So in that context, again, India, US, other countries, but also China would come into this picture, right? Because for all of them, China is the largest trading partner. And for all of them, China is a larger strategic threat also. So there is a paradox, all right? So this question, again, would have been answered if you knew what India's position is. India would be keen on economic cooperation, less so on converting Quad into an economic bloc, all right? Current affairs based questions. So ये सारे question हो गए. अब हम इस साल के questions देखते हैं. How do we answer these questions? So virus of conflict is affecting the functioning of the SCO is the statement. All right. If this is the statement, then of course my job is to start with the statement. All right. I would start with the statement. Right. I will identify two things. One, either it can be SCO or it can be conflict. If you focused on the word virus, then I can't do anything. All right? So it is very clear that I will start my introduction with these. Right? In the introduction, what do we do when there are statements? We substantiate the statement. All right? How do we do it? If we have any data. Right? What does data do? It creates visibility and maybe a false sense of trust in the examiner that this student knows. All right? You tell a simple story, and then you tell the story with firstly, secondly, thirdly, or you add some numbers, right? According to this survey, this % of people drink coffee and tea. Nobody is going to ask कि ये survey किसने किया, कब किया. लेकिन आपका statement अपने आप क्या दिखने लगता है? Impressive दिखने लगता है. All right? So ये हम कर सकते हैं. दूसरा हम कर सकते हैं इस context से शुरुआत. Right? यहाँ पे क्या हमारे काम में आता है? Current affairs. All right, we can start with current affairs also. So starting should not be a problem. All right. So of course, the starting that I would suggest is the recent summit of the SCO chaired by India came in the backdrop of poly crisis situation. अब ये word भी कहाँ से आया? poly crisis, अखबार पढ़ने से. All right, multiple crises, that the world is facing multiple crises. So you could see that we can use some jargons. We have clearly started with recent. We have very clearly brought in India at the beginning of it. And we are telling the examiner that we know why you are asking this question, why you expect that I should know the answer to this question, all right? In the backdrop of poly-crisis, right? Multiple crisis, right? Poly-crisis situation faced by the international community, all right? So, the Eurasia region, so now we are telling the examiner that we know that when we talk about SCO, it is important in the context of a region called Eurasia, all right? So if some people are fond of making maps, some people are fond of suggesting making maps. If you wanted to make map, this was the question where you could have made the map. Either make a map of Eurasia, larger map of Eurasia, and just circle the member countries. Or if you are adventurous enough, try to draw the map of all the countries visible. All right, the SCO countries, right? 8 countries. So again, remember, when you are deciding to draw a map, it is always determined on the basis of whether you have practiced enough or not, whether you are comfortable or not. The examiner is not telling you essentially to draw a map. The examiner is telling you to do things with clarity. All right, I don't have time. That is what the examiner would say. My life is very busy. I'm not being paid a lot for checking your answer script. So make my life easy. All right, that is what the examiner would say, right? So ये हमने कर दिया. The Eurasia region, where the SCO has its roots since 2001, meaning in order to say that we know the background, we are not saying that SCO was formed in 2001. We are saying that it is located in Eurasia since 2001. All right. So the Eurasia region, where the SCO is located since 2001, has been marked by regional conflicts as well as great power politics, all right, great power politics. Or you can again bring a jargon. So when you are writing IR answer or any subject's answer, every subject has certain broad jargons which can be safely used. All right. So for example, in this context, you may remember something like a great game, all right, or a new great game, which is basically great power politics. Great game is about Russia, Britain. New great game is about China, Russia, US. All right. So that is something that we have done to contextualize. And we have brought in the second focus, which is conflict. Now, what would be the next part? The next part would be giving some examples as briefly as possible. All right, give examples. All right, what kind of examples? So you can then broadly have a framework where you can talk about broad categories like internal and external. All right, that the SCO is surrounded by multiple internal and external conflicts. Once you have reached here, it becomes easier. You can give various examples. For example, bilateral conflicts or history of bilateral conflicts between countries like India and Pakistan, India and China. If you want to go a bit more, you can talk about how the Central Asian states are new states. So they have unresolved issues of border and resource sharing. So it from time to time erupts in conflict between countries like Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan had a conflict over some pasture land, right? It was also in news over the last 3 years. Or you will say that internally many of the Central Asian states are conflict prone given the difficulty of state building. So for example, Kazakhstan, violence erupted in 2022, all right? The military had to be called in, Russia had to intervene. तो ये हो गया आपके internal conflicts. अब आप कह सकते हैं कि भाई it is also influenced by the involvement of some of its members in larger regional conflicts and strategic competitions. So for example, Russia is involved in the Ukraine conflict, all right? Or for example, China is pursuing a path of strategic competition with USA with the likelihood of a conflict, all right, with the likelihood of a conflict, right? Or you can, in the case of China, say South China Sea, all right, that China's territorial claim in South China Sea are surrounded by कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स, ऑलराइट. सो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का लिटरल मतलब वॉर भी हो सकता है, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का मतलब कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ ओपिनियन भी हो सकता है, राइट. जितना क्लोज टू वॉर आप रखेंगे वो आपका एग्जाम्पल ठीक होगा, लेकिन अगर आपको और एग्जाम्पल चाहिए तो आप कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को थोड़ा सा ट्विस्ट कर सकते हैं बाय कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइजिंग इट एट स्ट्रैटेजिक कॉम्पिटिशन. दे दिया आपने, हो गया. जितना ब्रीफली इसको करना है उतना ब्रीफली. सो ये दो पार्ट क्लियर हो गए. इसके बाद एग्जाम्पल आएगा, ये क्लियर हो गया. अब इसके बाद बेसिकली हमें ये करना है कि इंडिया को लेके आना है. तो इसीलिए हमने शुरुआत में इंडिया को ले आया था, ये कहते हुए कि भाई ये जो है इंडिया ने चेयर किया, राइट, ताकि एग्जामिनर मिस नहीं करे इंडिया को कि भाई इंडिया कहाँ आ रहा है, क्योंकि आपको कॉन्टेक्स्ट बनाना पड़ेगा, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स क्या है वो बताना पड़ेगा, राइट. पॉली क्राइसिस जैसे वर्ड यूज कर लें तो अपने आप आपको मौका मिल जाता है. तो आप ये भी इंडिकेट कर सकते हैं कि भाई क्या इसके डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स है जिनसे इंडिया प्रभावित है, राइट. तो आप एससीओ के अंदर और एससीओ के बाहर दोनों की बातें कर सकते हैं, ठीक है. तो जब आप एससीओ के बाहर की बात कर रहे हैं या एससीओ के अंदर की बात कर रहे हैं तो इंडिया के पर्सपेक्टिव से आपको ये बताना है दैट इंडिया स्टैंड्स फॉर मल्टीलैटरल कोऑपरेशन and constructive approach to conflict resolution. All right. So once we have made this, what we'll do, we'll make a transition. We will say this can be seen through the following, all right, in the case of SCO, right. So what will you do now? You start saying what is important. So for example, do you remember any jargons? For example, do you remember what is the theme of this year's SCO? India's presidency of SCO was defined by the theme of secure, all right. So this itself is an example of how India wants to promote multifarious cooperation, and it is aware of the conflict, right. So for example, India would say under secure that it is necessary that countries respect certain principles like sovereignty, right. S is for sovereignty, territorial integrity. This is what we do when we message to China without taking the name of China at SCO, right. That what we expect China to do is this, right. Second, we will see that India has focused on, for example, if you see very prominently, promoting cultural cooperation, all right. So cultural cooperation, use of soft power is for creating a softer ground for cooperation, all right, for softening the relations, right. So if there is familiarity, we can understand that there would be less likelihood of conflict, or conflict can be managed. So for example, this year, the SCO, through India's effort, had designated Varanasi as the cultural capital of SCO. All right. So counterintuitive, but these are ways in which India would like conflicts to be resolved. Right. A longer period of understanding, cultural cooperation. Right. Now the third thing is, if you would see, now we can go beyond the SCO. All right. So in the context of the Ukraine conflict, and remember, it is a conflict in Eurasia. It is a conflict where one of the SCO members is involved. So it is a regional question, bilateral question, as well as global question. So thereby, in response to this conflict, India has consistently highlighted respect for UN Charter and international law. So Ukraine conflict की भी अगर तैयारी कर रहे थे, तो भी आपको इंडिया की पोजीशन पता होगी. All right. So basically, now you list direct or indirect initiatives involving India, or the ideas which are being promoted by India. All right. If you read the speech of the Prime Minister at the SCO summit, he starts by saying that this year SCO's summit is taking place when the world is plagued by multiple conflicts, right? Price rise, food security issues. So the problems had been identified. This question is simply asking you, are you aware of the kind of problems which are there for cooperation in the SCO? Some of these factors are direct, some of these factors are indirect. All right. तो ये आपने कह दिया। आप कंक्लूजन की तरफ जब जाएंगे तो आप, अगर पिछला जो क्वेश्चन आया था उसमें एक वर्ड यूज करना था शंघाई स्पिरिट। ऑलराइट, शंघाई स्पिरिट भी एक जार्गन है, विच आर द प्रिंसिपल्स guiding the actions of China. So towards the conclusion, you can say that India has also promoted the idea of regional digital and physical connectivity, as well as creating SEO as an energy club. Now these measures of cooperation, creating interdependence, would also go a long way in addressing conflicts surrounding SEO. Meaning cooperation बढ़ेगा तो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट कम होगा। ऑलराइट, तो ये इंडिया का अप्रोच है, ये आपको बताना है। इंडिया डायरेक्टली जाके अफगानिस्तान में कुछ नहीं कर सकता, रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर रुकवाना इंडिया चाहेगा, लेकिन ज़रूरी नहीं कि इंडिया कर पाए, तो एडवेंचरस होने का कोई चांस नहीं है। इट वॉज अ प्रिटी बोरिंग क्वेश्चन। इफ यू हैड बाय एंड लार्ज followed the summit of SEO this year, you would have been able to answer this question. There are multiple examples that you can give, internal, external conflicts, and multiple examples thematically. For example, if you want, you can open up Secure itself, right, as principles, like sovereignty, right, as issues, like environmental cooperation, cultural cooperation, Secure का C, cultural cooperation, all right. तो इंडिया क्या प्रपोज करता है, दुनिया के बारे में इंडिया का क्या व्यू है, ये क्वेश्चन का मतलब ये है, एसईओ के थ्रू आंसर करना था। ठीक है, एनी डिफिकल्टी सो फार लिखने के फ्लो में? मैं आपको पूरा आंसर लिख के दिखा नहीं सकता, ऑलराइट, लेकिन दैट इज व्हाट आई कुड डू। ठीक है, आगे चलें। अब आप देखेंगे कि अगर आप तैयारी कर रहे थे इस साल, तो जो अभ्यास का हमारा टेस्ट था उसके अंदर ये क्वेश्चन आया था, ऑलराइट। तो अगर आपने उसके आंसर की तरफ भी लिखा है तो भी ठीक है। अमंग अदर फैक्टर्स, strained ties with China and Pakistan make it difficult for India to fulfill its expectations from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. All right? तो ये थीमेटिकली आइडेंटिफाइड था कि ये क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है। और 2021 में आपके पास, अगर आप पढ़ रहे थे, आपने बाद में भी अगर पेपर देखा हो, अगर डिस्कशन देखा हो, तो आपके पास ये आइडिया था कि किन के बारे में बात करना है, राइट, किस रीजन के बारे में बात करना है, किन लोगों का नाम लेना है और किस तरह के फैक्ट्स बताने हैं, दैट एसईओ। बट इस क्वेश्चन में इस तरह के फैक्ट्स बताने का टाइम नहीं था हमारे पास, ऑलराइट। तो हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में जब तैयारी कर रहे होंगे तो फ्रॉम इंडियाज पर्सपेक्टिव, अगर इंडिया ने कुछ कहा है या इंडिया ने समिट में भाग लिया है, उसको ही बस फॉलो करते रहो तो इसका आंसर हो जाएगा, राइट। नाउ लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड। क्वेश्चन, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, अगेन अ 10 मार्कर। Indian diaspora has scaled new heights in the West. Describe its economic and political significance for India. Again, fairly obvious task to do, to start with. What the expectation is that there is a statement. I will start with substantiation, all right, which can mean a lot of things. For example, I can pick this Indian diaspora. I can also start with a definition. Right, but then I have to ask whether the definition is the correct way to start in this kind of a question, meaning what Indian diaspora is, right? So Indian diaspora comprises of people who were born in India but now live outside the borders of Republic of India. That is Indian diaspora. Or it also includes people of Indian origin, all right, whose ancestors may have been India's citizens. You can start with this, or you can have a trump card. For example, you can start with this, and this is also coming from current affairs. Parliamentary Standing Committee. Remember, we quote to give weight to our ideas. All right, that's why we in paper 2 generally should quote according to the Supreme Court judgment in so and so case, right? According to the CAG report, according to the World Bank. All right. Because we are adding weight to our argument. So Parliamentary Standing Committee had come up with a report on diaspora. अब मुझे एग्जामिनर को बताना है कि मैंने पढ़ लिया है ये, तो I will only mention these words, right? So according to the Parliamentary Standing Committee report on diaspora, India's engagement with diaspora is defined by 3 C's. All right? Connect, care, and celebrate. All right? Connect, care, and celebrate. तो हम जो भी पढ़ रहे हैं उससे जार्गन्स निकाल के लाएंगे, या हम ये सोचेंगे अपॉर्चुनिस्टिकली हम उसको कैसे कोट कर देंगे या आंसर में दिखा देंगे कि हमने ये पढ़ा है. So one thing that you are doing in this mains part, because it is partly exam of knowledge, is showcasing to the examiner, signaling to the examiner that knowledge part ठीक है आपका, all right, that you know, and you do this by highlighting certain familiar jargons or familiar terms. ठीक है, तो यहाँ कर दिया आपने, right? ये आपके पास है, और numbers क्या हैं आपके पास. So इस रिपोर्ट से ही या जनरली भी आपको पता है, India's diaspora size is 31 million. It is world's largest diaspora. All right? It is world's largest diaspora. ठीक है, ये facts हैं आपके पास. अब आप शुरुआत किसी भी तरह से कर लीजिए. At 31 million, India's diaspora is world's largest. In the categories of old and new diaspora, these are jargons of diaspora. In the categories of old and new diaspora, the West, particularly United States and European countries, have been a prominent center of the concentration of Indian diaspora. All right? आपने वेस्ट ले आए आप, और फिर आप बता सकते हैं फॉर एग्जाम्पल, राइट? सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल इस रिपोर्ट के साथ साथ ये रिसेंटली प्राइम मिनिस्टर की यूएस विजिट भी हुई थी. ऑल राइट? सो उसमें अखबार में बहुत सारा कवरेज आया था. So in the US, the size of Indian diaspora is around 4.9 million. All right, 4.9 million. अब कनाडा आया है ना, कनाडा के बारे में आप चिंतित हो गए, क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, कैसे रिटेलिएट करेंगे, ऐसे कैसे बोल दिया, ऐसे नहीं बोलना चाहिए था. वो आपकी चिंता नहीं है, पर आपने देखा होगा the concerns which have been raised, like let's say member of parliaments, when they are responding, they are saying that more than 1 lakh students are planning to go to Canada, to study in Canada, because Canada is a significant center of education, center of choice for Indians, right? Canada में there are nearly 1.5 million people of Indian origin, 1.5 million people of Indian origin, right? So around 1 million are the citizens of that country, but then substantially large part of the population is also Indian citizens, like students, right? तो आपके पास कनाडा का एग्जाम्पल आ गया, जो कि एक प्रोमिनेंट एग्जाम्पल है फ्रॉम नॉर्थ अमेरिका. उसके बाद आपके पास यूके का एग्जाम्पल आएगा, वेयर द इंडियन डायस्पोरा इज अराउंड 2% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन. ऑल राइट? और एक बहुत ही ऑफ्ट रिपीटेड फैक्ट है दैट दे कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट 6% टू यूकेज जीडीपी. ऑल राइट? 6% टू यूकेज जीडीपी. ठीक है, तो मतलब सब्सटैंशिएट करने के लिए इनके कॉम्बिनेशन से आपको अपना इंट्रोडक्शन बनाना पड़ेगा कि आप ये सारी चीजें दिखा दें. ठीक है, अब आप इंट्रोडक्शन और कैसे लिख सकते हैं? आप लिख सकते हैं क्वेश्चन की मेन थीम से शुरू करके, रीसेंट अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ, आगे तो आपको पता चल ही गया होगा, हु, एनी नंबर ऑफ पीपल. ऋषि सुनक एज ब्रिटेन्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर, बट ऑल्सो अजय पाल बंगा एज वर्ल्ड बैंक्स प्रेसिडेंट. ऑल राइट? वर्ल्ड बैंक्स प्रेसिडेंट, चॉइस आपकी है, राइट? मिस्टर अजय पाल बंगा केम टू इंडिया, he was one of the person whose photo with shaking hands with the prime minister was prominently being displayed, apart from Miss Giorgia Meloni, जिनके बारे में काफी लोगों ने ये किया. पर जॉर्जिया मेलोनी के अलावा भी इतनी सारी फीमेल लीडर्स थी. ऑल राइट? जॉर्जिया मेलोनी थी, शेख हसीना थी, राइट? उर्सुला वॉन डर लेयन थी, यूरोपियन कमीशन की चेयर, IMF की चेयर क्रिस्टेलिना जॉर्जिएवा थी, WTO की डायरेक्टर जनरल. ऑल राइट? ये भी थी. ठीक है, तो अजय पाल बंगा, आप ये भी शुरू कर सकते हैं, आप ऋषि सुनक से भी शुरू कर सकते हैं. अजय पाल बंगा रिप्रेजेंट्स द इकोनॉमिक राइज ऑफ इंडियन डायस्पोरा. ऋषि सुनक रिप्रेजेंट्स पॉलिटिकल राइज ऑफ इंडियन डायस्पोरा. एनी नंबर ऑफ एग्जांपल्स. एंटोनियो कोस्टा, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पोर्चुगल. लियो वराडकर, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ आयरलैंड, इज ऑफ इंडियन ओरिजिन. ठीक है, तो आप ये स्प्रिंकलिंग कर इंट्रोडक्शन और उसके बाद के पार्ट में कर दें. अब बेनिफिट्स पे आ जाए तो क्वेश्चन तो मेन यही पूछ रहा है, डिस्क्राइब. यूपीएससी ने आसान कर दिया, डिस्क्राइब, बस आपको कहानी बता देनी है. तो पहला वन, पॉलिटिकली अगर हम देखें तो द इंडियन डायस्पोरा, आप जार्गन यूज करेंगे, इज कंसिडर्ड एज अ स्ट्रेटेजिक असेट बाय इंडिया. अकॉर्डिंग टू whom? Many people have said this, including the Prime Minister. All right? So widely regarded as strategic asset. they act to generate goodwill for India. Why? Because generally they are known for their skills, proficiency, work ethics. So their work contributes to the local economy, so contributes to India's image also. All right? So soft power, for example, right? For example, they are part of India's soft power. For example, you will see it has now become a tradition that White House celebrates Diwali. All right? It has now become a tradition that White House celebrates Diwali. Or it has also been prominently highlighted that Mr. Rishi Sunak went to Murari Bapu's Katha and said a Jai Shri Ram on 15th of August. Different people, different reactions, right? Or before that, he had highlighted how he lights Diwali after he lights diyas of Diwali outside the 10 Downing Street. So India's image, soft power को contribute करते हैं. ये कौन से points हैं? ये political points हैं. All right? Soft power को contribute करते हैं. इसके अलावा they support India's cause. So meaning their role is in advocating India's cause. They advocate India's cause. In what sense? So one very prominent and repeated example is how Indians in the US wrote letters to their Congress members to support the Indo-US nuclear deal. All right? So they lobbied, as some people would say, in favor of Indo-US nuclear deal. All right? So that is the political benefit that you will have. And certainly you can say that it has been seen in terms of warmth in bilateral engagements. All right? So for example, when the Prime Minister went to the US, he addressed the US Congress and he mentioned a Samosa caucus. All right? Whereby he was referring to the Vice President of the US, right? Kamala Harris. So again, we can make our points. So these are largely by and large political points. Now, one point is that Indians themselves have acquired a leading role. Where? In business, right? In the West, as well as they are in political positions, right? So for example, the President of Guyana in South America is of Indian origin, Muhammad Irfan Ali. All right? Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali. Or the President of Suriname, another country in the Caribbean, is of Indian origin, Chandrika Prasad Santokhi. हाँ भैया, एग्जाम्पल्स ही आप ऐड करते जाओ. अगर आपके पास टाइम है तो बिल्कुल ये भी एग्जाम्पल करो, और अगर मेरे पास टाइम हो तो मैं लिस्ट दे दूंगा पूरी. मतलब समझ गए आप? मॉरिशियस जैसे ही आपने कहा मुझे समझ में आ गया कि आप मतलब समझ गए. ऑलराइट, बस इससे काम था. तो आपने ये बता दिया, तो आपने एक पॉइंट बना दिया कि भाई इंडियन themselves are in leading positions. So for example, what does it mean? It means that Indians at the leading position in businesses are important decision makers when it comes to allocation of finances, investments. Right? So the Prime Minister met the CEO of Micron, all right, which is a semiconductor manufacturer, right? So thereby you will see Micron is doing what? Micron is setting up with the support of $800 million from Indian government a semiconductor assembling plant in Gujarat, all right, and it was in news a few days back. So these kinds of decisions, right? अब पॉलिटिकली हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि भाई जो हेड ऑफ स्टेट है वो इंडिया के फेवर में डिसीजन लेगा, तो हम यहाँ क्या कर सकते हैं भाई, इन द कमिटी ऑफ नेशंस. ऑलराइट, फॉर एग्जांपल लुक एट G20. सो G20 had 2 heads of states who were of Indian origin. One the Prime Minister himself, another the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak. Alright, so it strengthens solidarity and between India and other countries at global forums. All right, at global forums. So yesterday I saw a video where Mr. What is his name? Vivek Ramaswamy. Somebody approached him, started talking in Tamil. So he also responded in Tamil. All right. So there may be a day when global leaders are talking in any of the Indian languages. So there can be many examples. Now, economic examples. तो ये जो पॉइंट है, बिजनेस लीडरशिप को इकोनॉमी में ले आएंगे, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप मल्टीलैटरलिज्म. ऑलराइट, G20 जैसा एग्जांपल हम ले जाएंगे पॉलिटिकल में. ठीक है, अब इकोनॉमिक थोड़ा सा फोकस कर ले. सो दे कंट्रीब्यूट रिसोर्सेस टू इंडियाज डेवलपमेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल, रेमिटेंसेस रिसीव्ड बाय इंडिया is highest in the world. This year, according to World Bank, it crossed 100 billion US dollars. 100 billion US dollars. And 50% of this remittance comes from Western economies, Western countries, right? Around 50% comes from Gulf prominently, but nearly 50% also comes from, and then small segment comes from other parts, right? So 100 billion US dollars of diaspora, of remittances. US certainly is number one as source of remittances to India. UAE would be number 2, all right? तो ये facts अभी बता सकते हैं. दूसरा बता सकते हैं भाई, they make investments, for example, through what are called NRE deposits, all right? So for example, if you see RBI in the month of June, July, comes up with very comprehensive documents, right, about the state of India's economy, etc. So this year's report would say around 138 billion US dollars of stock of NRE deposits, all right, meaning the money that NRIs have deposited in the NRE accounts, all right. So this is the economic contribution. Now you can also say that the diaspora, through the act of immigration, contributes in the creation of network of knowledge and capital, all right. Network of knowledge and capital का मतलब लोग पढ़ने जाते हैं, पढ़ के वापस आते हैं, all right. तो knowledge gain करके आ रहे हैं. तो पहले एक perspective था brain drain. So thereby the diaspora, Indian diaspora currently is instrumental in transforming brain drain into brain gain, all right. Brain gain, ठीक है. कोई जाता है बाहर किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ने, तो उसी के मोहल्ले, गांव, शहर से कोई और भी जाता है, राइट. तो उसने एक रास्ता खोला, राइट. सो दिस इज नेटवर्क ऑफ नॉलेज, नेटवर्क ऑफ कैपिटल. ऑफ कोर्स सेंडिंग ऑफ रेमिटेंसेस, decision on investments, all right, these are all network of capital. So they help in the creation of network of knowledge and network of capital, which is important for the rise of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, because the before this year's Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, the theme of the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas was contribution of the Indian diaspora to Atmanirbhar Bharat, right? तो ऐसे आपने बता दिया. अब आप अगर मौका मिले थोड़ा कॉशन दे दें, कैसे कॉशन दें, तो आप जाएंगे पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की रिपोर्ट पे. इस कमेटी की रिपोर्ट का कहना है कि वी नीड टू कम अप विथ अ डेडिकेटेड डायस्पोरा पॉलिसी, ऑल राइट. दैट दिस हैज बीन बेनिफिशियल, बट गिवन द चेंजिंग नेचर ऑफ ग्लोबल पॉलिटिक्स एंड इकोनॉमिक्स एज वेल एज टेक्नोलॉजी, the continuation of this positive beneficial aspect depends on India developing a consolidated diaspora policy, right? According to whom? According to the Parliamentary Standing Committee. कि पहले तो पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए, दूसरा इन्होंने कहा कि नंबर होना चाहिए, राइट. एक डेटाबेस होना चाहिए एग्जैक्टली हमारे पास, जो है नहीं अभी. तीसरा इन्होंने कहा कि भाई ग्रीवांस रिडर्सल के लिए मैकेनिज्म्स हैं, देयर आर ग्रीवांस रिडर्सल मैकेनिज्म्स. अब ग्रीवांस को रिकॉर्ड करने के बजाय वो कितने टाइम में सॉल्व होता है, इस पे ध्यान देने की जरूरत है, ऑल राइट. सो फॉलो अप एक्शन in terms of grievance redressal. So pick and choose any of these suggestions. I suggest, say that the Parliamentary Standing Committee thereby has emphasized on the need for a consolidated diaspora policy on the part of India. All right. अब इसके अलावा कोई और फैक्ट हो, जो भी हो, आप इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं, राइट, अगर समय मिले तो. इतना लिखने के बाद आगे चलें. तो आपने देखा होगा अखबार में, है ना, जैसे कि ये तस्वीर आई थी, राइट. तो अगर आपने ये पढ़ा होता तो इसके आर्ग्यूमेंट्स यही होते, राइट. और अगर आपने अपनी तैयारी के साथ इसमें जोड़ लिया होता रेमिटेंसेस एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा, तो भी आप लिख पाते, ठीक है. तो इसलिए अखबार पढ़ना जरूरी है. A significant takeaway from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent state visit to US was prominent role that Indian Americans are increasingly being seen in. From the US Congress, White House CEOs of top MNCs, prominent lawyers, doctors, academicians, PM's visit turned spotlight on them or their success stories. All right? तो ये अखबार पढ़ते रहिए, अपने आप आंसर हो जाएगा. और ये नंबर्स आपको इस तरह से मिलेंगे. अखबार पढ़ेंगे तो ये भी होता है इस तरह के जार्गन, दैट इंडियन डायस्पोरा इज कंसिडर्ड टू बी अ लिविंग ब्रिज बिटवीन इंडिया and the host countries. All right, in this case the West. Right? आगे चलें, अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो आप सवाल बिल्कुल पूछ सकते हैं. ठीक है? नहीं. क्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में डबल सिटीजनशिप का प्रोविजन है? नहीं है. तो नहीं, एक मिनट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन शुरू करते हैं ना, क्योंकि इस तरह के क्वेश्चन को मैं कहता हूं दे आर अबव माई पे चेक, है ना. इवन इफ आई से यस इट वुड नॉट मैटर, आई कैनॉट से कि दे या ना दे. देर इज अ लॉट ऑफ डिफिकल्टी इन्वॉल्व. प्राइमरली इट अराइजेस फ्रॉम आवर approach towards citizenship. We don't allow dual citizenship. We are not thinking of allowing dual citizenship. What we have thought about is that those NRIs who are still Indian citizens are living outside. Can we allow them to vote without having the need to come back in India physically to the constituencies where they are enrolled as voters? ठीक है, ये प्रपोजल काफी चल रहा है, लेकिन अभी भी अगर कोई NRI है, विदेश में रह रहा है, वोट देने के लिए इंडिया ही आना पड़ेगा. ऑल राइट. और डुअल सिटीजनशिप के बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हैं. किसको देंगे डुअल सिटीजनशिप? डायस्पोरा में सारे के सारे भले लोग तो है नहीं. कहां से आवाज आ रही है? अब आप फॉरेन पॉलिसी बना रहे हैं. मैं पहले ही मना कर चुका हूं, फॉरेन पॉलिसी बिल्कुल हो तो बहुत कुछ सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है और वो भी हो सकता है, बट व्हाट इज विद इन द रियल्म ऑफ रीजनेबल. सो इस एग्जामिनेशन की एक बहुत आवश्यक जरूरत है, being reasonable, right? Whether you are extremely intelligent like Einstein or not, that is not required, क्योंकि आइंस्टीन ये एग्जाम देगा ही नहीं. ऑल राइट, बिकॉज लॉजिकली उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा कि भाई क्या 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 टेस्ट हो रहा है इस एग्जाम में. ऑल राइट, ये बात विदेशों को भी नहीं समझ में आती. जब भी मैं उनसे मिलता हूँ और ये मैं बताता हूँ कि मैं ये काम करता हूँ, तो वो पूछते हैं क्या एग्जाम है, क्या होता है, क्या इसमें तनख्वाह बहुत ज़्यादा मिलती है, क्या इसमें ये होता है. तो मैं कहता हूँ नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. तो फिर लोग क्यों आंख बंद करके इस एग्जाम की तैयारी करते हैं? ठीक है, तो आधा पार्ट तो होता है वैनिटी का. ठीक है, वैनिटी प्रोजेक्ट. तो आप अपने दिमाग में आईएएस बन के घूम रहे हैं, आईएफएस बन के घूम रहे हैं, फॉरेन मिनिस्टर बन के घूम रहे हैं. जब तक सिलेक्शन ना हो, और सिलेक्शन के बाद भी एक चीज आप प्राइमरली हमेशा रहेंगे, वो क्या है? अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया. सो थिंकिंग लाइक अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया इज नॉट बैड, बिलीव मी. फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भी इंडियन सिटीजन ही होना चाहिए. ठीक है, हो सकता है, बहुत सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं, गवर्नमेंट कंसिडरेशन में नहीं है, इसलिए प्राइमरी कारण है ये कहने का कि इस बारे में बात करने का अभी कोई औचित्य नहीं है. ठीक है, और बहुत ही क्लियरली सजेशन है कि ऐसा सजेशन ना दें कि डुअल सिटीजनशिप दे देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि वो पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की रिपोर्ट दिखाई, उसमें शायद हमसे समझदार लोग बैठे होंगे, उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं कहा है. अगर उन्होंने ऐसा इशारा भी किया होता तो शायद हम उस पॉइंट को निकाल के बोल देते कि ऐसा होना चाहिए. सो डुअल सिटीजनशिप नो, बट thinking about steps to facilitate easier voting mechanism for the NRIs, right, can be one thing that you can suggest, because that has been considered, right? Now, moving forward, the next question, which is the question number 19, all right, expansion of NATO. अब हम आ गए 15 नंबर पे ज्यादा लिखने के लिए. तो अब इसमें हम आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं भाई एक्सपेंशन एंड स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ नेटो इज हैपनिंग, राइट. तो आप तो या तो इसको एड्रेस कर सकते हैं, राइट, कि एक्सपेंशन हो रहा है. ठीक है, एक्सपेंशन एंड स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ नेटो, जो भी एलिमेंट दिया हुआ है क्वेश्चन में हम उसका ही यूज करने की कोशिश करेंगे इंट्रोडक्शन करते समय, राइट. एक्सपेंशन एंड स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ नेटो कैसे? 31 members, including 2 members joining very recently, right? So expansion, right? दूसरा, stronger US-Europe strategic partnership. Can we say that it has been the traditional case? All right, this has been the traditional case. Europe has never been known for being a great military power, despite European countries having nuclear weapons. Europe, in a sense, has been subservient to the US interest, all right? And US-Europe strategic partnership was strong in the Cold War period also. It has a context, and it is again getting strong. For example, the European Union, इस साल के PT में क्वेश्चन आया था, preliminary examination में, Trade Technology Council. India and European Union have started a Trade Technology Council, but before that, US and European Union had started a Trade Technology Council. All right. And then you will see, for example, it is also seen in terms of the position that they have adopted on Ukraine. All right, Ukraine-Russia conflict पे जो position है उसमें भी दिखता है कि ये strong strategic partnership है इनके बीच में. और चौथा, we will also see that increasingly the US interest in the Indo-Pacific demands, and that is what the US Indo-Pacific strategy document also says, that it would be beneficial if European partners or NATO partners are also involved in the efforts of stability in the Indo-Pacific. So European Union itself has also come up with its own Indo-Pacific strategy, right? So why does European Union need to have an Indo-Pacific strategy? One, of course, is trade is global. So they are trading with Pacific countries. But Europe is neither Indian Ocean nor Pacific Ocean country. So when this is happening, Europe's Indo-Pacific approach is explained by its own interests, but primarily also because of the increasing value that US has given to Indo-Pacific and the issues in the Indo-Pacific. So it is quite visible. If you are observing these factors are quite visible, right? अब UPSC पूछा, what is your opinion about this statement? अब statement पूरा नहीं होता जब तक हम ये ना कहें कि it works well for India. Now this is debatable. Expansion is happening. Stronger US-Europe strategic partnership has been the historic case, and it is also visible that right now it is in the work, in the newer context. But whether it would be beneficial for India or not is not as obvious. All right? So how do we write this answer? So A again, क्योंकि statement में है तो contextualize करके हम substantiate करेंगे. All right? क्योंकि ये statement में है इसलिए contextualize करके substantiate करेंगे. कैसे? The recent inclusion of Sweden in NATO is another step in the expansion of NATO continuing since the end of Cold War. All right? Since the end of Cold War, in phases NATO has expanded. Right? ये एक periodic development रही है. हर एक साल 2 साल में नहीं होता, लेकिन इस साल 2 देश ज्वाइन किए. हिंदू का एक एडिटोरियल था, उसमें ये बात थी कि कैसे ना तो ना यूएस जीत रहा है ना रशिया जीत रहा है, राइट? अगर रशिया को नेटो के एक्सपेंशन से प्रॉब्लम थी तो नेटो का एक्सपेंशन तो हो गया, ऑलराइट? और यूएस को लगता है कि नेटो के एक्सपेंशन से रशिया को काउंटर कर सकते हैं, तो रशिया ने यूक्रेन पे हमला कर दिया, ऑलराइट? तो इसका मतलब है कि दोनों ग्रेट पावर बेवकूफ़ी कर रहे हैं, इसलिए इंडिया को ये बेवकूफ़ी नहीं करनी चाहिए. क्वाइट लॉजिकली इट इज़ अंडरस्टैंडेबल. हिंदू में एक एडिटोरियल था, राइट? दैट इज समथिंग दैट रिमेंबर फ्रॉम टीचिंग. चलिए इस बारे में बात होती रही है, तो हम शुरुआत ऐसे करेंगे सब्सटैंशिएशन कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइजेशन से करके कि रिसेंटली द ज्वाइनिंग ऑफ स्वीडन ऑफ नेटो इज कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ इट्स एक्सपेंशन प्रोसेस, ऑलराइट, continuing since the end of Cold War. In the context of the ongoing Ukraine conflict, this acquires global significance. क्यों ग्लोबल लेवल तक पहले उसको ले जाना पड़ेगा? क्योंकि इंडिया का डायरेक्ट कोई लेना देना नहीं है नेटो से, ऑल राइट? सो इट हैज एक्वायर्ड ग्लोबल सिग्निफिकेंस. ऑन द वन हैंड इट रिमाइंड्स ऑफ what many scholars have called a new Cold War in the making, all right? That there is a new Cold War in the making, all right? On the other hand, it is coming in the backdrop of great power shift, whereby the competition is defined by conflict dyads, right? थोड़ा सा इसको जार्गन वाला कर देते हैं, ये शब्द जॉन मेयरशाइमर यूज करते हैं, conflict dyads. So he says today's world is very dangerous world because we'll have 2 major conflict dyads. One is US Russia, another is US China, all right? And remember, all of them have nuclear weapons. So that's why what US and China do to each other is not a question for them. It is also a question for us. हमको भी डरना चाहिए, right? So thereby you will see global, जब हम कहेंगे global dimension acquire कर लिया है, and in that context it has been argued, अब हम दूसरे को blame करेंगे कि हम ऐसा नहीं कह रहे हैं. It has been argued, that is the language of the answer. Always be tentative in international relations. It has been argued by many that this new prominence of NATO and India's increasing strategic cooperation with US होल्ड्स सिग्निफिकेंस। ऑलराइट, एक तो इंडिया यूएस से स्ट्रैटेजिक कोऑपरेशन बढ़ रहा है जो कोल्ड वॉर पीरियड में नहीं था, नया है कुछ। दूसरा, नेटो पहले से था लेकिन नेटो का प्रोमिनेंस बढ़ गया है। ऑलराइट, और तीसरा, क्लोजर टू होम, इंडिया इटसेल्फ फेसेस many strategic challenges, one of them being the increasing aggression, unilateralism of China. इस तरह के jargon से हम इसको contextualize कर देंगे, right? In this context, the NATO, US, Europe strategic combination would be helpful. कैसे? Number one. अब इसको हम ले जाएंगे concepts के realm में. One, it may be helpful in restoring equilibrium in international relations, especially in the context of increasing aggression of authoritarian regimes such as China. रशिया हमारा दोस्त है, उसको अथॉरिटेरियन नहीं कहेंगे, बट यूएस के व्यू से वो दोनों एक ही कैटेगरी में फॉल करेंगे, क्योंकि यूएस ऐसे डिफाइन करेगा लड़ाई को, बिटवीन टिरनी एंड फ्रीडम, ऑलराइट, बिटवीन डेमोक्रेसी एंड अथॉरिटेरियनिज्म। अब इंडिया को शौक नहीं है इतने बड़े टर्म्स में किसी और देश के साथ रिलेशन को डिफाइन करने का, ऑलराइट। तो डेफिनेटली इन द केस ऑफ चाइना, ग्लोबल इक्विलिब्रियम को मेंटेन करने में नेटो मदद कर सकता है, स्पेशली if China's unilateralism and aggression continues unabated. So it is not in India's interest. Somebody should bell the cat. All right? दूसरा context क्या हो सकता है? दूसरा context ये हो सकता है कि भाई the NATO has a long history of promoting close security cooperation among countries which now have become क्लोज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर्स फॉर इंडिया। सो इंडिया के केस में पार्टनर्स वर्ड यूज करेंगे, अलाइज यूज नहीं करेंगे। नेटो कंट्रीज आर अलाइज विथ ईच अदर, इंडिया हमेशा पार्टनर ये शब्द यूज करता है, पार्टनर्स ही यूज करता है, अलाई नहीं। ऑलराइट, सो इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कि ऑलरेडी इंडिया का स्ट्रेटेजिक कन्वर्जेंस है बहुत सारे देशों के साथ, खासतौर पे द लीडिंग कंट्री ऑफ नेटो विच इज यूएस। ऑलराइट, सो इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट इट वुड बी अ लॉजिकल डायरेक्शन फॉर इंडिया टू टेक, राइट, cooperation with NATO in the new context of NATO, US and European Union strategically coming together. ठीक है, तो ये हम कह सकते हैं दूसरा। ठीक है, तीसरा, the collective security debate. So if you would remember or if you would recall, if you follow India's foreign policy, there is a lot of debate which goes on the Security Council, right? And Ruchira Kamboj has, who is India's permanent representative to the UN, in her statements has made India's view on collective security clear. Second, you have the views of Dr. Jaishankar himself. He was there at the UN, all right, a few days back. So did you listen to it? If you want to study foreign policy, थोड़ा ध्यान दे लो, right? Jargons अपने आप पिक हो जाते हैं. So in that context, what we are saying is this: there is an ongoing debate on collective security, all right? What is the example? So when the Russia-Ukraine conflict is taking place, if you have read the writings, people are saying that China may take advantage of this to create its own narrative of security, which is what China has announced, what is called GSI, Global Security Initiative. मतलब अभी तक यूएस इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें करता था कि ग्लोबल सिक्योरिटी कैसे होनी चाहिए, कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी कैसे होनी चाहिए, अब चाइना भी इस विषय में बात करने लगा है, राइट? सो डेफिनेटली India's association would be beneficial in the context of shaping the debates on collective security globally, keeping in mind the fact India's insistence on the respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity and countries abiding by agreements. ये कहाँ से आ रहा है? चाइना से। जब चाइना को जवाब देना होता है तो हम ये कहते हैं, right, that collective security cannot be ensured unless countries violate others' sovereignty, territorial integrity. तो तीसरा कॉमनैलिटी कहाँ से आ रहा है? Because NATO's position, without saying, on Russia-Ukraine conflict is also this. Why is it a problem? Because here is one member of the UN which has violated the territorial integrity and sovereignty of other member of the UN. तो प्रिंसिपल्स के लेवल पे अगर बात करें तो इस तरह के प्रिंसिपल्स नेटो भी हाईलाइट कर रहा है, इंडिया भी हाईलाइट कर रहा है, इंडिया चाइना के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हाईलाइट कर रहा है, नेटो रशिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हाईलाइट कर रहा है। सो इस तरह से इंडिया को फायदा हो सकता है। चौथा फायदा हो सकता है इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सपोजर to the armed forces, because we conduct multiple exercises. The primary purpose is promoting familiarity, interoperability, right? So it exposure through exercises with NATO countries would be helpful in terms of India or Indian armed forces gaining exposure, further exposure, all right, or experience. And it can also be helpful in the fourth concept. If we remove the idea of traditional security coming from states, there are lots of non-traditional security areas where force is required. So for example, in combating maritime piracy, there is already cooperation between NATO task force in the Indian Ocean region, and Indian Navy is also present there. So this can be beneficial in terms of capacity building in combating non-traditional and rising threats to security. Prominent example, piracy, all right, piracy. And similarly, if you want to bring, you can bring in terrorism, all from India's perspective. Now, यहाँ तक तो आपने बता दिया कि ये हो सकता है, it has been argued, and thereby now you will make a transition. So, in this context, the discussions on a NATO plus kind of format argues NATO engaging with non-members like India, all right? And supportive views have also been expressed by US and NATO officials, right? तो आपने ये भी आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया कि ऐसा है, नेटो प्लस की तरह की बात चल रही कि भाई इंडिया जैसे देशों के साथ बाय एंड लार्ज हमारा मिलता जुलता ही है, तो क्यों नहीं कोऑपरेट करे, ठीक है? लेकिन अब यहां पे आप लेके आएंगे, हाउ एवर इंडियाज फॉरेन पॉलिसी हैज कंसिस्टेंटली stood for peaceful means of resolving issues, including global, regional, and bilateral conflicts. How do we know that? Go back to Article 51 of the Indian Constitution. What does it say? One of the things, pacific settlement of disputes. Number 2, from non-alignment to multi-alignment, meaning we say in the Cold War period, India's policy was non-alignment. In this period, our policy, we say multi-alignment. Multi-alignment means simultaneously pursuing relations with all major power centers. So from non-alignment to multi-alignment, India's criticism of military alliances has remained unchanged. All right? And India views military alliances as destabilizing, leading to great power rivalry, strategic competition, rather than aiding in peace. All right? हमारा ये नहीं मानना है कि और military alliances से चीजें हो जाएंगी. Military alliances are part of the problem. So this is something that preference should be clear. Thereby, in this context, it has been made clear by India that it is not interested in NATO plus kind of formulations. It has to be highlighted towards the conclusion. India की position को और highlight करेंगे that India believes in a multipolar world with multilateral cooperation as its basis, rooted in a rules-based order. All right? Rooted in rules-based order. So it is traditions of India's foreign policy currently articulated, but also NATO. इस तरह से आप इस चीज को आंसर कर सकते थे. 3 बेसिक तरीके से आप सोच सकते थे. Potential of NATO, what NATO is. Prospects of NATO, meaning currently और आगे चल के क्या NATO का contribution हो सकता है. और तीसरा, India's view. All right? India's view. So potential and prospects, you talk in terms of what arguments are for it being beneficial, and then you clearly highlight India's view, right, that this is not going to happen. All right, India would not like to promote cooperation with NATO, but by and large you also did not disagree with this idea कि भाई US NATO का close आना इंडिया के लिए फायदेमंद हो सकता है, US और यूरोप का खास तौर पे, राइट, और अधिकतर मेंबर नेटो के यूरोपियन देश ही हैं, ठीक है, तो ये आप कर सकते हैं. चलिए आगे चलें और लास्ट क्वेश्चन को देखें, विच इज सी इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट ऑफ C is the important component of, if you remember the question I've already shown you, C is an important component of the cosmos. All right? So, अब ये क्वेश्चन भी आप कैसे शुरू कर सकते हैं? Remember few jargons. Maritime domain. All right? Maritime domain awareness. Blue economy. राइट? अब ये जार्गन्स हैं, ठीक है? HADR, ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस एंड डिजास्टर रिलीफ। अब इन सब में कॉमन क्या है? These are all issues which are associated with the ocean, all right? So oceans के बारे में आपकी समझ शुरू होती है ज्योग्राफी से, right? What is ocean, what is sea, what is gulf, what is bay, तो ये तो आपको पता ही है, ठीक है? इस तरह के मैप में आप चाहें तो ओशंस का मैप बना सकते हैं, ब्रॉडली दिखा सकते हैं, राइट? वर्ल्ड मैप बना सकते हैं बेसिकली, राइट? ये दिखाने के लिए कि ओशन से क्या होता है, और उस मैप में पॉइंट आउट कर दें कि ओशंस में क्या क्या होता है, राइट? ओशंस में क्या क्या होता है? ओशंस आर इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर व्हाट? ओशंस आर इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर ट्रेड, इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज, रिसोर्सेस, पेट्रोलियम, ऑफशोर, प्लासर deposits or heavy sands or polymetallic nodules, so they are considered to be resource domains. और क्या होता है? They are important conduits of transport, all right? Meaning they are the part of the network, global network of trade, because bulk of international trade takes place through oceans. They are also important in terms of food security, which is fisheries, all right? They are also important in the context of renewable energy, climate change, environment, right? For example, regulation of phenomenon like monsoon, right? So first have this perspective कि किस तरह से आप सोच सकते हैं समुद्रों के बारे में. And then lastly, oceans also come into news because countries are increasing their naval capabilities. There is strategic competition between countries, and navies are important component of the armed forces of any country. So these are different levels of thinking about the oceans, right? So now you will see, for example, news में अभी क्या है? US objected to Chinese research vessel docking in Sri Lanka. Last year भी हुआ था. So these kinds of things remind you about the oceans. ठीक है? अब इसके अलावा और क्या? इसके अलावा और क्या आपको रिमाइंड करेगा ओशंस का? इंडिया से रिलेटेड देख लेते हैं जरा, इंडिया से रिलेटेड क्या है? डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ शिपिंग का कहना है, as far as IMO is concerned, there are 36 instruments it has developed so far, agreements, codes, conventions, all right? India has ratified 18 instruments, another 7 are under consideration. So for example, India is a large ship recycling hub. Bangladesh is becoming another. It is environmentally hazardous, all right? It's a hazardous industry, dismantling, recycling of ships. So in India, there is a consideration right now going on whether we accept the ship recycling related convention of the IMO or not, right? We would have to think about it. Why? Because we are a country with 7,500 miles of coastline. We have a large shipping sector. We are focusing on port-based development, and we also have a large ship recycling facility on the coast of Gujarat, etc. तो हम वो सोच रहे हैं. तो इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में डिबेट्स, ठीक है? इसके अलावा IMO itself started functioning in 1959. 1948, the UN creates it as a specialized agency through a resolution. It has 175 members. Its headquarters is in London. All right, these are facts that you would recall. And its structure comprises of an assembly at the top. All 175 members are part of it. This assembly then appoints a council which takes all the decisions. India was elected to the council in 2017. Next year also in the biennial, India is presenting its candidature. And the council then depends on the work of 5 technical committees. All right? One committee is on maritime safety. Another committee is on maritime environment. So these are the committees. So meaning it's primarily a technical body, an intergovernmental body with a technical function. Since international shipping is a transnational activity, how to regulate it would involve views of states, views of the private operators who carry shipping activities, and also from industry and academia technical inputs. All right. So it has 175 members, but also 3 associate members, but also many non-governmental members. Primary task, developing technical standards, right? In order to create efficient, effective, safe, and environmentally sustainable shipping throughout the globe. ठीक है? तो ये IMO, अब इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हमको ये पता है कि IMO started functioning in 1959. It is the year in which India also has been its members since. All right? इंडिया इज अ मेंबर। अब देखें, इट हैज सर्टेन इंपॉर्टेंट कन्वेंशंस। तो क्या याद करना है? अब इसके 36 इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स तो आप याद नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन कुछ मेजर होंगे, राइट? तो ये फैक्ट्स होते हैं जो एग्जाम में आपके आंसर को डिफरेंशिएट करेंगे उन लोगों के आंसर से जो कहानी लिख के आएंगे। ऑलराइट, तो कुछ नहीं याद हो तो ये इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशन फॉर द सेफ्टी ऑफ लाइफ एट सी, राइट, 1974, मोस्ट कंसोलिडेटेड रीसेंट वर्जन इज 1974, बट एडिशन होते रहते हैं, ठीक है। पहली बार ये आया था जब टाइटैनिक डूबा था। टाइटैनिक के बारे में काफी जोक आपने सुना होगा, सो हियर इज अ इंटरेस्टिंग स्निपेट, राइट। टाइटैनिक वाज अ लार्ज शिपिंग डिजास्टर इफ यू वुड रिमेंबर। तो उस पर एक तो लियोनार्डो डिकैप्रियो और केट विंसलेट की फिल्म बन गई, ऑलराइट, और उसके अलावा शिपिंग के प्रति उसने ध्यान अट्रैक्ट किया, तो सोलास जैसे कन्वेंशन की, सेफ्टी ऑफ लाइफ एट सी, ऑलराइट। तो ये आपको याद करना है, ठीक है। इंडिया हैज रेटिफाइड इट, राइट, इट हैज बीन इफेक्टिव सिंस 1982, इंडिया हैज रेटिफाइड इट। इसके अलावा recently 2020, right, so IMO now is focusing on how to curb emissions in the shipping industry, right, so renewable energy की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। तो इंडिया हैज बीन सेलेक्टेड फर्स्ट कंट्री अंडर IMO ग्रीन वॉयज 2050 प्रोजेक्ट। मैं केवल ये दिखा रहा हूं कि इंडिया के पर्सपेक्टिव से आप कैसे अपने आंसर को सोच सकते थे, राइट। नाउ कल क्या था, व्हाट डेट वाज यस्टरडे, 28, सो एवरी डे इज अ डे इन हिस्ट्री, ऑलराइट। हर दिन कुछ ना कुछ तो हुआ होगा। एक छोटा सा इंटरेस्ट तो आप ये भी डेवलप कर सकते हैं कि विकिपीडिया पे जाएं और देखें कि इस दिन की हिस्ट्री क्या है। येस्टरडे वाज 28 सितंबर इज इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम, वर्ल्ड मैरीटाइम डे। यूएन सेलिब्रेट करता है, IMO सेलिब्रेट करता है। थीम क्या है इसका, ऑलराइट, थीम है मार्पोल एट 50, राइट। मार्पोल एक कन्वेंशन है IMO का, अगेन फिर से, तो सोलास और दूसरा मार्पोल, ये तो आपको याद रह सकता था कि इस तरह कन्वेंशन इसने डेवलप किए, ठीक है। तो ये मार्पोल, इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशन फॉर द प्रिवेंशन ऑफ पॉल्यूशन फ्रॉम शिप्स, तो दिख गया मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी, सोलास सेफ्टी, सोलास एंड सिक्योरिटी, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ दिस मार्पोल, इंटरनेशनल कन्वेंशन फॉर द प्रिवेंशन ऑफ पॉल्यूशन फ्रॉम शिप्स, राइट। तो कुछ नहीं होता तो करंट अफेयर से इस तरह की जानकारी भी अगर आपके पास होती, इसलिए अखबार पढ़ना चाहिए, तो भी आप आंसर लिख सकते थे, क्योंकि स्पेसिफिसिटी ऑफ कंटेंट रिक्वायर्ड था, कुछ इस तरह की चीजें, ठीक है। सो इफ वी लुक एट इट, there is no common definition of maritime security. So this question also gives you two categories: maritime safety, maritime security. Security is larger term, so you can have this definition. There is no single definition, but it categorizes maritime concerns such as national security, marine environment, economic development, human security. All right? तो basic इस तरह की कुछ जानकारी आपके पास होनी चाहिए थी। अब इसका आंसर कैसे लिखेंगे? Discuss in the light of the above statement the role of IMO. स्टेटमेंट चला गया। स्टेटमेंट ओशंस के बारे में, मैंने आपको बोला ओशंस के बारे में सोचने के 20 तरीके, लेकिन इन 20 तरीकों को एक पर्टिकुलर कंसर्न और जार्गन में हम डाल सकते हैं, जिसको कहते हैं ग्लोबल कॉमन्स। ऑलराइट, ग्लोबल कॉमन्स, राइट। ओशंस आर इंपॉर्टेंट रिसोर्स डोमेन्स, नॉट ओनली फॉर इंडिविजुअल नेशंस, कोस्टल नेशंस, बट ऑल्सो दे आर इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ ग्लोबल कॉमन्स। ये ग्लोबल कॉमन्स क्या होता है? सच रिसोर्स डोमेन्स वेयर देयर इज नो सिंगल सोवरेन क्लेम, बट इट इज कंसिडर्ड टू बी ट्रस्ट ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन, ट्रस्ट ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी। तो ग्लोबल कॉमन्स एक जार्गन आ गया, राइट। तो आप शुरू इस तरह से कर सकते हैं जार्गन यूज करके कि इन रीसेंट टाइम्स फोकस ऑन मैरीटाइम एक्टिविटीज हैज बीन अ की कंसर्न इन डिबेट्स ऑन global commons. All right, debate on global commons. In this context, forums such as UN have been instrumental in developing international cooperation, are instrumental in developing international cooperation. The IMO is a specialized agency of the United Nations dedicated for promoting the safety and security of maritime activities, specifically in the realm of shipping. All right? तो आप IMO भी ले आए, it has been functioning since 1959 भी ले आए, ठीक है? Now this can be, or its contributions can be seen in terms of following. तो आप कैटेगराइजेशन कीजिए और कैटेगराइजेशन में आप बताइए फॉर एग्जांपल ये पहला कन्वेंशन, राइट, इट्स अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव सेट ऑफ गाइडलाइंस फॉर द शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री, इंडिविजुअल्स, शिप ऑपरेटर्स एंड ऑल्सो फॉर स्टेट्स इन फॉर्मुलेटिंग देयर पॉलिसीज। ठीक है, तो फॉर एग्जाम्पल जो ये इंडस्ट्रियल सेफ्टी कोड आया है IMO का, ये लेटेस्ट एडिशन है, राइट, इट इज फॉर स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ सेफ्टी फॉर शिप्स कैरिंग इंडस्ट्रियल पर्सन्स फॉर ऑफशोर एक्टिविटीज। जैसे ऑयल रिग पे कोई पर्सनल जा रहा है, शिप का पर्पज ये है, तो उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए क्या स्टैंडर्ड्स होने चाहिए। ये मोस्ट रीसेंट एडिशन हुआ है एंड इंडिया हैज ऑल्सो एक्सेप्टेड इट, दैट्स व्हाई इट वाज इन न्यूज। तो आप उसकी बात कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा आप इस तरह के एग्जाम्पल दे सकते हैं, राइट, दैट IMO ऑल्सो कंटिन्यूसली engages in initiatives such as the Green Voyage 250 project in order to stress on decarbonization for environmental sustainability of the shipping sector। ठीक है, तो आपने ये एग्जाम्पल दे दिया और ये एग्जाम्पल देके आपने एक्सप्लेन कर दिया IMO क्या है, तो फैक्चुअल होगा इसका आंसर। लेकिन वो स्पेशल पॉइंट कहाँ से आएगा? इंडिया को लाने से। कैसे? अब आप देखेंगे फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन इंडियाज पॉलिसी वेयर इज द मैरीटाइम डोमेन फीचरिंग। सो यू विल सी फॉर एग्जाम्पल इंडो पैसिफिक इज ऑल्सो अबाउट मैरीटाइम डोमेन, ऑलराइट। नेशनल सेंटर फॉर पोलर एंड ओशियानिक रिसर्च इज ऑल्सो अबाउट मैरीटाइम डोमेन, पोलर एंड ओशियानिक रिसर्च, ये हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं। इसके अलावा हमारी एक पॉलिसी है जिसको हम कहते हैं सिक्योरिटी एंड ग्रोथ फॉर ऑल इन द रीजन। सो India has continued in this context, or in the context of the significance of IMO, India has continued to cooperate with it by adopting its codes and convention in national legislations. All right, IMO के conventions का कोई मतलब नहीं unless states adopt it and states then also make changes in their domestic law. ऐसे ये चीज़ implement होती है। तो पहला तो इंडिया की पॉलिसी मेकिंग में मैरीटाइम डोमेन के बारे में IMO का इनपुट बहुत वैल्यूएबल है। दूसरा, इट कन्वर्जेस विथ इंडियाज ओन व्यू ऑन द मैटर्स ऑफ ग्लोबल कॉमन्स एज वेल एज द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ इंडियाज सागर, ऑलराइट, सिक्योरिटी एंड ग्रोथ फॉर ऑल इन द रीजन अप्रोच। सो एंड विथ इंडिया, एंड विथ हाउ दिस वुड बी हेल्पफुल फॉर इंडिया, दिस इज हेल्पफुल फॉर इंडिया। और यू कैन ऑल्सो end by saying that in this context India is also actively considering application of IMO conventions in the area of ship recycling. All right, इसमें ये होगा कि आपने प्रॉब्लम के साथ छोड़ा, सागर के साथ छोड़ने में ये होगा कि आप दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे इंडिया के जो गोल्स हैं, इंडिया की जो वैल्यूज हैं, उनके साथ कोइंसाइड करता है IMO का गोल। All right, so this is where we end the discussion. In the last I'll show you that nothing is beyond the reach. जियोपॉलिटिकल रियलिटीज में येट पुश इंडिया क्लोजर टू नेटो, हर्षवी पंत ORF में लिख रहे थे, कब लिख रहे थे ये भी देख लीजिए आप। मेनली मेरे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट ये है June 30, 2023। सो इट्स नेवर टू लेट टू प्रिपेयर फॉर IR, उसकी चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए। एक चीज मैं आपको कह सकता हूँ, दिस इज द टेक अवे, डोंट वरी अबाउट IR, राइट, जस्ट बी रेगुलर। इंडिया केपेबल ऑफ काउंटरिंग चाइनीज एग्रेशन, रिफ्यूजेस टू ज्वाइन नेटो, सेज S जयशंकर। शुरू में ही मैंने आपको बोल दिया, ये भी अखबार में था। कब था? 9 जून 2023। इट्स नेवर टू लेट, ओके, टू वैल्यू एड। अब आप पढ़ेंगे तो इसमें दिखेगा कि भाई क्या लिखा हुआ है। यहाँ पे बेसिक बात यह है कि भाई US सेलेक्ट कमिटी के डिबेट के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में नेटो प्लस जैसी बात हुई थी, राइट, कि चाइना के कंपटीशन के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में वो कह रहे हैं कि नेटो को स्ट्रेंथन करो, इंडो पैसिफिक में भी उसका रोल हो सकता है, और नेटो प्लस जैसा फ्रेमवर्क बनाओ जिसमें इंडिया को शामिल कर सकते हैं। इंडिया का कहना है ठीक है, अच्छी बात है, आप हमारी इतनी इज्जत करते हैं, लेकिन पहले हमसे पूछ तो लीजिए हम चाहते भी है कि नहीं चाहते हैं, राइट। इफ इंडिया वांट्स, इंडिया शुड रिफ्यूज अमेरिकाज नेटो प्लस बेट। बहुत रिलेवेंट था ये इंटरव्यू, ये पर्टिकुलर पब्लिकेशन हिंदू के अंदर इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन के डायरेक्ट रिलेवेंस को अगर देखें तो, राइट, हिंदू एक्सेसिबल होता है सबको, ना कोई न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स है, ना कोई वॉशिंगटन पोस्ट है, ना कोई प्रोजेक्ट सिंडिकेट है। रेगुलरली कोई भी एक सोर्स उठा के पढ़ते रहो और भरोसा करो कि ठीक ठाक लोग ही लिख रहे हैं, कोई स्पेशल फैक्ट नहीं चाहिए। टेररिज्म, चाइना, BRI, रशिया, यूक्रेन, दीज वर डिस्कस्ड एट SCO मीट। यहाँ पे SCO था, थोड़ा सा स्क्रीनशॉट लेने में लगता है मुझसे गलती हुई, बट यहाँ पे SCO था, ठीक है। तो मतलब आपको पहले ही पॉइंट मिल रहा है कि इस तरह की चीज़ें, टेररिज्म, China's BRI, Russia-Ukraine conflict differences. These were the themes surrounding the SCO this year. और India, all India was trying to do at SCO and G20 कि भाई ये जो सबकी अपनी अपनी प्रॉब्लम है वो कैसे हमारी सक्सेस के रास्ते में नहीं आए. जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट आना चाहिए, और जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट आने के लिए सबसे ज़रूरी था कि हम तैयार हों कि हम कुछ बातें इनडायरेक्टली कहें. तो इनडायरेक्टली बातें कहते हैं प्रिंसिपल्स की मदद से. ऑल राइट, विद द हेल्प ऑफ प्रिंसिपल्स. सो सोवरेनिटी, टेरिटोरियल इंटीग्रिटी, मल्टीलैटरलिज्म, मल्टीपोलैरिटी इस बार के पेपर में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था. दूसरा, G20 हो चुका था इस पेपर तक, तो अगर आप हर आंसर में G20 का कुछ मेंशन कर पाते, खास तौर पे नेटो वाले आंसर में, ठीक है, या SCO वाले आंसर में जहां पे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की बात आई, तो वो भी आपका एक वैल्यू एडिशन दिखता. सो अगेन इट्स नॉट टू लेट. एग्जाम के दौरान और बहुत पास हो रहा था G20, बट इट वॉज सो इंपॉर्टेंट एन इवेंट कि अगले दिन का अखबार पढ़ लेते तो आपको अलग अलग पेपर्स के लिए पॉइंट मिल जाता. ऑल राइट, सो दैट इज इट, दैट वुड बी ऑल. कीप डूइंग दिस. राइट, ये IMO की अपनी वेबसाइट है, उसमें क्या लिखा हुआ है, मैरीटाइम सेफ्टी कमिटी अडॉप्टेड मैंडेटरी इंटरनेशनल कोड ऑफ सेफ्टी फॉर शिप्स कैरिंग इंडस्ट्रियल पर्सन. I myself have taught in current affairs, so I remember this was in news. All right, so ये आप करते रहें. और दूसरा, ये मैं बोल रहा था शुरुआत में आपको आर्टिकल, Why India's pact with Sri Lanka on Maritime Rescue Center is significant. Indian Express, so कुछ लोग Indian Express पसंद करते हैं. People have very strong opinion about Indian Express and the Hindu. इस तरह के चॉइस के लिए कोई स्ट्रांग ओपिनियन नहीं होनी चाहिए. जो अखबार पसंद आए वो पढ़ो. राइट, तो इंडियन एक्सप्रेस, अब इसके अंदर मैरीटाइम रेस्क्यू सेंटर मतलब इंडिया कुछ कर रहा है, और इसी आर्टिकल के अंदर नीचे पहली और दूसरी लाइन में होता है IMO. तो IMO का काम समझ में ना आए तो एग्जाम्पल्स के थ्रू समझ सकते हैं कि किस तरह की एक्टिविटीज़ को इसके स्टैंडर्ड्स और कन्वेंशंस प्रमोट करते हैं. और 2 कन्वेंशन कम से कम मेनली आप याद कर लेते. ठीक है, सोलास और मार्पोल. ठीक है, और करंट अफेयर्स जितना देखते रहेंगे वैल्यू एडिशन होता रहेगा. बाकी आपके हाथ में. ऑल द बेस्ट, मेक योर ओन लक. That would be all, unless you have questions. If you don't have questions, then I'm done. Thank you for your patience. Right?
A very good evening to everyone. So today the purpose of the session is the questions from social justice. Okay? So before we begin, on the similar pattern that we did in yesterday's session, we'll just try to broadly analyze that what were the nature of the questions and how are we supposed to prepare. Okay? One heads up, it is slightly more dynamic as compared to society. Reason being, for society, at least you have NCRTs. But when it comes down to social justice, we just don't have any support system. But I can assure you that every year there are 3 to 4 questions. Maximum is 4 and minimum what we have seen is 3. So 3 to 4 questions. So approximately the weightage would be somewhere around 40 to 50 marks. That's the usual trend. Okay. You don't have to go for social justice separately. Whenever you are preparing for Indian society, just extend it more and you will venture into the area of social justice. That is what's supposed to be done. Now, if you ask me that how are we supposed to prepare for this area, I would just say that the entire social justice, there are 3 broad categories. The first category is health, education and human resource. The second category that we have is vulnerable sections. And the third category that we have is poverty and hunger. These are the 3 broad categories you divide your entire social justice. Is that clear? Now, let us suppose that we have the first category in which I was talking about health, education and human resource. And now let us say you have to prepare for the topic of health. See, you would not get material at one place. You will have to create the material. But once it is created, it is going to come very handy in your preparation. Whenever you are preparing the topic for health, you start with concept of good health. You link it with its manifestation. And manifestation broadly can be associated with social, economic, political, ecological. As in, if you ensure a good health, how it is going to be beneficial for you in social domain, in economic domain, political domain and ecological domain. Once you are done with this, prepare the tiers of healthcare system. When you prepare the tiers of healthcare system, prepare elaborately primary and secondary healthcare. See, the most important is primary. But along with that, you can also prepare secondary and tertiary. When you are preparing primary healthcare, generally, what is primary healthcare? What are the objectives of primary healthcare? What are the goals of primary healthcare as defined by Alma Ata Declaration? Let us say what are the issues with respect to primary healthcare and what needs to be done. And when you are preparing issues, it is but obvious you are going to prepare it through statistics. So automatically a comprehensive coverage has been done. Once we are done with this, broadly prepare issues with respect to healthcare system. A very comprehensive preparation of issues is required, and that should be supported with your data. Comprehensively, because many a times questions can come from these areas, so prepare it very comprehensively. Once we are done with this, prepare your sustainable development goals. There was a question in past, what were the millennium development goals related to health and to what extent India has achieved it? अब millennium development तो पुरानी कहानी हो गई. The new story is sustainable development goals. They might ask you that what are sustainable development goals with respect to health? And this time the question can be, to what extent we are prepared to achieve the targets by 2030? Is that very clear? So whenever you are preparing your sustainable development goal, first prepare what are the goals. Within that you prepare what are the targets. Then you prepare to what extent we have achieved those targets. What were the government efforts? What were the, or what are the lacunas? And what more needs to be done? Is this making sense? मैं एक टॉपिक आपको बताना चाह रही थी कि आप खुद से कैसे प्रिपेयर करते हो. So this is how you prepare the content. Once we are done with this, then you link it with the key government effort, which in case of health would be आयुष्मान भारत. कोई तो एक पॉलिसी या प्रोग्राम होता है ना, दैट इज द फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एजुकेशन कैन नॉट बी प्रिपेयर्ड विदाउट स्टडिंग नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी. हेल्थ कैन नॉट बी प्रिपेयर्ड विदाउट एनालाइजिंग आयुष्मान भारत. और ये करंट रहेगा. आप ये नहीं कह सकते अरे आयुष्मान भारत तो पहले आया था. फर्क नहीं पड़ता. इट इज द कोर फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम एज फार एज हेल्थ इज कंसर्न्ड. वंस यू आर डन विद दिस, post that, now comes, this is the dynamic portion, contemporary issues. ये depend करेगा when you are writing your mains. Till here everyone has to prepare. Contemporary issues depends which year you are writing your mains. So whenever you are writing your mains, just before that, whatever is there in the index of mains 365, cover it from there. That would be more than enough. हम जब mains 365 बनाते हैं, if you have ever gone through the social issues वाला portion, it is always starting with vulnerable sections. Then we talk about health and education. Then we talk about poverty and hunger. So we are actually catering to the topics which are there in your social justice. Is that very clear? So contemporary issues would depend upon mains 365. This is how the comprehensive preparation of the topic has to be done. जैसे मैं एग्जाम्पल देके बता देती हूँ. अब मेंस 365 मैंने बोला और मैं आपसे एक्सपेक्ट कर रही हूँ करंट में क्या पढ़ना है. जैसे कि आप पढ़ सकते थे डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ हेल्थ केयर. दैट कैन बी अ टॉपिक. ठीक है, डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ हेल्थ केयर. Similarly, you could have studied issues of mental health. We could have discussed problem of lifestyle diseases. These are nothing but contemporary issues, and this will keep on changing as in when you are preparing. जैसे आज से 2 साल पहले हम वैक्सीन हेसिडेंसी पढ़ते थे, अब नहीं पढ़ेंगे तो भी चलेगा. ठीक है, बिकॉज कोविड के टाइम पे वैक्सीन हेसिडेंसी वाज द टॉपिक. ठीक है, सिमिलरली कोई रिपोर्ट आ जाए, ठीक, सो दैट बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, देयर वाज अ रिपोर्ट मिसिंग मिडिल विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कवर. So that was when in news, then you will have to study. Otherwise, for the easiest thing, ये आपका यहाँ तक standard content है. ये आपका standard content है. ये सब तैयार करेंगे. Once the standard content is over, then your contemporary issues will completely depend upon your current affairs. But did you get an idea that how this topic has to be prepared? ठीक है, अब सबसे easy काम जब यहाँ तक पहुँच ही गए तो पता नहीं क्यों बता रही हूँ, बट एनीवे, कि जब ये पूरा बना ही रहे हो तो यहाँ पे डाल देना 2-4 कोट्स, यहाँ पे डाल दो 2-4 एनेक्डोट्स, यहाँ पे डाल दो कुछ इंटरनेशनल एग्जाम्पल्स विच कैन बी एम्यूलेटेड, यहाँ पे डाल दो एवोल्यूशन ऑफ हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम। अब हो गया ऐसे तैयार। समझे मैं क्या कहना चाह रही थी? ऐसे तो पढ़ ही रहे हो, आधा 1 घंटा और लगेगा, ये 4 चीजें और डाल दो। अब हेल्थ एज अ टॉपिक ऑफ एसे इज ऑल्सो रेडी। अब वो कुछ भी पूछे, यू विल बी एबल टू आंसर। Is that very clear? So this is how you have to prepare. Similarly, you will prepare for education. Similarly, you have to prepare for other areas as well. Is that clear? तो ये पहली चीज clear हो गई सबको? Can I move to the questions? ऐसे क्यों आ रहा है? कहाँ से? कल तक तो ठीक था। लिखना नहीं है, दिखाना है। हाँ, थैंक यू। नहीं, ये नहीं चाहिए मुझे। आई नीड इट साइड में। रुकिए। This is not going to work. By the time they are coming, let's just talk about it. See, there are broad 3 areas. The first category I already told you about is health, education, and human resource. These are some of the questions which were asked in the past. Now, few things that you have to keep in mind is that the questions are often asked from this area. हाँ, इसका नहीं, I just want to adjust the size of the. आप fix कर. फिर मैं आगे स्लाइड कैसे करूँ? अच्छा, ठीक है. So these were the questions which were asked in the past. Very quickly, let's just have a look at question number 2. Identify the Millennium Development Goals which are related to health. Discuss the success of the actions taken by the government for achieving the same. As simple as that. Okay? Similarly, Professor Amartya Sen had advocated important reforms in the realm of primary education and primary healthcare. Full stop. What are your suggestions to improve the status and performance of primary healthcare and education? They're asking you to give your suggestions. They are not asking the reforms suggested by Amartya Sen. That was basically a catch. That it was just to create a pressure, because in one go people might think that they're asking you the reforms suggested by Amartya Sen. They are not doing that. So you have to be very, very calm while you are reading the questions. Similarly, demographic dividend in India will remain only theoretical unless our manpower becomes more educated, aware, skilled, and creative. What measures have been taken by the government to enhance the capacity of the population? So in one question, they were asking your suggestion. In other question, they're asking the steps taken by the government. So if you prepare a topic in a comprehensive manner, whichever is the nature of the question, you will be able to answer. Is that very clear? Now, before we start with this portion, there are few things that you keep in mind. Whatever question often asked from health, education, or human resource that is being asked keeping in mind demographic dividend. That is being asked keeping in mind sustainable development goals. That is being asked keeping in mind the aspiration of our nation to emerge as global power. It is being asked keeping in mind the performance of India on social indicators. So whenever you are asked these questions, keep these 4 points in mind. And the reason is, many a times, one of these 4 becomes your introduction. Is that very clear? कल ही हमने बात करी थी ना, इंट्रोडक्शन में या तो डेफिनेशन होती है, या डेटा होता है, या कॉन्टेक्स्ट होता है, या प्रीमाइस होता है. तो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल, इमर्जेंस एज ग्लोबल पावर, ये सारे आपके प्रीमाइस हैं. आप इनमें से कुछ भी यूज कर सकते हैं इन ऑर्डर टू आंसर द क्वेश्चन. लेट मी जस्ट शो. दिस इज द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. रीड द क्वेश्चन. इट्स अ 10 marker. The crucial aspect of development process has been inadequate attention paid to the human resource development in India. Suggest measures that can address this inadequacy. Did you get the question? It's a simple question, 10 marker. वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो development में कमी है, वो इसलिए है because attention is not being paid to human resource development. So now they're asking you, what are your suggestions? Is that very clear? So in such a question, can I start with what exactly human resource development incorporates? That is one introduction. Second introduction is, in the backdrop of demographic dividend, if we do not ensure human resource development, dividend will turn into disaster. So the first introduction was based on definition. What do we mean by human resource development? Second introduction is based on premise. Third introduction can be based on data. That India's performance with respect to human development index has slipped by 2 positions. So in that backdrop, investment in human resource development is the need of the hour. Is it making sense for everyone? Okay. Now, I always told you, in fact, in yesterday's session, we talked about how every answer has 4 parts: introduction, linking statement, body, and conclusion. In this question, maximum if you are writing that what are the reasons that we are not able to pay attention to human resource development, that is only the linking statement. That is not the body. Most of the students, while attempting the question, might have written that what are the issues with human resource development. वो तो question ही नहीं है. It's a 10 marker question which is directly asking that give your suggestions. उन्हें भी पता है कि human resource development has not been paid adequate attention. So if you are wasting your time and space in writing that what are the issues with human resource development, you will not be fetching marks because that's not the content. At max, एक linking statement लिख सकते थे. There were maximum or multiple reasons behind not investing or paying attention to human resource development. For example, policy ambiguity. For example, lack of investment. For example, infrastructure deficit. And then immediately you will come to what are your suggestions. Is it making sense? ठीक है. Now, क्यों मैंने ये कहा linking statement लिख दो? क्योंकि that linking statement will actually tell you what are your suggestions. हमने पहले बोला पॉलिसी में एम्बिग्विटी है, तो पहला सजेशन क्या होना चाहिए? क्लैरिटी इन पॉलिसी मेकिंग. कोहेरेंस आ जाता है आंसर में. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? ठीक है. अब देखो, इन सोशल जस्टिस, इट्स माय पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस, इफ यू गेट अ डायरेक्ट स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन, बात अलग है, बट इफ यू गेट एन एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चन, सपोर्ट योर आर्ग्यूमेंट्स विद एग्जाम्पल. That will give you edge over others because everyone is writing the argument, but if you have the exact example to justify your argument, you are better placed. For example, the first point we are saying, there should be clarity with respect to policy making. The entire policy needs to be streamlined. It will ensure better implementation and efficiency. Do I have an example to prove this? Yes, we do have an example. For example, health is a state subject. One of the major issue in health sector is privatization. Because along with privatization, there is lack of regulation. So do we not have any mechanism for regulation? No, we do have. Clinical Establishment Act. That is there to regulate the health sector. But the problem is, since health is a state subject, many of the states have not implemented the act. So there has to be policy clarity, so as to ensure better implementation and efficiency. Similarly, with respect to national education policy, it's a very, very progressive policy. But then there should be clear-cut, defined roles with respect to all the stakeholders in order to ensure better coordination and governance. Is it making sense? So, एक था point, दूसरा है example. Is it clear? और human resource development में यही दो तीन चीजें आती हैं, health, education, skill development, तीनों से related examples दे देना. Is it making sense? Second example, that there has to be investment. अभी बोला ना, investment की कमी है. तो government funding is required. So there has to be an augmental aspect in the budget allocation as far as health and education is concerned. Do we have an example? Yes. National education policy says minimum 6% of the GDP should be spent on education. Similarly, National Health Policy of 2017 says at least 2.5% of GDP should be spent on health. This is nothing but the suggestion that you are giving. तीसरा है infrastructure की कमी है. So you have to ensure robust infrastructure. Otherwise, none of your schemes will work. Do we have an example? Yes. Analysis of Ayushman Bharat. Ayushman Bharat is providing you insurance cover. You can avail free of cost the health infrastructure, but only in impaneled hospitals. But to be an impaneled hospital, you need to meet certain basic infrastructural criteria, and that is missing. So otherwise, if infrastructural deficit is not addressed, then we cannot ensure that Ayushman Bharat would be a success. Is it making sense for everyone? Similarly, technological integration. कुछ बेसिक चीजें हमेशा याद रखना, मैं क्लास में भी बोलती हूँ. 4AQ, ये आपको कभी डिसअपॉइंट नहीं करेगा. Availability, accessibility, affordability, awareness and quality. If you use technology, all these things can be ensured as far as health education is concerned. कैसे इंश्योर कर सकते हैं? सजेशन दे रहे हैं कि जो प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर सेंटर्स हैं उनमें टेलीमेडिसिन को इंट्रोड्यूस करो. टेलीमेडिसिन अगर इंट्रोड्यूस होता है, अवेलेबिलिटी, एक्सेसिबिलिटी, अफोर्डेबिलिटी, क्वालिटी ऑल कैन बी इंश्योर्ड. सेकंड, हमने कहा कि जन औषधि, जेनेरिक मेडिसिन, जन औषधि शुड बी क्लब्ड विथ ई-फार्मेसी so that generic medicines can be made available at your doorstep. Are you getting the point? What are these? These are nothing but suggestions. Rural area में एक model digital health center needs to be created, which can or which will serve as an example to be emulated by others. Similarly, in the education, ed-tech sector, that needs to be adhered to. Why? जितना हम technology introduce करेंगे, उतना outreach बढ़ जाएगा. उतना education can be personalized and customized. Utna learning outcome can improve. So there are too many benefits of integrating technology. Just give some of the suggestions. It's just about suggestions. Innovative suggestions, though, you will fetch marks. Next, it is saying social empowerment. See, you need to understand. Human resource may, if I have to ensure that demographic dividend is not turning into disaster, I need to ensure that every section of the population is transformed into a human capital. And one of the significant section in our society is women. So if I want my dividend not to turn into disaster, I have to ensure women inclusion. Is it making sense? So do I have any suggestions? Yes, we have a suggestion. That examples or initiatives such as Son Chiraiya, that is basically an initiative to promote urban SHG products in order to ensure financial empowerment of women. Such initiatives can be replicated. Is it making sense? Again, I'll say you don't have to write every point. but you have to write some of the points. ठीक है? Then पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, क्योंकि एट द एंड ऑफ इट गवर्नमेंट के पास हर बार फंडिंग हो ये जरूरी नहीं है, तो ये पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप को इंकरेज कैसे करें? कॉन्क्लेव इन्वेस्टर समिट्स, इट कैन बी एन एफिशिएंट वे टू अट्रैक्ट द इन्वेस्टर्स. सजेशन पूछा है, तो हर एक आर्ग्यूमेंट का एक एग्जाम्पल तो होना ही चाहिए, बट इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि स्टेट ने कुछ अभी तक करा नहीं है. There are some initiatives which have already been taken by the government. However, more needs to be done. Because these initiatives are not only transforming your resource into capital, it is also going to ensure that India is taking the path of development. So it is not only beneficial for the individual, but also the nation at large. And that can be mentioned. Is it making sense? Now, before I move to the next question, one takeaway. Whenever you write an argument, please supplement it with example. That's the takeaway for this question. Otherwise, question is not difficult to answer. The more, और आप जब खुद पढ़ोगे ना, आपको तब realize होगा, हर एक argument के बाद एक example है. आपको ये लगेगा that the aspirant has put in the effort. So for that, collection of examples are very much required. Is it making sense for everyone? Can I move to the next question? Read the question. गुड, उन्होंने ये क्वेश्चन पूछा, इसमें मैं आपको एक और बात बता सकती हूँ. तो जस्ट रीड द स्टेटमेंट. स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैव सक्सीडेड इन इंक्रीजिंग ह्यूमन रिसोर्स सप्लाई टू वेरियस सेक्टर्स. स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैव सक्सीडेड in increasing human resource supply to various sectors. Full stop. In the context of the statement, analyze the linkage between education, skill, and employment. To be honest, this year, they have not asked any specific question. नहीं तो हर बार क्या होता था, पॉलिसी पे पूछ लेते थे, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल पे पूछ लेते थे, कोई एक्ट पूछ लेते थे, कोई कमीशन पूछ लेते थे. इस बार तीनों क्वेश्चन एनालिटिकल हैं, और जब एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चन होता है तो आंसर राइटिंग स्किल मैटर्स द मोस्ट. Is this very clear for everyone? Again, read the question quickly and tell me what should be the introduction. I am just interested in the introduction. इसका आपकी पढ़ाई से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, इंट्रोडक्शन का. तो ये मत सोचना टॉपिक नहीं पढ़ा है कैसे बताएं, नहीं. नहीं. किसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पूछा है सवाल? फिर पढ़ो. In the context of the statement. Statement needs to be explained in the introduction. Did you get the point? जिसके context में सवाल पूछते हैं तो पहले एग्जामिनर को बताओ तो कि context समझ आ गया मुझे सर. So the context has to be written. जब भी question होगा in the context of something, in the backdrop of something, ठीक है, विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू समथिंग, तो वो जो समथिंग है ना, दैट हैज टू बी रिटन इन द इंट्रोडक्शन. दैट्स द की. Is that very clear? Let's come back to the topic. It says in the context of the statement. Statement क्या है? Skill development programs have succeeded in increasing the human resource supply to various sectors. You just need to prove this. कि इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हुए थे उनकी वजह से सप्लाई ऑफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स हैज इंक्रीज्ड. सो दैट्स योर चॉइस हाउ यू चूज टू डू इट. फॉर एग्जांपल, देयर आर 3 different ways. As per World Bank, it says if you invest in skill development, your unemployment reduces, your underemployment reduces, your productivity increases. Your standard of living increases. Has something happened in context of India? Yes, we have the data from economic survey that from financial year 2017 to 2023, 1.1 crore people have been trained. They have been given the skill, and at the same time 21.4 lakh people have been identified for the second phase of Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. And because of the skill development programs, तो 2-4 skill development program बताओ कि सिर्फ प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना नहीं है, there are other schemes as well. For example, green skill development program, or there is apprenticeship program, or there is scheme like Sankalp. And all of these initiatives have led to increase in human resource supply to various sectors. अब हमने context establish कर दिया, अब यहाँ पे ये काम खत्म, हमारा introduction और linking statement दोनों बन गए. Now we are going to move to the body. Is this very clear? अगर मैं शुरू करती, to be honest, तो मैं सबसे पहले एक virtuous cycle बनाती. I would have started with education. I would have linked it to skill development. I would have linked it to employment. And again, I would have connected it to education. And I would have made a virtuous cycle, not a vicious cycle. It's a virtuous cycle. तो मैं शुरुआत उससे करती. उसके बाद मैं बॉडी में 3 पार्ट्स इंट्रोड्यूस करती कि क्यों एजुकेशन इज द फाउंडेशन. बट ओनली एजुकेशन इज नॉट इनफ. Along with education, there has to be skill development. Only skill development is not enough. There has to be lifelong skill development. And not only technical skill, but also social skills. Because when all these 3 factors are combined together, your chances of employability increases. And once you get employment, ऐसा नहीं है your education or skills comes to an end. You can further enrich your education and skill even at the workplace. Apprenticeship programs होते हैं. Mentorship is provided by the leaders. Even on the job training is being facilitated. As a result, the cycle gets completed. Education base है. बिना education के skill को absorb करोगे कैसे? Once you have absorbed the skill, regular upgradation of skill is required. When these 2 factors combine, you become desirable in the labor market. Once you get the job, you can further enrich your education and skill development. It forms a complete virtuous cycle. So the body gets divided in 3 parts. Is that clear? So अब start करो how education is the foundation. So when we seek basic education, हम foundational abilities develop करते हैं. हम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में बात कर रहे हैं ना, फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी. तो सबसे पहले स्कूल लेवल में हम अपनी फाउंडेशनल एबिलिटी डेवलप करते हैं, रीडिंग, राइटिंग, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग. फिर स्कूल से हमको फाउंडेशनल नॉलेज और बेसिक स्किल्स मिलती हैं, विच लेटर वी कैन यूज इन आवर रियल लाइफ सिचुएशन. बट देन वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट टेक्नोलॉजी इज चेंजिंग, नेचर ऑफ वर्क इज changing. So the standard education which was being imparted no longer is enough. It has to be comprehensive in nature. उसमें टेक्निकल एजुकेशन भी होनी चाहिए, डिजिटल स्किल्स भी होने चाहिए, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग भी होनी चाहिए. सो इट हैज टू बी अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एजुकेशन. लेकिन एक छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम है, एजुकेशन के लिए ना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ना फंडिंग है, ना क्वालिटी टीचर्स हैं, ना डिजिटल एक्सेस है. सो व्हेन ऑल दीज प्रॉब्लम्स एग्जिस्ट, then chances of having a good qualitative education is less. Never, having said that, the thing is education creates the foundation. Go through. Education institution furnish the fundamental abilities. It will provide you foundational knowledge and basic skills. But then there is rapid advancement of technology, changing nature of work. It has transformed the requirement at the employment space. In this context, education needs to be broadened, but there are some challenges. Is it making sense? It's a 15 marker. You have scope to write these points. Next, skill development. This is always a bridge. Sirf education enough nahi hai. India skill report says 45% of the graduates are not worth employment. So the problem is the quality of education, the skill which is being imparted, that should be in link or in sync with the demand of the labor market. तो skill development is required. और उससे क्या फायदे होंगे? अगर आपको vocational education और training मिलती है, तो हमारे पास industry specific skill होती है, hands on experience होता है, हमारी employability automatically बढ़ जाती है. हर कंपनी चाहेगी ऐसे इंसान को रिक्रूट करना who also have specialized knowledge but at the same time has also practical skills. So automatically chances of a skilled personnel fetching the desired job is very high. But यहाँ पर सिर्फ टेक्निकल स्किल से काम नहीं चलेगा, because Daniel Goleman says success at workplace only 20% depends upon your IQ, but 80% depends upon your EQ. So in that context, social और soft skills are equally required. तो communication skills कितनी अच्छी हैं? जैसे दो लोग हैं, दोनों same institute से पढ़े हैं, दोनों के पास same technological skills है, then the company will prefer a person जिसके communication skills अच्छे हों, जिसमें team spirit हो, जिसमें problem solving attitude हो, constructive resolution of conflict हो. तो along with technical skill, what is required is soft skills. बट फिर अब थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम फिर आ जाती है स्किल्स को लेकर कि इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमिक का लिंकेज नहीं है, प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन इन एजुकेशन नहीं है, विमेन का रोल इन स्किल डेवलपमेंट इज लेस. सो ऑल दीज इश्यूज नीड्स टू बी एड्रेस्ड. Is this making sense for everyone? Do we have a data to support that how important it is to ensure skill development? Yes. World Trade Organization says that if we are investing in skill development, GDP of India will rise by 3% to 5%. Is it making sense for everyone? यहाँ तक clear है? Last. अगर आपके पास skill development है, chances of fetching employment is very high. Is it making sense? और बहुत जरूरी है स्किल डेवलपमेंट की, नहीं तो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड विल टर्न इनटू डिजास्टर. टीम लीज का एक डेटा आया है कि इंडिया को कम से कम 30 मिलियन डिजिटली स्किल्ड पीपल चाहिए बाय 2026. और जो आज के स्किल्ड लोग हैं उनमें से कम 50% नीड्स टू बी रीस्किल्ड, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी इतने फास्टर पेस पे चेंज हो रही है. तो केवल स्किल डेवलपमेंट नहीं, लाइफ लॉन्ग स्किल डेवलपमेंट इज रिक्वायर्ड. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस फॉर एवरीवन? एंड फाइनली यू कैन कंक्लूड द आंसर. इज द लिंकेज, बाकी छोड़ो, क्वेश्चन क्या था? तीनों के बीच में लिंकेज बताना. हमने एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया, तीनों के बीच में लिंक दिख रहा है. एजुकेशन का लिंक स्किल से, स्किल का लिंक जॉब से, जॉब का वापस लिंक एजुकेशन एंड स्किल से. इज इट विजिबल? आवर जॉब इज डन. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? मुझे कभी कभी लगता है कि मोर देन स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन, एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चंस आर इजी टू आंसर, क्योंकि स्पेसिफिक में क्या होता है, यू कैन ब्लफ, आइदर यू नो और यू डोंट नो. लेकिन एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चन जस्ट हैज वन चैलेंज, राइटिंग स्किल. If you nail that, it is easy to answer. This year, hands down, the paper was easiest so far. सोशल जस्टिस का पेपर इतना सिंपल नहीं आया. आपने नोटिस नहीं करा, पहले भी ह्यूमन रिसोर्स था, अभी फिर ये ह्यूमन रिसोर्स. अब अगला देख. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज वल्नरेबल सेक्शंस. ये सेक्शन है वल्नरेबल सेक्शंस. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये आपको बहुत डिटेल में पढ़ना होता है. एक बता देती हूं कैसे पढ़ते हैं, फिर we'll proceed with this last question. This is the last question. Let me just show you how to study vulnerable sections. कोई भी vulnerable section हो. Let us say we'll take example of old age people. Can we say they are one of the vulnerable section? You start with statistics with respect to old population. Then you identify the issues with respect to old population. और ये जितना comprehensive होगा उतना you will be well prepared. Comprehensive. Once we are done, then you will be talking about government efforts. Usually government efforts को हम divide करते हैं constitutional provision, statutory acts, government schemes, if there is any judicial case law or some international convention. क्योंकि यूपीएससी किसी से भी सवाल पूछ लेती है. कभी पूछेगी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजन रिलेटेड टू ट्राइबल्स, कभी पूछेगी लीगल प्रोविजन रिलेटेड टू ट्राइबल्स, कभी पूछेगी केस लॉज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू जेंडर जस्टिस. ठीक है ना? तो अगर उन क्वेश्चंस को आंसर करना है तो उसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है दैट यू प्रिपेयर योर गवर्नमेंट एफर्ट्स लाइक दिस. But so many government efforts, yet we are saying old people are vulnerable. That means there are some lacunas, and since you are going to be an administrator, you should always be prepared with a way forward. आप सारे vulnerable sections ऐसे तैयार करोगे, फिर कुछ भी पूछ लें, you will be able to answer, no matter what question is. Is that clear? But one heads up, हर vulnerable section से related कुछ की एक्ट होता है, वो चाहे करंट अफेयर्स में हो या नहीं हो, यू हैव टू प्रिपेयर इट. आप नहीं कह सकते चाइल्ड लेबर प्रोहिबिशन एक्ट तो मैंने किया नहीं क्योंकि करंट में नहीं था. नहीं, करना है. आप नहीं कह सकते मैंने पॉक्सो नहीं पढ़ा, मैंने जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट नहीं किया, मैंने पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट नहीं किया, ट्रांसजेंडर एक्ट नहीं किया, या मेंटेनेंस एंड वेलफेयर ऑफ सीनियर सिटीजन एक्ट. जो कोर एक्ट है रिलेटेड टू एवरी वल्नरेबल सेक्शन, यू हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर्ड. यूपीएससी कैन आस्क एनीथिंग एंड नॉट नेसेसरली इट हैज टू बी इन करंट न्यूज. इज दिस वेरी क्लियर? ठीक है. इस बार क्वेश्चन सबसे आसान, जस्ट रीड द क्वेश्चन. Development and welfare schemes for the vulnerable by its nature are discriminatory in approach. Do you agree? Give reasons for your answer. उन्होंने किसी एक vulnerable section पे पूछा? नहीं. कोई एक स्कीम पूछी? नहीं. वो जनरली पूछ रहे हैं कि वेलफेयर स्कीम्स का बेसिकली आपको एनालिसिस करना है, लेकिन एक चीज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, दैट हाउ इनहेरेंटली इट इज डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी इन अप्रोच. दैट इज, इट इज डिस्क्रिमिनेटिंग वन सेक्शन अगेंस्ट द अदर. दैट्स ऑल दैट नीड्स टू बी डन. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? लेट्स लुक एट इट. गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज several development and welfare schemes to assist vulnerable people. We are establishing this. Now, the following answer will explore whether the assertion that these schemes are discriminatory or not. Because whether they are discriminatory or not, that all depends upon your perspective and interpretation. देखने का नजरिया. Is it making sense for everyone? ठीक है. You need to tell me, is the question clear for everyone? ठीक है. Now, how or why it may seem, हम ये नहीं कह रहे it is discriminatory. We are saying it may seem discriminatory to some. The first thing is exclusionary targeting. देखो यार, जब भी आप कोई welfare scheme लेकर आते हो, हम generally saying, rarely it is universal, क्योंकि उतने तो resource हमारे पास है नहीं. So often the schemes are conditional, or they have certain eligibility criteria. For example, Janani Suraksha Yojana, that it is a conditional cash transfer with respect to institutional delivery. But the point here is, it is only available to those women who are above 19 and only for first to live birth. See, intention is good. They want to control the incidences of adolescent pregnancy. They want to discourage child marriage. They want to encourage family planning. वो सब ठीक है, इंटेंशन सही है, लेकिन इस प्रोसेस में a considerable section gets discriminated, who genuinely needs the benefit of the scheme. Is that very clear? सोचो कोई young girl getting pregnant, तो adolescent pregnancy में तो और chances होते हैं maternal mortality rate के high होने के, और ऐसे में conditional cash transfer is also not being ensured with respect to institutional delivery. तो हो सकता है कि they are not going to the clinic to get the delivery of the child, and it might result into infections and maternal mortality. तो इंटेंशन अच्छा था, इंटेंशन नहीं था डिस्क्रिमिनेट करने का, लेकिन इन दिस प्रोसेस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ऑटोमेटिकली इज हैपनिंग. इज दिस वेरी क्लियर? सिमिलरली कभी कभी क्या होता है, स्कीम्स की कुछ कंडीशंस होती हैं, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण, वो ये कहता है आपके पास लैंड होनी चाहिए, ओनली देन यू आर एलिजिबल टू बिकम द बेनिफिशियरी इन द स्कीम. So in that process, you are actually excluding the landless people who are actually more vulnerable. Did you get the point? Similarly, geographical targeting होती है. एक concept पढ़ते हैं ना, aspirational district. So there are some special provisions, चाहे health, education, social empowerment of everyone who's living in aspirational district. Special provision. You have approximately 112 aspirational district. ऐसा हो सकता है ना, there is this one district which does not come under aspirational district, but it consists of some people who are impoverished, who do not have access to affordable education or health. Their interest is getting discriminated. Did you get the point? कि एक के इंटरेस्ट को प्रमोट करने के लिए हम डेलिबरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं, बट वो इनहेरेंट डिजाइन ऐसी है कि वो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो जा रहा है. और यही क्वेश्चन है कि इनहेरेंट ही नेचर ऐसा है कि डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होगा. ये तो वही बात है कि कहें कि कैपिटलिज्म है और इनइक्वालिटी बढ़ रही है. अरे कैपिटलिज्म का इनहेरेंट नेचर है कि इनइक्वालिटी बढ़ेगी, तो वो तो डिजाइन फ्लॉ है. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर फॉर एवरीवन? ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, पॉवर्टी लाइन क्राइटेरिया. ये तो हमेशा, इसीलिए तो मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी इंडेक्स लेकर आए थे कि पॉवर्टी लाइन क्राइटेरिया इज वेरी बाइनरी. इट इज जस्ट डिमार्केटिंग पुअर फ्रॉम नॉन पुअर. यहां पे मैं एक एग्जांपल देना चाह रही थी, वो अभी बात करते हुए याद आया था, इसलिए है नहीं यहां पे. कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मिसिंग मिडिल इन इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर. नाउ लिसन, लेट अस सपोज रिच पीपल, मिडिल क्लास एंड पुअर पीपल. पुअर पीपल को इंश्योरेंस कहां मिल रही है? आयुष्मान भारत में. रिच को इंश्योरेंस वो खुद अवेल कर लेगा या उसको जरूरत है नहीं. अब मिडिल क्लास हेट्रोजेनस है, जिसमें एक मिडिल क्लास होती है लोअर मिडिल क्लास. चांसेस ऑफ फॉलिंग इन द ट्रैप ऑफ पॉवर्टी इज वेरी हाई बिकॉज ऑफ आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर बर्डन. अब उनको तो सबने भूल गए. स्कीम बनती है पुअर के लिए, किसी ने सोचा ही नहीं कि उस पॉवर्टी लाइन से जस्ट ऊपर भी बहुत सारे वल्नरेबल लोग हैं. दे आर मोर वल्नरेबल टू फॉलिंग इन द ट्रैप ऑफ पॉवर्टी. और यहां पे रिलेटिव डेप्रीवेशन ज्यादा होगा, बिकॉज इनिशियली दे वर नॉट पुअर, बट बिकॉज ऑफ दीज सर्कमस्टांसेस नाउ दे हैव बिकम पुअर. इनफैक्ट वर्ल्ड बैंक कहता है आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर 1/6 ऑफ इंडियाज पॉवर्टी. Currently, out of pocket expenditure is 48.8%. Ideally, it should not be more than 15%. So, we still have a long way to go. But did you understand my point? That जो just ऊपर है, उनका भी ध्यान रखना जरूरी है. Next, identification documents. That is major issue. I was actually trying to analyze. तो आइडेंटिफिकेशन डॉक्यूमेंट्स हो सकता है आप बोलो कि आधार बनवाना है, ऑल इज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट और ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. समटाइम्स इट इज नॉट द डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट, इट इज द इनडायरेक्ट कॉस्ट. कि आधार बनवाना कॉस्टली नहीं था, वो तो फ्री था, लेकिन जहां आधार बन रहा था ना, वहां जाने और आने में पूरा दिन लग गया. आने जाने का पैसा और जो रोज की मजदूरी थी वो उसका भी पैसा गया. तो इंसान का 500-600 रुपए लग गए आधार बनवाने में. आपने कहा आधार फ्री है, लेकिन कॉस्ट तो लगी ना. डिड यू गेट माई पॉइंट? ठीक है. समटाइम्स क्या होता है, देर आर सम काइंड ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंटेशंस विच आर ओनली अवेलेबल एट अर्बन सेंटर अनलेस एंड अंटिल रूरल एरियाज में कैंप लगे हों. तो दैट ऑल्सो बिकम्स अ चैलेंज. Many a times basic document नहीं होता, for example birth certificate, that also becomes a challenge. One of the examples, starvation death in Jharkhand because there was lack of Aadhaar based biometric authentication. इसमें किसकी गलती थी? कई बार तो लोगों को पता ही नहीं होता कि डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बनवाना है. So inherent flaw है that it has resulted into discrimination. Is it making sense for everyone? एब्सोल्युटली. इनफैक्ट आज ही न्यूज में आया है कि जो सोशल ऑडिट यूनिट्स हैं एमजी नरेगा के, दे आर इन द स्टेट ऑफ पैरालिसिस. अगर आप सिर्फ ये एक लाइन भी अपने नोट्स में लिख लो ना, पॉइंट आ गया. कहां लिखोगे वो बता देती हूं. ये जो लास्ट पॉइंट है ना, एक्सक्लूजन एरर, कि पहली बात तो आउटरीच नहीं है, और दूसरा अगर आप एक्सक्लूड हो जाते हो तो ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म नहीं है. अब यहां पे हम एक एग्जांपल दे सकते थे. that social audit units within MG Narega is in state of paralysis in many states. Why? They are underfunded, they don't have adequate personals, and those personals are not adequately trained. पूरे उस आर्टिकल में से सिर्फ इतना पॉइंट भी निकाल लेते तो योर जॉब इज डन. ऐसे आपको करंट अफेयर को यूज करना है. थैंकफुली आज आ गया तो बताने में आसानी रही कि करंट अफेयर्स में से ये 4 लाइन निकालनी है बस, एंड यू हैव टू मेक योर नोट्स एंड योर जॉब इज डन. इज दिस वेरी क्लियर? ठीक है. बाकी वही पॉइंट्स, जैसे अब लोन वेवर स्कीम है. सपोज करो लोन भरना था, जब आप कुछ लोगों ने भर दिया, कुछ लोग नहीं भर पाए, बाद में सरकार ने वेव कर दिया, तो जिसने टाइमली भरा उसको तो बुरा लगेगा ना कि क्यों ही भरा. जैसे अभी थोड़े दिन पहले हुआ कि पिछले 3-4 साल के चलान माफ हो गए, तो जिन लोगों ने टाइमली चलान भर दिया उनका तो पैसा गया, और जो डिले हैं फाइन की जगह उनका चलान माफ हो गया. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? तो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो गया ना. ठीक है. अब लोग क्या करेंगे, या टाइम से मत भरो, क्या पता बाद में सरकार माफ कर दे. आर यू गेटिंग व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू से? आर दीज पॉइंट्स मेकिंग सेंस फॉर एवरीवन? ठीक है. ये जो फर्स्ट पॉइंट मैंने लिखा है, ये मैं पर्सनली अमर्त्य सेन्स अप्रोच को कोट किया है मैंने, कि कभी कभी आपकी वेलफेयर स्कीम्स ये देखती ही नहीं है कि वो किसके लिए वेलफेयर कर रही है. देयर आर 2 कॉन्सेप्ट्स, ध्यान से सुनना, इसको कहीं पे भी यूज कर सकते हो. वन इज इंडाउमेंट, अदर इज इंटाइटलमेंट. इंडाउमेंट मतलब हाउ मेनी, मतलब एसेट्स यू हैव. इंटाइटलमेंट मीन्स अबिलिटी ऑफ यू to transform those assets into goods. मैंने आपको लैंड दी, पर आप में काबिलियत ही नहीं थी उस लैंड का कुछ करने की, so the land has been wasted. मैंने आपको बोला ये लो 50,000 रुपए, कोई एक छोटा सा काम शुरू कर दो, आपको पता ही नहीं था कि वो 50,000 रुपए का क्या करना है, वो 50,000 रुपए आपके वेस्ट हो गए. Did you get the point? So you have to focus on entitlement. That is why Amartya Sen says capability approach. ये development of welfare scheme से कुछ नहीं होगा. सबको काबिल बनाओ, एक टाइम ऐसा आएगा कि welfare schemes की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. Is this very clear for everyone? Is it making sense? ठीक है. But वो एक साइड था. It may seem discriminatory, but actually objective तो अच्छा ही है ना. Positive discrimination, to correct the historical injustice, to reduce the divide between haves and have-nots. And दूसरा, constitution कहता है कि सरकार को करना है. Under Article 39A, under Article 46 of the Constitution, कहता है ना, to promote the economic and educational interest of backward classes and SC/ST. That is Article 46, and then you have Article 39A. And finally, you can conclude. This is my favorite line. That is why I've written it here. That now, instead of welfare, it's high time that we move to right-based approach. उसका reason है, जब आप कहते हो ना कि मैं आपका welfare कर रहा हूँ, इसका मतलब है I'm already putting myself at a higher pedestal as compared to you. And it is believed that we are doing some obligation. We are not doing any obligation. It is their right to have equal access to resources. Is that very clear? So a shift is required from welfare to right-based approach. Resource generation is required to ensure universal coverage. And whatever barriers are there, चाहे वो physical हो, legal हो, financial हो, it needs to be overcome. We cannot keep on giving the reasons कि ये problem की वजह से ये हो रहा है. पता है ना problem क्या है? दूर कर लो. Is it making sense for everyone? Now, in all the 3 questions, do you understand the structure now? Are you understanding how it is supposed to be prepared? Is it clear for everyone? ठीक है? Just one thing. तीसरा यूनिट ये है, हर साल सवाल आता था, ये शायद पहला साल है कि न GS पेपर 1 में क्वेश्चन है, न GS पेपर 2 में. That is poverty and hunger. Is that very clear? Otherwise, it's a topic which needs to be prepared. ऐसे तक आए हुए हैं poverty पर. So this has to be prepared in detail. Is this very clear for everyone? ठीक है? On this note, can we conclude the session? हाँ जी. हाँ. बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. पर वो स्कीम नहीं है यार. हाँ. ठीक है ना? एक्ट आएगा. बट यू कैन डेफिनेटली राइट. इनफैक्ट एक और बात बताऊं, एक पॉइंट और लिख सकते थे. अब आप सोचना आप कैसे लिखोगे. कभी कभी ये वेलफेयर स्कीम्स के थ्रू हम स्टीरियोटाइप्स को स्ट्रेंथन कर देते हैं, तो सोसाइटी में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन और ज्यादा स्टार्ट हो जाता है. जैसे कि जब आप रिजर्वेशन बेनिफिट्स देते हो तो हम दे तो अच्छे इंटेंशन से रहे हैं, लेकिन एक इंटेंशन ये हो जाता है कि स्टीरियोटाइप जनरेट हो जाता है कि इफ यू आर सक्सेसफुल इट इज ओनली बिकॉज यू हैव रिजर्वेशन बेनिफिट. सो द स्टीरियोटाइपिंग फर्दर गेट्स एग्रेवेटेड. एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल, जब हम कोई पिंक इनिशिएटिव लेते हैं फॉर वेलफेयर ऑफ द वुमेन, पिंक इन इटसेल्फ इज अ स्टीरियोटाइप. सो इनहेरेंट डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी नेचर. सो हाँ जी बिल्कुल, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर. इनफैक्ट पीएम किसान योजना जो है उसका एक मेजर फॉल्ट ही यही आ रहा है डीबीटी को लेकर, इंक्लूजन एंड एक्सक्लूजन एरर. एब्सोल्युटली यस. एक और पॉइंट दे सकते हो अगर, ऐसे तो कई पॉइंट्स. अब जैसे हम बात करते हैं नॉन कॉग्निजेबल रिपोर्ट, तो कई जगह क्या हो रहा था, पुलिस स्टेशंस पे नॉन कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस का बर्डन बढ़ रहा था. तो उन्होंने कहा एक काम करो, नॉन कॉग्निजेबल जितनी भी कंप्लेंट्स है वो ऑनलाइन फाइल करो. अब लोगों में डिजिटल लिटरेसी थी नहीं. यहां पे आते हैं मिडिलमैन. आपका पर्पस अच्छा था, आप चाह रहे थे कि पुलिस कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस का नोट ले और जो नॉन कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस है उसकी जो फाइलिंग ऑफ कंप्लेन है वो ऑनलाइन हो जाए. तो हम चाहते थे थोड़ा स्ट्रीमलाइन हो जाए प्रोसेस, बट इसमें हम ये नहीं देख पाए कि मेजर इशू इज डिजिटल लिटरेसी इज मिसिंग. सो एंटर्स इनटू द पिक्चर मिडिलमैन. वो पैसे ले लेते हैं कंप्लेन फाइल करने का, तो ऑटोमेटिकली डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो जाता है. तो बिल्कुल डिजिटल डिवाइड की बात हम कर सकते हैं. वो एक अलग टॉपिक हो जाएगा यार. ठीक है. सो इज दिस वेरी क्लियर फॉर एवरीवन? सो आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड हाउ टू प्रिपेयर द टॉपिक. विल यू बी एबल टू डू इट नाउ? ठीक है, चलो ऑन दिस नोट वी विल कंक्लूड द सेशन. बाय पीपल, ऑल द बेस्ट.